Chapter 1 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 1. Squire Thorndyke of the Manor House of Crawley was, on the 1st of September, 1782, walking up and down the little terrace in front of the quaint old house, in an unusually disturbed mood. He was a man of 43 or 4, stoutly and strongly built, and inclined to be portly. Save the loss of his wife 4 years before, there had been but little to ruffle the easy tenor of his life. A younger son, he had, at his mother's death when he was 23, come in for the small estate at Crawley which had been her jointure. For 10 years he had led a life resembling that of most of his neighbours. He had hunted and shot, been a regular attendant at any main of cocks that was fought within 15 miles of Crawley, had occasionally been up to London for a week or two to see the gay doings there. Of an evening he had generally gone down to the inn, where he talked over, with 2 or 3 of his own condition, and a few of the better class of farmers, the news of the day. The war with the French, the troubles in Scotland, the alarming march of the young Pretender, and his defeat at Culloden, with no very keen interest in the result, for the southern gentry and yeomen, unlike those in the north, had no strong leanings either way. They had a dull dislike for Hanoverian George, but no great love for the exiled Stuarts, whose patron, the King of France, was an enemy of England. More often, however, their thoughts turned upon local topics: the holding up of the coach of Sir James Harris or Squire Hamilton by highwaymen, the affray between the French smugglers and the revenue men near Selsey Bill or Shoreham, the delinquency of the poaching gangs, the heaviness of the taxes, and the price of corn. At the age of 33, Squire Thorndyke married the daughter of a neighbouring landowner. A son was born, and 3 years later Mrs. Thorndyke died. Since then the squire had led a more retired life. He still went down to smoke his pipe at the inn parlour, but he gave up his visits to town, and cock-fights and even bull-baiting were no longer attractions to him. He was known as a good landlord to 3 or 4 farmers who held land under him. He was respected and liked in the village, where he was always ready to assist in cases of real distress, was of an easy-going disposition, and on good terms with all his neighbours. But to-day he was unusually disturbed in his mind. A messenger had ridden up 2 hours before with a letter from London. It was as follows: My dear brother John, You will be surprised indeed at this letter from me, who, doubtless, you suppose to be fighting in India. I have done with fighting, and am nearly done with life. I was shot in the battle of Buxar 18 months ago. For a time the surgeons thought that it was going to be fatal. Then I rallied, and for some months it seemed that, in spite of the ball that they were never able to find, I was going to get over it, and should be fit for service again. Then I got worse. First it was a cough, then the blood used to come up, and they said that the only chance for me was to come home. I did not believe it would be of any use, but I thought that I would rather die at home than in India, so home I came, and have now been a week in London. I thought at first of going down to my place at Reigate, and having you and your boy there with me, but as I have certainly not many weeks, perhaps not many days, to live, I thought I would come down to you, so the day after you receive this letter I shall be with you. I shall not bring my little girl down. I have left her in good hands, and I shall only bring with me my Hindu servant. He will give you no trouble. A mat to sleep on, and a little rice to eat, will satisfy his wants, and he will take the trouble of me a good deal off your hands. He was a sepoy in my regiment, and has always evinced the greatest devotion for me. More than once in battle he has saved my life, and has, for the last 3 years, been my servant, and has nursed me since I have been ill as tenderly as a woman could have done. As I shall have time to tell you everything when I arrive, I will say no more now. The news had much affected John Thorndyke. His brother George was 5 years his senior, and had gone out as a cadet in the company's service when John was but 13. And this was his first home-coming. Had it not been for a portrait that had been taken of him in his uniform just before he sailed, John would have had but little remembrance of him. In that he was represented as a thin, spare youth, with an expression of quiet determination in his face. From his father John had, of course, heard much about him. Nothing would satisfy him but to go out to India, John. There was, of course, no occasion for it, as he would have this place after me, a fine estate and a good position. What could he want more? But he was a curious fellow. Once he formed an opinion, there was no persuading him to change it. He was always getting ideas such as no one else would think of. He did not care for anything that other people cared for, never hunted nor shot. He used to puzzle me altogether with his ways, and 'pon my word, I was not sorry when he said he would go to India, for there was no saying how he might have turned out if he had stopped here. He never could do anything like anybody else. Nothing that he could have done would have surprised me. If he had told me that he intended to be a play actor, or a jockey, or a private, or a book writer, I should not have been more surprised. Upon my word, it was rather a relief to me when he said, "I have made up my mind to go into the East India Service, father. I suppose you can get me a cadetship." At least that was an honourable profession, and I knew anyhow that when he once said, "I have made up my mind, father," no arguments would move him, and that if I did not get him a cadetship he was perfectly capable of running away, going up to London, and enlisting in one of their white regiments. John Thorndyke's own remembrances were that his brother had always been good natured to him, that he had often told him long stories about Indian adventures, and that a short time before he went away, having heard that he had been unmercifully beaten by the schoolmaster at Reigate for some trifling fault, he had gone down to the town and had so battered the man that the school had to be closed for a fortnight. They had always kept up a correspondence. When he received the news of his father's death, George had written to him, begging him to go down to Reigate and to manage the estate for him. "Of course," he said, "you will draw its income as long as you are there. I mayn't be back for another 20 years. One gets rich out here fast, what with plunder and presents and one thing and another, and it is no use to have money accumulating at home, so just live on the place as if it were your own until I come home to turn you out." John had declined the offer. "I am very well where I am," he wrote, "and the care of the estate would be a horrible worry to me. Besides, I have just married, and if ever I have any children they would be brought up beyond their station. I have done what I can for you. I have seen the family lawyers, who have engaged a man who has been steward to Sir John Highover, and looked after the estate during his son's minority. But the young blade, on coming of age, set to work to make ducks and drakes of the property, and Newman could not bear to see the estate going to the Jews. So, as luck would have it, he resigned a month ago, and has been appointed steward at Reigate. Of course, if you don't like the arrangement, you must write and say so. It will be a year before I get your answer, and he has only been engaged for certain for that time. It must lie with you as to permanent arrangement." So Newman had taken charge of the Reigate estate, and had continued to manage it ever since, although George had written home in great displeasure at his offer being refused. Inside the manor the bustle of preparations was going on. The spare room, which had not been used for many years, was being turned out, and a great fire lighted to air it. John Thorndyke had sent a letter by the returning messenger to a friend in town, begging him to go at once to Leadenhall Street and send down a supply of Indian condiments for his brother's use, and had then betaken himself to the garden to think the matter over. The next day a post-chaise arrived, bringing the invalid and his coloured servant, whose complexion and Indian garb struck the maids with an awe not unmingled with alarm. John Thorndyke could hardly believe that the bent and emaciated figure was that of his brother, but he remembered the voice when the latter said, holding out his hand to him, "Well, brother John, here I am, what is left of me. Gracious, man, who would have thought that you were going to grow up such a fine tall fellow? You are more fitted to be a soldier than I am. No, don't try to help me out. Ramoo will do that. He is accustomed to my ways, and I would as soon trust myself to a rogue elephant as to you." "I am sorry to see you looking so bad, brother George." "What must be, must. I have had my fling, and after 30 years of marching and fighting I have no right to grumble, if I am laid upon my back at last." Leaning on Ramoo's arm, Colonel Thorndyke made his way into the house, and when the Hindoo had arranged the cushions of the sofa, took his place there in a half reclining position. "I am not always as bad as this, John," he said. "The jolting of your confounded roads has been too much for me. If I were the king I would hang every fellow who had anything to do with them, contractors, boards of county magistrates, and the whole lot. If I had known what it was going to be like I would have hired a sedan chair and had myself carried down. That is what I have been doing in London, but I would rather have had an Indian palki that one could have lain down comfortably in. What shall I get you first, George? I have got some lemons." "I want something better than lemons, John. Have you any Burgundy handy?" "Yes, plenty." "If you'll give a bottle to Ramoo, he will know how much water I want." Here the servants entered with a tray with a chicken and a dish of kidneys. "I sent up yesterday for some of the Indian things that you are accustomed to, George, but they have not come down yet. I brought down a store with me. This will do capitally for the present. Ramoo will do the cooking for me in future. He need not go into the kitchen to scare the maids. I could see they looked at him as if he had been infernal majesty as he came in. He can do it anywhere. All he wants is an iron pot with some holes in it, and some charcoal. He can squat out there on the veranda, or, if it is bad weather, any shed will do for him. Well, it is nice to be home again, John," he went on, after he had eaten a few mouthfuls of chicken and drunk a tumbler of Burgundy and water. "I am glad to be back now I am here, though I dare say I should not have come home for another 10 years if it had not been for this rascally bullet. Where is your boy?" "He is away at school." "Well, I think I will go up to bed at once, if you don't mind, John. I shall be fitter to talk in the morning." The next day, indeed, Colonel Thorndyke was materially better. His voice was stronger and more cheery, and when he came down after breakfast he took his seat in an easy chair instead of on the sofa. "Now, brother," he said, "we will have a cosy chat. There are several things I want done, but the chief of these is that when I am gone you should go down to Reigate, as I wanted you to do 10 years ago. I want you to seem to be its master, as well as be its master, until Millicent comes of age, if not longer. Her name is Millicent Conyers Thorndyke. I wish her to be called Millicent Conyers, and to appear as your ward, and not as your niece and heiress of the property. If there is one thing in the world I have a greater horror of than another, it is of a girl being married for her money. I don't suppose that anyone knows that I have a daughter, at any rate none beyond a few Indian chums. She was sent home with an ayah under the charge of the widow of a comrade of mine. I had been away for months, and only went back to Calcutta in time to see her mother die, so that is all right." "I could do no such thing as that, George. I should be living under false colours. It is not that I mind so much leaving here and looking after the child's interest at Reigate, but I could not possibly take possession of the place as its owner when I should not be so. Besides, there are other objections. Mark would grow up supposing himself to be the heir." "Mark will be all right. I have, since I have been in London, signed a will, leaving the rest of my fortune between them. I had it drawn up by our father's solicitors, relying upon your consent to do what I asked you. I have explained the matter to them, and given them the assignment, or whatever they call it, of the Reigate estate to you, until my daughter comes of age, appointing them her guardians should you die before that. Thus you will be placed in a proper position, and should it be known by any means that the child is my daughter, that deed will still be a proof that you are carrying out my wishes, and are absolute master of the estate until she comes of age. I must think it all over, George. It is a singular proposal, and I own I would rather things went on in their regular course." "Yes, yes, I understand that, John. But you see I have altogether set my mind on this matter. I want to know that my girl is not going to be married for her money, and at any rate that deed makes you master of the Reigate estates for the next 13 years, so the only thing that I really want of you is to let the girl be called your ward instead of your niece, and that she and everyone else shall be in ignorance that she is an heiress. So far from doing the girl a wrong, you will be doing her a benefit, and as I have explained the whole matter to our lawyers, no one can possibly think that the thing has been done from any motive whatever except that of affording me satisfaction." "I will think the matter over," John repeated. "Of course, brother, it has been in your mind for some time, but it comes altogether fresh to me, and I must look at it in every light. For myself, I have no wish at all to become master of our father's estate. I have been going in one groove for the last 20 years, and don't care about changing it. You wished me to do so 10 years ago, and I declined then. And the 10 years have not made me more desirous of change than I was before." "All right, think it over. Please send Ramoo in to me. I have tired myself in talking." John Thorndyke smoked many churchwarden pipes in the little arbour in his garden that day. In the afternoon his brother was so weak and tired that the subject of the conversation was not reverted to. At 8 o'clock the Colonel went off to bed. The next morning after breakfast he was brighter again. "Well, John, what has come of your thinking?" he asked. "I don't like it, George." "You mayn't like it, John, but you will do it. I'm not going to have my girl run after by ruined spendthrifts who want her money to repair their fortunes. And I tell you frankly, if you refuse, I shall go up to town to-morrow, and I shall make a new will leaving all my property to your son, subject to a life annuity of £200 a year to the child, and ordering that, in the event of his dying before he comes of age, or of refusing to accept the provisions of the will, or handing any of the property or money over to my daughter, the whole estate, money, jewels, and all, shall go to the London hospitals, subject as before to the annuity." "Don't be an ass, brother John. Do you think that I don't know what I am doing? I have seen enough of the evils of marrying for money out in India. Every ship that comes out brings so many girls sent out to some relation to be put on the marriage market, and marrying men old enough to be pretty nearly their grandfathers, with the natural consequence that there is the devil to pay before they have been married a year or two. Come, you know you will do it. Why not give in at once and have done with it? It is not a bad thing for you. It will be a good thing for your boy, and will save my girl from fortune hunters, and enable me to die quietly and comfortably." "All right, George, I will do it. Mind, I don't do it willingly, but I do it for your sake." "That is right," Colonel Thorndyke said, holding out his thin bronzed hand to his brother. "That is off my mind. Now, there is only one other thing, those confounded jewels, but I won't talk about them now." It was not indeed till 3 or 4 days later that the Colonel again spoke to his brother on any than ordinary matters. He had indeed been very weak and ailing. After breakfast, when, as usual, he was a little stronger and brighter than later in the day, he said to his brother suddenly: "I suppose there are no hiding places in this room?" "Hiding places? What do you mean, George?" "Places where a fellow could hide up and hear what we are talking about." "No, I don't think so," the Squire replied, looking round vaguely. "Such an idea never occurred to me. Why do you ask?" "Because, John, if there is such a thing as a hiding place, some one will be sure to be hiding there. Where does that door lead to?" "It doesn't lead anywhere. It used to lead into the next room, but it was closed up before my time, and turned into a cupboard, and this door is permanently closed." "Do you mind stepping round into the next room and seeing if anyone is in the cupboard?" Thinking that his brother was a little light-headed, John Thorndyke went into the next room, and returned, saying gravely that no one was there. "Will you look behind the curtains, John, and under this sofa, and everywhere else where a cat could be hidden?" "That seems all right," the Colonel went on, as his brother continued the search. "You know there is a saying that walls have ears, and I am not sure that it is not so. I have been haunted with the feeling that everything I did was watched, and that everything I said was listened to, for years, and I can tell you it is a devilishly unpleasant thought. Draw your chair quite close to me. It is about my jewels, John. I always had a fancy for jewels, not to wear them, but to own them. In my time I have had good opportunities in that way, both in the Madras Presidency and in the Carnatic. In the first place, I have never cared for taking presents in money, but I have never refused jewels, and what with Rajahs and Nabobs and ministers that one had helped or done a good turn to somehow, a good deal came to me that way. Then I always made a point of carrying money with me, and after a defeat of the enemy or a successful siege, there was always lots of loot, and the soldiers were glad enough to sell anything in the way of jewels for a tithe of their value in gold. I should say that if I put the value of the jewels at £50,000, I am not much wide of the mark. That is all right. There is no bother about them. The trouble came from a diamond bracelet that I got from a soldier. We were in camp near Tanjore. I was officer of the day. I had made my rounds, and was coming back to my quarters, when I saw a soldier coming out of a tent 30 or 40 yards away. It was a moonlight night, and the tent was one belonging to a white Madras regiment. Suddenly I saw another figure, that had been lying down outside the tent, rise. I saw the flash of moonlight on steel, and there was a blow, and the soldier fell. I drew my sword and rushed forward. The native, for I could see that it was a native, was bending over the man he had stabbed. His back was towards me, and on the sandy soil he did not hear my footsteps until I was close to him. Then he sprang up with a cry of fury, and leaped on me like a tiger. I was so taken by surprise that before I could use my sword, the fellow had given me a nasty stab on the shoulder, but before he could strike again I had run him through. By this time several other men ran out of the tent, uttering exclamations of rage and seeing their fallen comrade. "What is it, sir?" they asked me. "This scoundrel here has stabbed your comrade," I said. "He did not see me coming, and I ran up just as he was, I think, rifling him for booty. He came at me like a wildcat, and has given me a nasty stab. However, I have put an end to his game." "Is your comrade dead?" "No, sir, he is breathing still, but I fancy there is little chance for him." "You had better carry him to the hospital tent at once. I will send a surgeon there." I called the regimental surgeon up, and went with him to the hospital tent, telling him what had happened. He shook his head after examining the man's wound, which was fairly between the shoulders. "He may live a few hours, but there is no chance of his getting better." "Now," I said, "you may as well have a look at my wound, for the villain stabbed me too." "You have had a pretty narrow escape of it," he said, as he examined it. "If he had struck an inch or two nearer the shoulder, the knife would have gone right into you. But you see, I expect he was springing as he struck, and the blow fell nearly perpendicularly, and it glanced down over your ribs and made a gash 6 inches long. There is no danger. I will bandage it now, and tomorrow morning I will sew the edges together and make a proper job of it." In the morning one of the hospital attendants came to me and said the soldier who had been wounded wanted to speak to me. The doctor said he would not live long. I went across to him. He was on a bed some little distance from any of the others, for it was the healthy season, and there were only 3 or 4 others in the tent. "I hear, Major Thorndyke," he said in a low voice, "that you killed that fellow who gave me this wound, and that you yourself were stabbed." "Mine is not a serious business, my man," I said. "I wish you had got off as easily." "I have been expecting it, sir," he said, "and how I came to be fool enough to go outside the tent by myself, I cannot think. I was uneasy and could not sleep. I felt hot and feverish, and came out for a breath of fresh air. I will tell you what caused it, sir. About 2 years ago a cousin of mine in one of the king's regiments, who was dying, they said, of fever, but I know the doctors thought he had been poisoned, said to me, 'Here are some things that will make your fortune if ever you get to England. But I tell you beforehand, they are dangerous things to keep about you. I fancy that they have something to do with my being like this now. A year ago I went with some others into one of their great temples on a feast day. Well, the god had got on all his trinkets, and among them was a bracelet with the biggest diamonds I ever saw. I did not think so much of it at the time, but I kept on thinking of them afterwards, and it happened that some months after our visit we took the place by storm. I made straight for the temple, and I got the jewels. It don't matter how I got them. I got them. Well, since that I have never had any peace. Pretty near every night one or other of our tents was turned topsy-turvy, all the kits turned out, and even the ground dug up with knives. You know how silently Indian thieves can work. However, nothing was ever stolen. And as for the diamonds, at the end of every day's march I always went out as soon as it was quite dark, and buried the bracelet between the tent pegs. It did not take a minute to do so. When we moved, of course I took it up again. At last I gave that up, for however early I turned out in the morning, there was sure to be a native about. I took then to dropping it down the barrel of my gun. That way I beat them. Still, I have always somehow felt myself watched, and my tent has been disturbed a great deal oftener than any of the others. I have half a mind to throw the things away many a time, but I could not bring myself to do it. Well, sir, I have carried the bracelet ever since, I have done as he did, and always had it in my musket barrel. When we had fighting to do, I would drop it into my hand and slip it into my ammunition pouch. But I know that I have always been followed, just as Bill was. I suppose they found out that I went to see him before he died. Anyhow, my tent has been rummaged again and again. I have no doubt that fellow whom you killed last night had been watching me all the time, and thought that I had come out to hide the things. However, there they are, sir. One of my mates brought my musket here a quarter of an hour ago, and emptied the barrel out for me. Now, sir, you did your best to save my life last night, and you killed that fellow who did for me, and you pretty nearly got killed yourself. I have got no one else I could give these things to, and if I were to give them to one of my mates in the regiment, they would probably cost him his life, as they have cost me mine. But you will know what to do with the things. They are worth a lot of money if you can get them home. Mind, sir, you have got to be careful. I have heard tales of how those priests will follow up a temple jewel that has been lost for years, and never give it up until they get it back again." "I ought to give it up," I said. "You don't know where it came from, sir," he replied. "I was one of the party of convalescents who were sent up just before that fight, and my own regiment was not there. It might have been there, and it might have been in the Carnatic. Bill never told me, and I have no more idea than a babe unborn. The gems were certainly magnificent, and though I knew well enough that these untiring Brahmins would not be long in guessing that the things had come into my possession, I took the bracelet. I thought, anyhow, that I might have a few hours' start. The fellow I had killed might, of course, have one or two others with him, but I had to risk that. I got leave an hour later, and went down to Madras, and got them put into a place of safety. That I was watched all the time I was in India afterwards, I have no doubt, but no attempts were made to assassinate me. They would have known that I went straight away, but whether I had buried them somewhere on the road, or had given them to someone's care at Madras, they could not know, and there was, therefore, nothing for them to do but wait till I made a move. I have no doubt whatever that they came over in the same ship with me. 2 or 3 times during the week I was in London I saw coloured men in the street outside the hotel. Once it was a Lascar seaman, another time a dark-looking sailor in European clothes. He might pass for a Spaniard. Several times as I was going about in a sedan chair I looked out suddenly, and each time there was a dark face somewhere in the street behind. I had a letter this morning from the lawyer, and he mentioned that 2 days ago his offices had been broken into, and every strong box and drawer forced open, and that, curiously enough, they could not find that anything had been stolen, though in the cashier's box there were £30 in gold. Of course it was my friends. I have no doubt that 1 or 2 of them have followed me down here, and for anything I know they may be lurking somewhere in your garden at the present moment, that is, if they are not standing beside us in this room." John Thorndyke looked round with an uncomfortable feeling. "How do you mean, George?" "I mean some of those Indian fellows can do all sorts of wonderful conjuring tricks. I have seen them go up into the air on a rope and never come down again, and for aught I know they may be able to render themselves invisible. Seriously, I think that is likely as not." "Well, and where are the things to be found now, George?" "That I won't tell you, John. Before I go I will whisper it in your ear, and give you the means of finding them, but not till then. No, I will write it down on a piece of paper and slip it into your hand. As soon as you get out of the room and glance at it, and then put the piece of paper into your mouth. Chew it up and swallow it. I tell you I dare not even whisper it. But whatever you do, take no steps in the matter until your son comes of age." "There can surely be no danger in another 12 years, George. They will have given up the search long before that." "Not they," the colonel said emphatically. "If they die, others will take their places. It is a sacred business with them. My advice to you is, either sell them directly you get them into your hands, or go straight to Amsterdam and sell them there to one of the diamond cutters, who will turn them out so that they will be altered beyond all recognition. Don't sell more than 2 stones at most to any one man. Then they will never come out as a bracelet again, and the hunt will be over." "I would almost rather leave them alone altogether, George." "Well, they are worth £50,000, if they are worth a penny, and a great deal more, I should say. But you cannot leave them alone without leaving everything alone, for all my gems are with them, and 52,000 pounds in gold. Of course, if you like, you can, when you get the box, pick those diamonds out and chuck them away. But if you do, you must do it openly, so that anyone watching you may see you do it, otherwise the search will go on." 2 days later, as Rameau was helping the colonel to the sofa, the latter was seized with a violent fit of coughing, and a rush of blood poured from his lips. His brother and Rameau laid him on the sofa, almost insensible. "Run and get some water, Rameau," John Thorndyke said. As Rameau left the room, the colonel feebly placed his snuff box in his brother's hand with a significant glance. Then he made several desperate efforts to speak, and tried to struggle up into a sitting position. Another gush of blood poured from him, and as it ceased he fell back dead. John Thorndyke was bitterly grieved at the death of his brother, and it was not until he went up to his room that night that he thought of the snuff box that he had dropped into his pocket as his brother handed it to him. He had no doubt that it contained the instructions as to the treasure. It was of Indian manufacture. He emptied the snuff from it, and it contained nothing else. He was convinced that the secret must be hidden there, and after in vain endeavouring to find a spring, he took a poker and hammered it, and as it bent a spring gave way and showed a very shallow false bottom. In this was a thin gold coil, evidently of considerable antiquity, and a small piece of paper, on which was written the word Masulipatam. John Thorndyke looked at it in bewilderment. That it was connected with the secret he felt certain, but alone it was absolutely useless. Doubtless his brother had intended to give him the key of the riddle when he had so desperately striven to speak. After in vain thinking the matter over, he said, "Well, thank goodness, there is nothing to be done about the matter for another 13 or 14 years. It is of no use worrying about it now." He went to an old-fashioned cabinet, and placed the coin and piece of paper in a very cunningly devised secret drawer. The next morning he went out into the garden and dropped the battered snuff-box into the well, and then dismissed the subject from his mind. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 2. Standing some 2 miles out of Reigate is the village of Crowswood, a quiet place and fairly well-to-do, thanks in no small degree to Squire Thorndyke, who owned the whole of the parish, and by whom and his tenants the greater portion of the village were employed. Greatly had the closing of the manor house, after the death of old Squire Thorndyke, been felt. There were no more jellies, soups, and other comforts to be looked for in the time of sickness, no abatement of rent when the breadwinner was sick or disabled, no check to the drunkards, whom the knowledge that they would be turned out of their cottage at a week's notice kept in some sort of order. When, therefore, after 10 years of absence of all government, John Thorndyke, after the death of his brother, the colonel, came down and took possession, he found the place sadly changed from what it had been when he had left it 20 years before. His first act was to dismiss Newman, who, completely unchecked, had, he found, been sadly mismanaging affairs. It was not long, however, before his hand made itself felt. 2 out of the 3 public houses were shut up in 6 months. A score of their habitual frequenters had, weeks before, been turned out of their houses. An order had been issued that unless a cottage was kept in good order, and the garden bright and blooming with flowers in the summer, a fresh tenant would be found for it. Every child must be sent to the village school. The squire was ready to do what there was to be done in the way of thatching and whitewashing, repairing palings and painting doors and windows, but, as he told the people, the village had to be kept clean and decent, and anyone who would not conform to the rules was at liberty to leave without a day's notice. Many of the villagers grumbled under their breath, but public opinion was, on the whole, favourable. There was someone to look after them now, someone who would see that the greater portion of the wages was not spent at the alehouse, who would take an interest in the people, and who would lend a helping hand in bad times. There was a feeling of regret that the Squire was a widower, but the post of visitor and almoner was well supplied by the lady who acted as companion and governess to the Squire's little ward, and regulated the affairs of his household. John Thorndyke had never had much occasion for the display of energy before, but he had an abundance of it, although hitherto latent. He had come into the business against his will, but he took it up with a determination to do well in it. The income was legally his until his niece came of age, but he was determined he would take nothing out of the estate beyond the necessary expenses of the position, and that all surplus should be expended in improving it in every way possible, so that he could hand it over to her in the most perfect condition. Therefore, when he came into possession, he made a close inspection of the farms, with their houses, barns, and other tenements. Where he saw that the men were doing their best, that the hedges and fields were in good order, he did everything that was necessary without a word. But where there was slovenly farming, and signs of neglect and carelessness, he spoke out his mind sharply. "This has all got to be amended," he said. "What must be done I will do, but unless I see things well kept up, the fences in good order, the hedges cut, the cattle in good condition, and everything going on as it ought to be, out you go next Christmas. The estate at present is a disgrace to the county, but it shall not be so any longer if I can help it. I shall do my share, and anyone who is not prepared to do the same had better look out for another holding at once." No one rejoiced more at the coming home of the Squire than Mr. Bastow, the rector. He had had a pleasant time of it during the life of the old Squire. He was always a welcome guest at the house. Mr. Thorndyke had been ever ready to put his hand into his pocket for any repairs needed to the church, and bore on his shoulders almost the entire expense of the village school. In the latter respect there had been no falling off, he having given explicit instructions to his solicitors to pay his usual annual subscriptions to the school until his son's return from India. But with the death of the Squire the rector had gradually lost all authority in the village. For a time force of habit had had its effect, but as this wore out and the people recognized that he had no real authority, things went from bad to worse. Drunken men would shout jeeringly as they passed the rectory on their way home from the alehouse. Women no longer feared reproof for the untidiness of their houses and children. The school was half emptied, and the church almost wholly so. For 7 or 8 years Mr. Bastow had a hard time of it. It was then, both with pleasure as an old friend, and with renewed hopefulness for the village, that he visited John Thorndyke on his return. The change in the state of affairs was almost instantaneous. As soon as it became known that the rector was backed heart and soul by the Squire's authority, and that a complaint from him was followed the next day by a notice to quit at the end of the week, his own authority was established as firmly as it had been in the old Squire's time, and in a couple of years Crowswood became quite a model village. Every garden blossomed with flowers. Roses and eglantine clustered over the cottages. Neatness and order prevailed everywhere. The children were tidily dressed and respectful in manner, the women bright and cheerful, and the solitary alehouse remaining had but few customers, and those few were never allowed to transgress the bounds of moderation. The Squire had a talk with the landlord a fortnight after his arrival. "I am not going to turn you out, Peters," he said. "I hear that you make some efforts to keep your house decently. The other 2 I shall send packing directly their terms are up. Whether you remain permanently must depend upon yourself. I will do up your house for you, and build a bar parlour alongside, where quiet men can sit and smoke their pipes, and talk and take their beer in comfort, and have liberty to enjoy themselves, as long as their enjoyment does not cause annoyance to other people, or keep their wives and children in rags. I will do anything for you if I find the place well conducted, but I warn you that I will have no drunkenness. A man who, to my knowledge, gets drunk twice will not get drunk a third time in this parish, and if you let men get drunk here it is your fault as much as theirs. Now we understand each other." Things once placed on a satisfactory footing, the squire had but little more trouble, and it soon came to be understood that he was not to be trifled with, and that Crowswood was no longer a place for the idle or shiftless. 2 or 3 of the farmers left at the termination of their year, but better men took their places, and John Thorndyke, having settled matters to his satisfaction, now began to attend more to other affairs. He had been, when he first came back, welcomed with great heartiness by all the gentry of the neighbourhood. His father had been a popular man, and young Thorndyke had been regarded as a pleasant young fellow, and would in any case have been welcomed, if only because Crowswood had become a nuisance to the whole district. It was indeed a sort of rendezvous for poachers and bad characters. It was more than suspected that gangs of thieves and burglars made it their headquarters, and that even highwaymen found it a convenient and quiet resort. Thus, then, the transformation effected within a few months of Mr. Thorndyke's return caused general and lively satisfaction, and a year later he was put on the commission of the peace, and became one of the most regular attendants at the bench of magistrates. Reluctantly, as he had taken up his present position, he found it, as time went on, a pleasant one. He had not been conscious before that time hung somewhat heavily on his hands, but here he had duties to perform and ample employment. His nature was naturally somewhat a masterful one, and both as a magistrate and a landlord he had scope and power of action. Occasionally he went up to London, always driving his gig with a pair of fast-trotting horses, and was known to the frequenters of the coffee-houses chiefly patronized by country gentlemen. Altogether, John Thorndyke became quite a notable person in the district, and men were inclined to congratulate themselves upon the fact that he, and not the Indian officer his brother, had come into the estate. The idea of an old Indian officer in those days was that he was almost of necessity an invalid, and an irritable one, with a liver hopelessly deranged, a yellow complexion, and a hatred of the English climate. The fact that, instead of leaving the army and coming home at his father's death, George Thorndyke had chosen to remain abroad and leave the estate to the management of agents, had specially prejudiced him in the eyes of the people of that part, and had heightened the warmth with which they had received his brother. John Thorndyke had, upon the occasion of his first visit to the family solicitors, spoken his mind with much freedom as to the manner in which Newman had been allowed a free hand. "Another 10 years," he said, "and there would not have been a cottage habitable on the estate, nor a farm worth cultivating. He did absolutely nothing beyond collecting the rents. He let the whole place go to rack and ruin. The first day I arrived I sent him out of the house, with a talking to that he won't forget as long as he lives." "We never heard any complaints about him, Mr. Thorndyke, except that I think we did once hear from the rector of the place that his conduct was not satisfactory. I remember that we wrote to him about it, and he said that the rector was a malignant fellow, on bad terms with all his parishioners." "If I had the scoundrel here," John Thorndyke said with indignation, "I would let him have a taste of the lash of my dog whip. You should not have taken the fellow's word. You should have sent down someone to find out the true state of things. Why, the place has been an eyesore to the whole neighbourhood, the resort of poaching, thieving rascals. By gad, if my brother George had gone down there, I don't know what would have happened. It will cost a couple of years' rent to get things put straight." When the squire was at home, there was scarce an evening when the rector did not come up to smoke a pipe and take his glass of old Jamaica or Hollands with him. "Look here, Bastow," the latter said, some 3 years after his return, "what are you going to do with that boy of yours? I hear bad reports of him from everyone. He gets into broils at the alehouse, and I hear that he consorts with a bad lot of fellows down at Reigate. One of my tenants, I won't mention names, complained to me that he had persecuted his daughter with his attentions. They say he was recognized amongst that poaching gang that had an affray with Sir James Hartrop's keepers. The thing is becoming a gross scandal." "I don't know what to do about him, Squire. The boy has always been a trouble to me. You see, before you came home, he got into bad hands in the village here. Of course they have all gone, but several of them only moved as far as Reigate, and he kept up their acquaintance. I thrashed him again and again, but he has got beyond that now, you see. He is nearly 18, and openly scoffs at my authority. Upon my word, I don't know what to do in the matter." "He is growing up a thorough young ruffian," the Squire said indignantly, "and one of these mornings I expect to see him brought up before us charged with some serious offence. We had to fine him last week for being drunk and making a disturbance down at Reigate. Why do you let him have money? You may have no authority over him, but at least you should refuse to open your purse to him. Don't you see that this sort of thing is not only a disgrace to him, but very prejudicial to the village? What authority can you have for speaking against vice and drunkenness, when your son is constantly intoxicated?" "I see that, Squire, none better, and I have thought of resigning my cure." "Stuff and nonsense, parson! If the young fellow persists in his present course he must leave the village, that is clear enough, but that is no reason why you should. The question is, what is to be done with him? The best thing he could do would be to enlist. He might be of some service to his country, in India or the American colonies, but so far as I can see he is only qualifying himself for jail here." "I have told him as much, Squire," Mr. Bastow said in a depressed voice, "and he has simply laughed in my face, and said that he was very comfortable where he was, and had no idea whatever of moving." "What time does he go out in the morning?" John Thorndyke asked abruptly. "He never gets up till 12 o'clock, and has his breakfast when I take my dinner." "Well, I will come in to morrow morning and have a talk with him myself." The next day the Squire rode up to the door of the Rectory soon after 1 o'clock. Mr. Bastow had just finished his meal. His son, a young fellow of between 17 and 18, was lolling in an easy chair. "I have come principally to speak to you, young sir," John Thorndyke said quietly. "I have been asking your father what you intend to do with yourself. He says he does not know." The young fellow looked up with an air of insolent effrontery. "I don't know that it's any business of yours, Mr. Thorndyke, what I do with myself." "Oh, yes, it is," the Squire replied. "This village and the people in it are mine. You are disturbing the village with your blackguard conduct. You are annoying some of the girls on the estate, and altogether you are making yourself a nuisance. I stopped at the alehouse as I came here, and have ordered the landlord to draw no more liquor for you, and unless you amend your conduct, and that quickly, I will have you out of the village altogether." "I fancy, Mr. Thorndyke, that, even as a justice of the peace, you have not the power to dictate to my father who shall be the occupant of this house." "What you say is perfectly true, but as you make your father's life a burden to him, and he is desirous of your absence, I can and will order the village constable to remove you from his house by force, if necessary." The young fellow cast an evil glance at his father. "He has not been complaining, has he?" he said with a sneer. "He has not, sir," John Thorndyke said indignantly. "It is I who have been complaining to him, and he admits that you are altogether beyond his authority. I have pointed out to him that he is in no way obliged to support you, at your age, in idleness and dissipation, and that it were best for him and all concerned that he should close his doors to you. I don't want to have to send the son of my old friend to prison, but I can see well enough that that is what it will come to if you don't give up your evil courses. I should think you know by this time that I am a man of my word. I have taken some pains to purge this village of all bad characters, and I do not intend to have an exception made of the son of the clergyman, who, in his family as well as in his own person, is bound to set an example." "Well, Mr. Thorndyke, I utterly decline to obey your orders or to be guided by your advice." "Very well, sir," the magistrate said sternly. "Mr. Bastow, do I understand that you desire that your son shall no longer remain an inmate of your house?" "I do," the clergyman said firmly, "and if he does so I have no other course before me but to resign my living. My position here has become absolutely unbearable." "Very well, sir. Then you will please lock your doors tonight, and if he attempts to enter, I, as a magistrate, should know how to deal with him. Now, young sir, you understand your position. You may not take my advice, nevertheless I shall give it to you. The best thing you can do is to take your place for town on the outside of the coach that comes through Reigate this afternoon, and tomorrow morning proceed either to the recruiting officer of His Majesty's service or to that for the East India Company's. You have health and strength, you will get rid at once of your bad associates, and you will start afresh in a life in which you may redeem your past, and be useful to your king and country." Young Bastow smiled. "Thanks," he said sarcastically. "I have my own plans, and shall follow them." "I would think, Mr. Bastow," the Squire said quietly, "it would be just as well for you to come home with me. I don't think that the leave taking is likely to be an affectionate one." The rector rose at once. "I will come with you, Squire. I may tell you now, what I have not told you before, that my son has more than once raised his hand against me, and that I do not care to be left alone with him." "I judged him capable even of that, Mr. Bastow." "Good bye, Arthur," his father said. "My heart is ready to break that it has come to this, but for both our sakes it is better so. Good bye, my son, and may Heaven lead you to better ways. If ever you come to me and say, 'Father, I have turned over a new leaf, and heartily repent the trouble I have caused you,' you will receive a hearty welcome from me, and no words of reproach for the past." The young man paid no attention to the offered hand, but laughed scornfully. "You have not got rid of me yet," he said. "As for you, Squire Thorndyke, I shall not forget your meddlesome interference, and some day, maybe, you will be sorry for it." "I think not," John Thorndyke said gravely. "I am doing my duty to the village, and still more I am doing my duty to an old friend. I am not likely ever to feel any regret that I have so acted. Now, parson, let's be off." After leaving the house with the clergyman, the Squire stopped at the house of Knapp, the village constable, and said a few words to him, then, leading his horse, walked home with Mr. Bastow. "Don't be cast down, old friend," he said. "It is a terrible trial for you, but it is one sharp wrench, and then it will be over. Anything is better than what you must have been suffering for some time." "I quite feel that, Squire. My life has indeed been intolerable of late. I had a painful time before, but always looked forward with hope to your brother coming home. Since you returned, and matters in the parish have been put straight, this trouble has come to take the place of the other, and I have felt that I would rather resign and beg for charity than see my son going from bad to worse, a scandal to the parish, and a hindrance to all good work. It is a bad business, Bastow, and it seems to me that 2 or 3 years in prison would be the best thing for him, as he will not take up the only trade open to him. At any rate, it would separate him from his evil associates, and give you peace while he is behind the bars. Where does he get his money?" "That I know not, Squire. He takes some from me. It used to be done secretly, now it is done with threats, and, as I told you, with violence. But that would not account for his always having money. He must get it somewhere else, for when I have paid my bills, as I always do the hour that I receive money, there is but little over for him to take. He is often away all night, sometimes for 2 or 3 days together, and I dare not think what he does with himself. But certainly he gets money somehow, and I am afraid that I cannot hope it is honestly obtained." "I do not well see how it can be," the Squire agreed. "If I had before known as much as you tell me now, I would have taken some steps to have him watched, and to nip the matter before it went too far. Do you think he will take your notice and come no more to the house?" Mr. Bastow shook his head. "I fear that the only effect will be to make him worse. Even when he was quite a small boy, punishment only had that effect with him. He will come back to-night, probably half drunk, and certainly furious at my having ventured to lay the case before you. You must lock the doors and bar the windows." "I did that when he first took to being out at night, but he always managed to get in somehow." "Well, it must be all put a stop to, Bastow, and I will come back with you this evening, and if this young rascal breaks into the house, I will have him down at Reigate to-morrow on the charge of housebreaking, or at any rate I will threaten to do so if he does not give a promise that he will in future keep away from you altogether." "I shall be glad at any rate if you will come down, Squire, for, to say the truth, I feel uneasy as to the steps he may take in his fury at our conversation just now." John Thorndyke took down from a wall a heavy hunting whip as he went out with the parson at 9 o'clock. He had in vain endeavoured to cheer his old friend as they sat over their steaming glasses of Jamaica. The parson had never been a strong man. He was of a kindly disposition, and an unwearied worker where there was an opportunity for work, but he had always shrunk from unpleasantness, and was ready to yield rather than bring about trouble. He had for a long time suffered in silence, and had not the squire himself approached the subject of his son's delinquencies, he would never have opened his mouth about it. Now, however, that he had done so, and the squire had taken the matter in hand, he had laid down what was to be done, though he trembled at the prospect. He did not even think of opposing his plan, and indeed could think of no alternative for it. "I have told John Knapp to be here," the squire said, as they reached the house. "It is just as well that he should be present if your son comes back. He is a quiet, trustworthy fellow, and will keep his mouth shut if I tell him." Mr. Bastow made no reply. It was terrible to him that there should be another witness to his son's conduct, but he saw that the squire was right. An old woman opened the door. "Are all the shutters closed and barred?" John Thorndyke asked her. "Yes, sir. I always sees to that as soon as it gets dark." "Very well. You can go to bed now, Elisa," her master said. "Is John Knapp here?" "Yes, he came about an hour ago, and is sitting in the kitchen." "I will call him in myself when I want to speak to him." As soon as the old servant had gone upstairs, the squire went into the kitchen, Mr. Bastow having gone down to the cellar to fetch up a bottle of old brandy that was part of a 2 dozen case given to him by the old squire 15 years before. "Do you go round the house, John, and see that everything is properly fastened up. I see that you have got a jug of beer there. You had better get a couple of hours' sleep on that settle. I shall keep watch till I am sleepy, but then I will call you. Let me know if you find any of the doors or windows unbarred." 5 minutes later the constable knocked at the door of the parlor. "The door opening into the stable yard was unbarred, Squire." "I thought it likely that it would be so, Knapp. You have made it fast now, I suppose?" "That is right. Now lie down and get an hour or two of sleep. It is scarcely likely that he will be back until late. That was the old woman, of course," he went on to his companion when the door closed behind the constable. "I thought it likely enough that he might tell her to leave a way for him to come in. You told me that she had been with you a good many years. I dare say she has left that door unbarred for him many a time. I should advise you to get a man to sleep in the house regularly. There are plenty of fellows who will be glad to do it for a shilling or two a week, and I do not think that it is safe for you to be here alone." An hour later he said to the rector, "Now, Bastow, you had best go to bed. I have taken the matter into my own hands, and will carry it through. However, I won't have him taken away without your being present, and I will call you when we want you. Of course, if he will give a solemn promise not to molest you, and, even if he won't enlist, to leave this part of the country altogether, I shall let him off." "There is one thing, Mr. Thorndyke, that I have not told you," the rector said, hesitatingly. "Sometimes, when he comes home late, he brings someone with him. I have heard voices downstairs. I have never seen who it was, for what could I have done if I went down? But I have heard horses brought round to the stable yard, and heard them ride away." "It is just as well you told me," the squire said dryly. "If you had told me this evening at the house, I would have dropped a brace of pistols into my pocket. However, this hunting crop is a good weapon, but I don't suppose they will show fight, even if anyone is with him. Besides, Knapp has a stout oaken cudgel with him. I noticed it standing against his chair as I went in. And as he is a strong, active fellow, and we shall have the advantage of surprise, I fancy we should be a match even for 3 or 4 of them." At 1 o'clock the squire roused John Knapp. "It is 1 o'clock, John. Now take off your boots. I don't want him to know that there is anyone in the house till we get hold of him. I am going to lie down on the sofa in the parlor. The moment you hear footsteps, you come and wake me." The clock in the kitchen had just struck 2 when the constable shook John Thorndyke. "There are 2 horses just coming into the yard." "All right. I opened a window in the room looking down into the yard before I lay down. I will go up and see what they are going to do. If they try to break in anywhere down here, do you come at once quietly up to me." The squire had taken off his boots before he lay down, and holding his heavy hunting crop in his hand, he went quietly upstairs. As he went to the window, he heard Arthur Bastow say angrily, "Confound the old woman! She has locked the door. She has never played me that trick before. There is a ladder in the stable, and I will get in at that window up there and open it for you. Or you may as well come up that way too, and then you can stow the things away in my room at once and have done with it." The squire went hastily down. "Come upstairs, Knapp," he whispered to the constable. "There are 3 of them, and I fancy the 2 mounted men are highwaymen. Let them all get in, keeping yourself well back from the window. The moon is round on the other side of the house, but it will be light enough for us to see them as they get in. I will take the last fellow, and I will warrant that he will give no trouble. Then I will fall upon the second, and do you spring on young Bastow. The 2 highwaymen are sure to have pistols, and he may have some also. Give him a clip with that cudgel of yours first, then spring on him, and hold his arms tightly by his side. If I call you, give him a back heel, and throw him smartly, and then come to my aid. I don't think I shall want it, but it is as well to prepare for everything." They went upstairs and took their places, one on each side of the window, standing 3 or 4 feet back. Just as they took up their positions, the top of the stable ladder appeared above the sill of the window. Half a minute later young Bastow's head appeared, and he threw up the sash still higher, and stepped into the room. Then he turned and helped 2 men in, one after the other. "Follow me," he said, "then you won't tumble over the furniture." As they turned, the heavy handle of John Thorndyke's whip fell with tremendous force on the head of the last man. "What the devil is that?" the other exclaimed, snatching out a pistol and turning round as the falling body struck him, but he got no further. Again the heavy whip descended, this time on his right arm. It dropped useless by his side, and the pistol fell from his hand. Then John Thorndyke fell upon him and bore him to the ground, snatched the other pistol from his belt, and held it to his head. "Now, my man," he said very quietly, "if you don't surrender, I will blow out your brains." "I surrender," the man moaned. "I believe that you have broken my arm. Curse you, whoever you are." The struggle between John Knapp and young Bastow was soon over. The young fellow was lithe and sinewy, but he was no match for the constable, who, indeed, had almost overpowered him before he was aware what had happened. "Has he got pistols, Knapp?" the squire asked. "Yes, sir, a brace of them. I have got them both safely in my pocket. There," he went on, as a sharp click was heard. "I have got the darbies on him. Now shall I help you, sir? You had better run downstairs first, and light a couple of candles at the kitchen fire. You will find a pair standing on the parlour table. Don't be long about it. The first fellow I hit was stunned, and he may come round any moment. I will make sure of him before I go, squire. I have got another pair of darbies in my pocket." As soon as he had fastened these upon the wrists of the insensible man, he ran downstairs, and in a minute returned with the candles. "I am glad you are back," the squire said. "I was afraid that young rascal would try to escape." "I took good care of that, squire. You see I put one of his arms round the bedpost before I slipped the darbies on, and he cannot get away unless he takes the whole bed with him. And as I don't think he would get it out either by the window or the door, he is as safe here as he would be in Newgate. What is the next thing to do, squire?" "You had better tie this fellow's legs. I will leave you a candle here, and you can keep guard over them while I go and wake Mr. Bastow." The rector needed no waking. He was walking up and down his room in great distress. He had not undressed, but had thrown himself upon his bed. "What has happened, Thorndyke?" he asked as the squire entered. "I heard 2 heavy falls, and I felt that something terrible had taken place." "Well, it has been a serious matter, very serious. That unfortunate son of yours is not hurt, but I don't know but that the best thing that could have happened would have been for him to have got a bullet through his head. He brought home with him 2 men who are, I have little doubt, highwaymen. Anyhow, they each had a brace of pistols in their belt, and from what he said I think they might have been stopping a coach. At any rate, they have something with them that they were going to hide here, and I fancy it is not the first time that it has been done. I don't expect your son had anything to do with the robbery, though he was carrying a brace of pistols too. However, we have got them all 3. Now you see, Bastow, this takes the affair altogether out of our hands. I had hoped that when we caught your son in the act of breaking into your house after you had ordered him from it, we should be able to frighten him into enlisting, or at any rate into promising to disturb you no more, for even if we had taken him before the bench, nothing would have been done to him, for under such circumstances his re-entering the house could not be looked upon as an act of burglary. As it is, the affair is altogether changed. Even if I wished to do so, as a magistrate I could not release those 2 highwaymen. They must appear as prisoners in court, I shall hear down in the town tomorrow morning what coach has been stopped, and I have no doubt that they have on them the proceeds of the robbery. Your son was consorting with and aiding them, and acting as a receiver of stolen goods, and as you have heard horses here before, it is probable that when his room is thoroughly searched we shall come upon a number of articles of the same sort. I am sorry that I ever meddled in the matter, but it is too late for that now. You had better come downstairs with me, and we will take a turn in the garden and try to see what had best be done. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 3. John Thorndyke opened the shutters of the parlour window and stepped out into the garden alone, for the rector was too unnerved and shattered to go out with him, but threw himself on the sofa, completely prostrated. Half an hour later the squire re-entered the room. The morning was just beginning to break. Mr. Bastow raised his head and looked sadly at him. "I can see no way out of it, old friend. Were it not that he is in charge of the constable, I should have said that your only course was to aid your son to escape. But Knapp is a shrewd fellow, as well as an honest one. You cannot possibly get your son away without his assistance, for he is handcuffed to the bed, and Knapp, in so serious a matter as this, would not, I am sure, lend himself to an escape. I have no doubt that with my influence with the other magistrates, and, indeed, on the circumstances of the case, they will commit him on a minor charge only, as the passengers of the coach will, I hope, give evidence that it was stopped by mounted men alone. I think, therefore, that he would only be charged with conspiring with and aiding the highwaymen after the event, and of aiding them to conceal stolen goods, that is, if any are found in his room. That much stolen property has been hidden there is little reason to doubt, but it may have been removed shortly afterwards. It was, of course, very convenient to them to have some place where they could take things at once, and then ride on quietly to London the next day, for, if arrested, nothing would be found upon them, and it would be impossible to connect them with the robbery. Later on they might come back again and get them from him. Of course, if nothing is found in his room, we get rid of the charge of receiving altogether, and there would be nothing but harbouring, aiding and abetting, a much less serious business. Look here, old friend, I will strain a point. I will go out into the garden again and walk about for an hour, and while I am out, if you should take advantage of my absence to creep up to your son's room and to search it thoroughly, examining every board of the floor to see if it is loose, and should you find anything concealed, to take it and hide it. Of course I cannot help it. The things, if there are any, might secretly be packed up by you in a box and sent up to Bow Street, with a line inside saying that they are proceeds of robbery, and that you hope the owners will be traced and their property restored to them. Not, of course, in your own hand, and without a signature. There might be some little trouble in managing it, but it could, no doubt, be done." John Thorndyke went out into the garden without another word. The hour was nearly up when Mr. Bastow came out. He looked 10 years older than he had done on the previous day. He wrung his friend's hand. "Thank God I have been up there," he said. "I do not think they will find anything." "Say nothing about it, Bastow. I don't want to know whether you found anything. Now I am going to fetch 2 or 3 of the men from the village, to get them to aid the constable in keeping guard, and another to go up to the house at once and order a groom to saddle one of my horses and bring it here." As it was now past 5 o'clock, and the squire found most of the men getting up, he sent one off to the house with the message, and returned with 2 others to the rectory. He told them briefly that 2 highwaymen had been arrested during the night, and that as young Mr. Bastow was in their company at the time, it had been necessary as a matter of form to arrest him also. He went upstairs with them. "I have brought 2 men to sit with you, Knapp, until the Reigate constables come up. You can take those handcuffs off Mr. Bastow, but see that he does not leave the room. And do you yourself sit in a chair against the door, and place one of these men at the window. How about others?" "The man you hit first, Squire, did not move until a quarter of an hour ago. He has been muttering to himself since, but I don't think he is sensible. The other one has been quiet enough, but there is no doubt that his arm is broken. I am going to ride down to Reigate at once, and will bring back a surgeon with me." "You will repent this night's business, Thorndyke," Arthur Bastow said threateningly. "I fancy that you will repent it more than I shall, Bastow. It is likely that you will have plenty of time to do so." It was not long before the groom with the horse arrived. John Thorndyke rode at a gallop down to Reigate, and first called on the head constable. "Dawney," he said, as the man came down, partially dressed, at his summons, "has anything taken place during the night?" "Yes, Squire. The up coach was stopped a mile before it got here, and the passengers robbed. It was due here at 1, and did not come in till half an hour later. Of course I was sent for. The guard was shot. There were 2 of the fellows. He let fly with his blunderbuss, but he does not seem to have hit either of them, and one rode up and shot him dead. Then they robbed all the passengers. They got 6 gold watches, some rings, and, adding up the amounts taken from all the passengers, about £150 in money." "Well, I fancy I have got your 2 highwaymen safe, Dawney." "You have, sir?" the constable said in astonishment. "Yes. I happened to be at the Rectory. Mr. Bastow had had a quarrel with his son, and had forbidden him from the house." The constable shook his head. "I am afraid he is a very bad one, that young chap." "I am afraid he is, Dawney. However, his father was afraid that he might come in during the night and make a scene, so I said I would stop with him, and I took our village constable with me. At 2 o'clock this morning the young fellow came with 2 mounted men, who, I have no doubt, were highwaymen. We had locked up and down. Bastow took a ladder, and the 3 got in at a bedroom window on the first floor. Knapp and I were waiting for them there, and, taking them by surprise, succeeded in capturing them before the highwaymen could use their pistols. The constable and 2 men are looking after them, but as one has not got over a knock I gave him on the head, and the other has a broken arm, there is little fear of their making their escape. You had better go up with 2 of your men and take a light cart with you, with some straw in the bottom, and bring them all down here. I will ride round myself to Mr. Chetwynd, Sir Charles Harris, and Mr. Murchison, and we will sit at 12 o'clock. You can send round a constable with the usual letters to the others, but those 3 will be quite enough for the preliminary examination." "Well, Squire, that is good news indeed. We have had the coach held up so often within 5 miles of this place during the past 3 months, that we have been getting quite a bad name. And to think that young Bastow was in it! I have heard some queer stories about him, and fancied before long I should have to put my hand upon his shoulder, but I didn't expect this." "There is not a shadow of proof that he had anything to do with the robbery, Dawney, but he will have difficulty in proving that he did not afterwards abet them. It is serious enough as it is, and I am terribly grieved for his father's sake." "Yes, sir. I have always heard him spoken of as a kind gentleman, and one who took a lot of trouble whenever anyone was sick. Well, sir, I will be off in 20 minutes. I will run round at once and send Dr. Hewitt up to the Rectory, and a man shall start on horseback at 7 o'clock with the summons to the other magistrates." John Thorndyke rode round to his 3 fellow magistrates, who, living nearest to the town, were most regular in their attendance at the meetings. They all listened in surprise to his narrative, and expressed great pleasure at hearing that the men who had been such a pest to the neighbourhood, and had caused them all personally a great deal of trouble, had been captured. All had heard tales, too, to Arthur Bastow's disadvantage, and expressed great commiseration for his father. They agreed to meet at the court half an hour before business began, to talk the matter over together. "It is out of the question that we can release him on bail," the gentleman who was the chairman of the bench said. "Quite so," John Thorndyke agreed. "In the first place, the matter is too serious, and in the next, he certainly would not be able to find bail, and lastly, for his father's sake, it is unadvisable that he should be let out. At the same time, it appears to me that there is a broad distinction between his case and the others. I fear that there can be no question that he had prior acquaintance with these men, and that he was cognizant of the whole business. Something I heard him say, and which, to my regret, I shall have to repeat in court, almost proves that he was so. Still, let us hope none of the stolen property will be found upon him. Whether they had intended to pass it over to his care or not is immaterial. If they had not done so, I doubt whether he could be charged with receiving stolen goods, and we might make the charge simply one of aiding these two criminals, and of being so far an accessory after the crime. If we could soften it down still further, I should, for his father's sake, be glad, but as far as he himself is concerned, I would do nothing to lighten his punishment. He is about as bad a specimen of human nature as I ever came across. His father is in bodily fear of him. I saw the young fellow yesterday, and urged him to enlist, in order to break himself loose from the bad companionship he had fallen into. His reply was insolent and defiant in the highest degree, and it was then that in his father's name I forbade him the house. And as his father was present, he confirmed what I said, and told him that he would not have anything more to do with him. This affair may do him good, and save his neck from a noose. A few years at the hulks, or a passage to Botany Bay, will do him no harm, and, at any rate, his father will have rest and peace, which he never would have if he remained here." A somewhat similar conversation took place at each house. John Thorndyke breakfasted at Sir Charles Harris, the last of the three upon whom he called, and then mounting, rode back to Reigate. "We have found the plunder on them," the head constable said, coming out of the lock-up as he drew rein before it, "and fortunately for young Bastow, nothing was found upon him." "How are the two men?" "The fellow you hit first is conscious now, sir, but very weak. The doctor says that if he hadn't had a thick hat on, your blow would have killed him to a certainty. The other man's arm is set and bandaged, and he is all right otherwise. We shall be able to have them both in court at 12 o'clock." The squire rode up to his house. He was met at the door by his son, in a state of great excitement. "Is it all true, father? The news has come from the village that you have killed two men, and that they and Arthur Bastow have all been taken away in a cart, guarded by constables." "As usual, Mark, rumour has exaggerated matters. There are no dead men. One certainly got a crack on the head that rendered him insensible for some time, and another's arm is broken." "And are they highwaymen, father? They say that two horses were fastened behind the cart." "That is what we are going to try, Mark. Until their guilt is proved, no one knows whether they are highwaymen or not." "And why is Arthur Bastow taken, father?" "Simply because he was in company with the others. Now, you need not ask any more questions, but if you like to get your pony saddled and ride down with me to Reigate at 11 o'clock, I will get you into the court-house, and then you will hear all about it." At greater length the squire went into the matter with Mrs. Cunningham, his lady housekeeper, and his ward's governess. "It is a bad business, Mr. Thorndyke," she said, "and must be terrible for poor Mr. Bastow." "Yes, it is a bad business altogether, except that it will rid him of this young rascal. If I were in his place, I should be ready to suffer a good deal to obtain such a riddance." "I suppose that you won't sit upon the bench to-day?" "No, at least I shall take no part in the deliberations. I shall, of course, give evidence. The affair is not likely to last very long. My story will take the longest to tell. Knapp's will be confirmatory of mine, and the Reigate constable will depose to finding the watches, rings, and money upon them. Then, of course, the case will be adjourned for the attendance of the coachman and some of the passengers. I don't suppose they will be able to swear to their identity, for no doubt they were masked. But that is immaterial. The discovery of the stolen property upon them will be sufficient to hang them. No doubt we shall have some Bow Street runners down from town to-morrow or next day, and they will most likely be able to say who the fellows are." "Will Mr. Bastow have to give evidence against his son?" "Not before us, I think, but I imagine he will have to appear at the trial." "It will be terrible for him." "Yes, terrible. I sincerely hope that they will not summon him, but I am afraid that there is very little doubt about it. They are sure to want to know about his son's general conduct, though possibly the testimony on that point of the constable at Reigate will be sufficient. My own hope is that he will get a long sentence, at any rate one long enough to ensure his not coming back during his father's lifetime. If you had seen his manner when we were talking to him yesterday, you would believe that he is capable of anything. I have had a good many bad characters before me during the year and a half that I have sat upon the bench, but I am bound to say that I never saw one who was to my eyes so thoroughly evil as this young fellow. I don't think," he added with a smile, "that I should feel quite comfortable myself if he were acquitted. It will be a long time before I shall forget the expression of his face when he said to me this morning, 'You will repent this night's work, Thorndyke.'" "You don't mean that you would think he would do you any harm, Mr. Thorndyke?" "Well, I should not care to meet him in a lonely place if he was armed and I was not. But you need not be nervous, Mrs. Cunningham. There is not the smallest chance of his being out for years, and by that time his blood will have had time to cool down, and he will have learnt, at any rate, that crimes cannot be committed in this country with impunity." "It is all very shocking," the lady said. "What will poor Mr. Bastow do? I should think that he would not like to remain as clergyman here where everyone knows about it." "That must be for him to decide," the squire said. "But if he wishes to resign, I certainly shall not press him to continue to hold the living. He is a very old friend of mine. My father presented the living to him when I was 9 or 10 years old, and I may say I saw him daily up to the time I went down into Sussex. If he resigns, I should urge him to take up his residence here and to act as Mark's tutor, and he might also relieve you of some of Millicent's lessons. You have plenty to do in looking after the management of things in general. However, that is for the future." At 11 o'clock the squire drove down to Reigate, taking Mark with him, as it would save all trouble about putting up the horse and pony. On arriving he handed Mark over to the head constable, and asked him to pass him into a seat in the court-house, before the public were let in. Reigate was in a state of unusual excitement. That the coach should have been stopped and robbed was too common an event to excite much interest, but that 2 highwaymen should have been captured, and, as was rumoured, a young gentleman brought in on the charge of being in connection with them, caused a thrill of excitement. Quite a small crowd had assembled before the court-house, and the name of Squire Thorndyke passed from mouth to mouth. "There is some talk of his being mixed up with it in some way or other," one said. "I saw him myself riding here about 5:30, and I wondered he was about so early. Some do say as he caught the 2 highwaymen single-handed, but that don't stand to reason. Besides, what could he have been doing out at such an hour as that? He is a good landlord, and they say that Crowswood has been quite a different place since he came to be master. He is a tight hand as a magistrate, and cleared out half the village the first 2 or 3 months he was here, but he spent a mint of money on the place, and the people there say that they could not have a better master. Ah, here is Squire Chetwynd. He was sure to be here. There is Sir Charles's gig running up the corner. I expect most of them will be on the bench. They don't get such a case as this every day." "It may be there will be nothing for us to hear when the court opens," another said. "I hear both the fellows have been shot or knocked about so bad that they cannot be brought up. Of course the court cannot sit if they ain't before it." "That is not so, Master Jones. I spoke to one of the constables half an hour ago. He lives next door to me, and he said that they will be well enough to appear. Neither of them have been shot, though they have been hurt pretty bad." All this added to the desire of those around to get into the court, and there was quite a rush when the doors were opened 2 minutes before 12, and it was at once crammed, the constable having some difficulty in getting the doors shut, and in persuading those who could not get in that there was not standing room for another person. There was a buzz of talk in the court until the door opened and 6 magistrates came in. It was observed that John Thorndyke did not seat himself with the others, but moved his chair a little apart from them, thus confirming the report that he was in some way connected with the matter, and did not intend to take any part in the decision. Then another door opened, and the 3 prisoners were brought in. The 2 first were pale and evidently weak. One had his head wrapped in bandages, the other had the right sleeve of his coat cut off and his arm bandaged and supported by a sling. Both made a resolute effort to preserve a careless demeanour. The third, who was some years younger than the others, looked round with a smile on his lips, bowed to the magistrates with an air of insolent bravado when he was placed in the dock, and then leaned easily in the corner, as if indifferent to the whole business. A chair was placed between his comrades for the use of the man whose head was bandaged. Many among those present knew Arthur Bastow by sight, and his name passed from mouth to mouth, but the usher called loudly for silence, and then the magistrate's clerk rose. "William Smith and John Brown, at least these are the names given, are charged with stopping the South Coast coach last night, killing the guard, and robbing the passengers, and Arthur Bastow is charged with aiding and abetting the other two prisoners, and with guilty knowledge of their crime." It was noticed by those who could see the prisoners' faces that, in spite of Bastow's air of indifference, there was an expression of anxiety on his face as the charge was read, and he undoubtedly felt relief as that against himself was mentioned. The first witness was John Knapp, and the constable stepped into the witness box. "What do you know of this business, Knapp?" the chairman asked. "Just tell it your way." "I am constable of Crowswood, your honor, and yesterday Squire Thorndyke said to me—" "No, you must not tell it like that, Knapp. You must not repeat what another person said to you. You can say that from information received you did so and so." "Yes, your honor. From information received I went to the Reverend Mr. Bastow's house at 8:45 last night. At 9 o'clock Squire Thorndyke and the parson came in together. They sent the servant up to bed, and then the squire sent me round to examine the fastenings of the doors. I found that one back door had been left unfastened, and locked and bolted it. The squire told me to lie down until 1 o'clock, and he would watch, and Mr. Bastow went up to bed." "Do you know of your own knowledge why these precautions were taken?" "Only from what I was told, your honor. At 1 o'clock the squire woke me, and he lay down in the parlor, telling me to call him if I heard any movement outside. About 2 o'clock I heard two horses come into the parson's yard. I called Squire Thorndyke, who went upstairs to an open window. Presently some one came and tried the back door. I heard voices outside, but could not hear what was said. The squire came down and called me upstairs. I went up and took my place at one side of the window, and the squire took his on the other. I had this cudgel in my hand, and the squire his riding whip. A ladder was put up against the window, and then some one came up, lifted the sash up high, and got in. There was light enough for me to see it was young Mr. Bastow. Then the two other prisoners came up. When the third had got into the room, Mr. Bastow said, 'Follow me, and then you won't tumble over the furniture.'" "How was it that they did not see you and Mr. Thorndyke?" the chairman asked. "We were standing well back, your honor. The moon was on the other side of the house. There was light enough for us to see them as they got in at the window, but where we were standing it was quite dark, especially to chaps who had just come in from the moonlight. As they moved, the squire hit the last of them a clout on the head with his hunting crop, and down he went as if shot. The man next to him turned, but I did not see what took place, for, as the squire had ordered me, I made a rush at Mr. Bastow, and got my arms round him pretty tight, so as to prevent him using his pistols, if he had any. He struggled hard, but without saying a word, till I got my heel behind his and threw him on his back. I came down on the top of him, when I got the pistols out of his belt and threw them on the bed, slipped the handcuffs onto one wrist, lifted him a bit, and then shoved him up against the bedpost, and got the handcuff onto his other wrist, so that he could not shift away, having the post in between his arms. Then I went to see if the squire wanted any help, but he didn't. I first handcuffed the man whose head he had broken, and tied the legs of the other, and then kept guard over them till morning. When the constables came up from town, we searched the prisoners, and on two of them we found the watches, money, and rings. We found nothing on Mr. Bastow. I went with the head constable to Mr. Bastow's room and searched it thoroughly, but found nothing whatever there." The evidence created a great sensation in court. John Thorndyke had first intended to ask Knapp not to make any mention of the fact that Arthur Bastow was carrying pistols unless the question was directly put to him. But the more he had thought over the matter, the more convinced he was that the heavier the sentence the better it would be for the rector. And when he had heard from the latter that there was nothing left in his son's room that could be brought against him, and that he could not be charged with the capital crime of being a receiver, he thought it best to let matters take their course. The head constable was the next witness. He deposed to the finding of the articles produced upon the two elder prisoners, and the unsuccessful search of the younger prisoner's room. "You did not search the house further?" the chairman inquired. "No, sir. I wanted to get the prisoners down here as fast as I could, seeing that two of them were seriously hurt." The chairman nodded. "You will, of course, make a careful search of the whole house, constable?" "Yes, sir. I left one of my men up there with instructions to allow no one to go upstairs until I returned." "Quite right." John Thorndyke was the next witness, and his evidence cleared up what had hitherto been a mystery to the general body of the public, as to how he and the constable happened to be in the house on watch when the highwaymen arrived. The most important part of his evidence was the repetition of the words young Bastow had used as he mounted the ladder, as they showed that it was arranged between the prisoners that the stolen goods should be hidden in the house. The squire was only asked one or two questions. "I suppose, Mr. Thorndyke, that you had no idea whatever that the younger prisoner would be accompanied by any one else when he returned home?" "Not the slightest," the squire replied. "I was there simply to prevent this unfortunate lad from entering the house, when perhaps he might have used violence towards his father. My intention was to seize him if he did so, and to give him the choice of enlisting, as I had urged him to do, or of being brought before this bench for breaking into his father's house. I felt that anything was better than his continuing in the evil courses on which he seemed bent. Thank you, Mr. Thorndyke. I must compliment you in the name of my brother magistrates, and I may say of the public, for the manner in which you, at considerable risk to yourself, have effected the capture of the two elder prisoners." After consulting with the others, the head constable was recalled. "Do you know anything about the character of the youngest prisoner?" "Yes, sir. We have had our eye upon him for some time. He was brought before your honours a week ago, charged with being drunk and disorderly in this town, and was fined £5. He is constantly drinking with some of the worst characters in the place, and is strongly suspected of having been concerned in the fray between the poachers and Sir Charles Harris's gamekeepers. Two of the latter said that they recognised him amongst the poachers, but as they both declined to swear to him, we did not arrest him." John Knapp was then recalled, and testified to Bastow's drinking habits, and that the landlord of the alehouse at Crowswood had been ordered by the squire not to draw any liquor for him in future, on pain of having the renewal of his licence refused. "Have you any more witnesses to call?" the chairman asked the head constable. "Not at present, your honour. We have sent up to town, and on the next occasion the coachman will be called to testify to the shooting of the guard, and we hope to have some of the passengers there to identify the articles stolen from them. It will be necessary that the Reverend Mr. Bastow should be there. He need not be called to give evidence unless we think it to be of importance, but he had better be in attendance. The prisoners are remanded until this day week." An hour later the three prisoners, handcuffed, were driven under an escort of 3 armed constables to Croydon jail. When again brought up in court, the passengers on the coach identified the articles taken from them. The coachman gave evidence of the stopping of the coach, and of the shooting of the guard. The head constable testified that he had searched the rectory from top to bottom, and found nothing whatever of a suspicious nature. None of the passengers were able to testify to the two elder prisoners as the men who had robbed them, as these had been masked, but the height and dress corresponded to those of the prisoners. And the 2 Bow Street runners then came forward, and gave evidence that the 2 elder prisoners were well known to them. They had long been suspected of being highwaymen, and had several times been arrested when riding towards London on occasions when a coach had been stopped the night before. But no stolen goods had ever been found upon them, and in no case had the passengers been able to swear to their identity. One was known among his associates as Galloping Bill, the other as the Downy One. At the conclusion of the evidence, the 3 prisoners were formally committed for trial, the magistrates having retired in consultation for some time upon the question of whether the charge of receiving stolen goods ought to be made against Arthur Bastow. "I think, gentlemen," the chairman said, after a good deal had been urged on both sides of the question, "in this case we can afford to take a merciful view. In the first place, no stolen goods were discovered upon him or in the house. There is strong presumptive evidence of his intention, but intention is not a crime, and even were the evidence stronger than it is, I should be inclined to take a merciful view. There can be no doubt that the young fellow is thoroughly bad, and the bravado he has exhibited throughout the hearing is at once unbecoming and disgraceful. But we must remember that he is not yet 18, and that, in the second place, he is the son of a much respected clergyman, who is our neighbour. The matter is serious enough for him as it stands, and he is certain to have a very heavy sentence. Mr. Thorndyke, who takes no part in our deliberations, is most anxious that the prisoner's father should be spared the agony of his son being placed on trial on a capital charge, though I do not think that there would be the smallest chance of his being executed, for the judges would be certain to take his youth into consideration. Had there been prima facie evidence of concealment, we must have done our duty and sent him to trial on that charge; but as there is no such evidence, I think that it will be in all respects better to send him on a charge on which the evidence is as clear as noonday. Moreover, I think that Mr. Thorndyke's wishes should have some weight with us, seeing that it is entirely due to him that the important capture of these highwaymen, who have long been a scourge of this neighbourhood, has been effected." Mr. Bastow had not been called as a witness. John Thorndyke had brought him down to Reigate in a closed carriage, and he had waited in the justice's room while the examination went on, but the magistrates agreed that the evidence given was amply sufficient for them to commit upon without giving the pain of appearing. John Thorndyke had taken him to another room while the magistrates were consulting together, and when he heard the result, drove him back again. "I have fully made up my mind to resign my living, Thorndyke. I could not stand up and preach to the villagers of their duties when I myself have failed so signally in training my own son, nor visit their houses and presume to lecture them on their shortcomings when my son is a convicted criminal." "I quite see that, old friend," the Squire said, "and I had no doubt but that you would decide on this course. I will not try to persuade you to change your decision, for I feel that your power of usefulness is at an end as far as the village is concerned. May I ask what you propose to do? I can hardly suppose that your savings have been large." "2 years ago I had some hundreds laid by, but they have dwindled away to nothing. You can understand how. For a time it was given freely, then reluctantly. Then I declared I would give no more, but he took it all the same. He knew well enough that I could never prosecute him for forgery." "As bad as that, eh?" Thorndyke said sternly. "Well, we won't talk further of him now. What I propose is that you should take up your abode at the Hall. I am not satisfied with the school where Mark has been for the last 2 years, and I have been hesitating whether to get a private tutor for him, or to send him to one of the public schools. I know that that would be best, but I could not bring myself to do so. I have some troubles of my own that but 2 or 3 people know of, and now that everything is going on smoothly on the estate and in the village, I often feel dull, and the boy's companionship does me much good, and as he knows many lads of his own age in the neighbourhood now, I think that he would do just as well at home. He will be taking to shooting and hunting before long, and if he is to have a tutor, there is no one I should like to have better than yourself. You know all the people, and we could talk comfortably together of an evening when the house is quiet. Altogether it will be an excellent arrangement for me. You would have your own room, and if I have company you need not join us unless you like. The house would not seem like itself without you, for you have been associated with it as long as I can remember. As to your going out into the world at the age of 60, it would be little short of madness. There, you need not give me your answer now," he went on, seeing that the rector was too broken down to speak, "but I am sure that when you think it over you will come to the same conclusion as I do, that it would be the best plan possible for us both." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 4. The trial of the 2 highwaymen and Arthur Bastow came off in due course. The evidence given was similar to that offered at Reigate, the only addition being that Mr. Bastow was himself put into the box. The counsel for the prosecution said, "I am sorry to have to call you, Mr. Bastow. We all feel most deeply for you, and I will ask you only 2 or 3 questions. Was your son frequently out at night?" "He was." "Did you often hear him return?" "Yes, I seldom went to sleep until he came back." "Have you any reason to suppose that others returned with him?" "I never saw any others." "But you might have heard them without seeing them. Please tell us if you ever heard voices." Yes, I have heard men's voices, the clergyman said reluctantly in a low voice. One more question and I have done. Have you on some occasions heard the sound of horses' hoofs in your yard at about the time that your son came in? Mr. Bastow said in a low voice, I have. Had you any suspicion whatever of the character of your son's visitors? None whatever. I supposed that those with him were companions with whom he had been spending the evening. Mr. Bastow had to be assisted from the witness box, so overcome was he with the ordeal. He had not glanced at his son while giving his evidence. The latter and his two fellow prisoners maintained throughout the trial their expression of indifference. The two highwaymen nodded to acquaintances they saw in the body of the court, smiled at various points of evidence, and so conducted themselves that there were murmured exclamations of approval of their gameness on the part of the lower class of the public. The jury, without a moment's hesitation, found them all guilty of the offences with which they were charged. Bastow was first sentenced. Young man, the judge said, young as you are, there can be no doubt whatever in the minds of anyone who has heard the evidence that you have been an associate with these men who have been found guilty of highway robbery accompanied by murder. I consider that a merciful view was taken in your case by the magistrate who committed you for trial, for the evidence of your heartbroken father, on whose grey hairs your conduct has brought trouble and disgrace, leaves no doubt that you have for some time been in league with highwaymen, although not actually participating in their crime. The words overheard by Mr. Thorndyke show that you were prepared to hide their booty for them, and it is well for you you were captured before this was done, and that no proceeds of other robberies were found in the house. The evidence of the Bow Street officers show that it had for some time been suspected that these men had an accomplice somewhere in the neighbourhood of Reigate, for although arrested several times under circumstances forming a strong assumption of their guilt, nothing was ever found upon them. There can now be little doubt who their accomplice was. Had you been an older man, I should have sentenced you to transportation for life, but in consideration of your youth I shall take the milder course of sentencing you to 15 years' transportation. The capital sentence was then passed in much fewer words upon the two highwaymen. As they were leaving the dock, Bastow turned, and in a clear voice said to John Thorndyke, who had been accommodated with a seat in the well of the court, I have to thank you, Thorndyke, for this. I will pay off my debt some day. You may take your oath. A sad case, Mr. Thorndyke, a sad case, the judge, who had greatly complimented the squire on his conduct, said to him as he was disrobing afterwards. I don't know that in all my experience I ever saw such a hardened young villain. With highwaymen it is a point of honour to assume a gaiety of demeanour on such occasions, but to see a boy of 18, never before convicted, exhibiting such coolness and effrontery is quite beyond my experience. I suppose his record is altogether bad. Altogether, the squire said. His father has, during the last 2 years, been quite broken by it. He owned to me that he was in bodily fear of the lad, who had on several occasions assaulted him, had robbed him of his savings by means of forgery, and was so hopelessly bad that he himself thought with me that the only possible hope for him was to get him to enlist. I myself recommended the East India Company's service, thinking that he would have less opportunity for crime out there, and that there would be a strong chance that either fever or a bullet would carry him off, for I own that I have not the slightest hope of reformation in such a character. I would have given him transportation for life if I had known all this, the judge said. However, it is not likely that he will ever come back again. Very few of them do. The hulks are not the most healthy places in the world, and they have a pretty rough way with men who give them trouble, as this young fellow is likely to do. Mr. Bastow, as soon as he had given his evidence, had taken a hackney coach to the inn where he and the squire had put up on their arrival in town the evening before, and here, on his return, John Thorndyke found him. He was lying on his bed in a state of prostration. "Cheer up, Bastow," he said, putting his hand upon the rector's shoulder. "The sentence is 15 years, which was the very amount I hoped that he would get. The more one sees of him, the more hopeless it is to expect that any change will ever take place in him. and it is infinitely better that he should be across the sea, where his conduct, when his term is over, can affect no one. The disgrace, such as it is, to his friends is no greater in the long term than in a short one. Had he got off with 4 or 5 years' imprisonment, he would have been a perpetual trouble and a source of uneasiness, not to say alarm, and even had he left you alone, we should always have been in a state of dread as to his next offence. Better that he should be out in the colonies than be hung at Tyburn." "How did he take the sentence?" "With the same bravado he had shown all through, and as he went out of the dock addressed a threat to me that, under the circumstances, I can very well afford to despise. Now, if you will take my advice, you will drink a couple of glasses of good port, and then go to bed. I will see to your being awakened at 7 o'clock, which will give us time to breakfast comfortably and to make a start at 9. "I would rather not have the wine," the rector said feebly. "Yes, but you must take what is good for you. I have ordered up a bottle of the landlord's best, and must insist your drinking a couple of glasses with me. I want it almost as much as you do, for the atmosphere of that court was enough to poison a dog. I have got the taste of it in my mouth still." With much reluctance the rector accompanied him to the private sitting room that the squire had engaged. He sat down almost mechanically in an easy chair. The squire poured out the wine, and handed him a glass. Mr. Bastow at first put it to his lips without glancing at it, but he was a connoisseur in wine, and the bouquet of the port appealing to his latent senses, he took a sip, and then another appreciatingly. "The landlord said it was first rate, and he is not far wrong," John Thorndyke remarked as he set down his own glass. "Yes, it is a fine vintage, and in perfect condition," Mr. Bastow agreed. "I have drunk nothing better for years, though you have some fine bins." "I would take a biscuit if I were you, before I took another glass," the squire said, helping himself from a plate on the table. "You have had nothing to eat to-day, and you want something badly. I have a dish of kidneys coming up in half an hour. They cook them well here." The rector ate a biscuit, mechanically sipped another glass of wine, and was even able to eat a kidney when they were brought up. Although September was not yet out, the squire had a fire lighted in the room, and after the meal was over, and 2 steaming tumblers of punch were placed upon the table, he took a long pipe from the mantel, filled and lighted it, then filled another and handed it to the rector, at the same time holding out a light to him. "Life has its consolations," he said. "You have had a lot of troubles one way and another, Bastow, but we may hope that they are all over now, and that life will go more smoothly and easily with you. We had better leave the past alone for the present. I call this snug: a good fire, a clean pipe, a comfortable chair, and a steaming bowl at one's elbow." The rector smiled faintly. "It seems unnatural," he began. "Not at all, not at all," the squire broke in. "You have had a tremendous load on your mind, and now it is lifted off. The thunder-cloud has burst, and though damage has been done, one is thankful that it is no worse. Now I can talk to you of a matter that has been on my mind for the last 3 weeks. What steps do you think that I should take to find a successor for you? It is most important to have a man who will be a real help in the parish, as you have been, would pull with one comfortably, and be a pleasant associate. I don't want too young a fellow, and I don't want too old a one. I have no more idea how to set about it than a child. Of course, I could ask the bishop to appoint, but I don't know that he would appoint at all the sort of man I want. The living is only worth £200 a year, and the house no very great catch, but there is many a man that would be glad to have it." "I have been thinking it over too, Thorndyke, when I could bring myself to consider anything but my own affairs. How would Greg do? He has been taking duty for me since I could not do it myself. I know that he is a hard-working fellow, and he has a wife and a couple of children. His curacy is only £70 a year, and it would be a perfect godsend, for he has no interest in the church, and he might be years without preferment." "I should think he would do very well, Bastow. Yes, he reads well, which I own I care for that a good deal more than for the preaching. Not that I have anything to say against that. He gives sound and practical sermons, and they have the advantage of being short, which is a great thing. In the first place, it is good in itself, and in the second, specially important in a village congregation, where you know very well every woman present is fidgeting to get home to see that the pot is not boiling over, and the meat in the oven is not burnt. Yes, I will go down to-morrow afternoon and ask him if he would like the living. You were talking of selling the furniture. How much do you suppose it is worth?" "I don't suppose it will fetch above £70 or £80. It is solid and good, but as I have had it in use nearly 40 years, it would not go for much." "Well, let us say £100," the Squire said. "I will give you a cheque for it. I dare say Greg will find it difficult to furnish, and he might have to borrow the money, and the debt would be a millstone round his neck perhaps for years, so I will hand it over with the Rectory to him." So they talked for an hour or two on village matters, and the Squire was well pleased, when his old friend went up to bed, that he had succeeded in diverting his thoughts for a time from the painful subject that had engrossed them for weeks. "You have slept well," he said, when they met at breakfast. "I can see by your face." "Yes, I have not slept so soundly for months. I went to sleep as soon as my head touched the pillow, and did not awake until the chambermaid knocked at the door." "That second glass of punch did it, Bastow. It is a fine morning. We shall have a brisk drive back. I am very glad that I changed my mind and brought the gig instead of the close carriage." In the afternoon the Squire drove into Reigate. He found the curate at home, and astonished and delighted him by asking him if he would like the living of Crowswood. It came altogether as a surprise to him, for the Rector's intentions to resign had not been made public, and it was supposed in the village that he was only staying at the Squire's until this sad affair should be over. Greg was a man of 7 or 8 and 20, had graduated with distinction at Cambridge, but, having no influence, had no prospects of promotion, and the offer almost bewildered him. "I should be grateful indeed, Mr. Thorndyke," he said. "It would be a boon to us. Will you excuse me for a moment?" And opening a door, he called for his wife, who was trying to keep the 2 children quiet there, having retired with them hastily when Mr. Thorndyke was announced. "What do you think, Emma?" her husband cried excitedly as she came into the room. "Mr. Thorndyke has been good enough to offer me the living of Crowswood." Then he recovered himself. "I beg your pardon, sir, for my unmannerliness in not first introducing my wife to you." "It was natural that you should think of telling her the news first of all," the Squire said courteously. "Madam, I am your obedient servant, and I hope that soon we shall get to know each other well. I consider it of great importance that the Squire of a parish and the Rector should work well together, and see a great deal of each other. I don't know whether you are aware, Mr. Greg, that the living is worth £200 a year. Besides which, there is a paddock of about 10 acres, which is sufficient for the keep of a horse and cow. The Rectory is a comfortable one, and I have arranged with Mr. Bastow that he shall leave his furniture for the benefit of his successor. It will include linen, so that you will be put to no expense whatever in moving in. I have known these first expenses to seriously cripple the usefulness of a clergyman when appointed to a living." "That is good of you indeed, Mr. Thorndyke," the curate said. "We have been living in these lodgings since we first came here, and it will indeed make matters easy to have the question of furniture so kindly settled for us." "Will your Rector be able to release you shortly?" "I have no doubt that he will do that at once. His son has just left Oxford and taken deacon's orders, and the Rector told me the other day that he should be glad if I would look out for another curacy, as he wanted to have his son here with him. He spoke very kindly, and said that he should make no change until I could hear of a place to suit me. His son has been assisting him for the last month, since I took the services at Crowswood, and I am sure he would release me at once." "Then I should be glad if you will move up as soon as possible to the Rectory. I know nothing about the necessary forms, but I suppose that Mr. Bastow will send in his resignation to the bishop, and I shall write and tell him that I have appointed you, and you can continue to officiate as you have done lately until you can be formally inducted as the Rector. Perhaps you would not mind going round to your Rector at once and telling him of the offer you have had. I have 1 or 2 matters to do in the town, and will call again in 3/4 of an hour. I shall be glad to tell Mr. Bastow that you will come into residence at once." On returning at the appointed time, he found that the curate had returned. "Mr. Pilkington was very kind, and evidently very pleased. He congratulated me most warmly, and I can come up at once. We don't know how to thank you enough, Mr. Thorndyke." "I don't want any thanks, I can assure you, Mr. Greg. To-morrow I will send a couple of women in from the village to get the place in order, and no doubt Mr. Bastow will want to take away a few things. He is going to remain with me as tutor to my son. I'm sure you and I will get on very well together, and I only hope that your sermons will be no longer, when you are rector, than they have been while you have been assisting us. Long sermons may do for a town congregation, but in my opinion they are a very serious mistake in the case of a village one. By the way, I think it would be as well for you to get a servant here, and that before you go up. Mr. Bastow's servant was an old woman, and in a case like this I always think it is better not to take one's predecessor's servant. She generally resents any change, and is always quoting how her last master had things. I mention this before you go, because she is sure to ask to stay on, and it is much easier to say that you are bringing a servant with you, than to have to tell her she is too old or too fat. Don't you think so, Mrs. Gregg?" "Yes, I think it will be much better, Mr. Thorndyke. Even if I cannot hear of one likely to suit us permanently, I will take someone as a stopgap. One can easily change afterwards." "The old woman will do very well," the Squire said. "She has 2 married daughters in the village, and with a shilling or 2 from the parish she will manage comfortably. At any rate, we shall look after her, and I have no doubt Mr. Bastow will make her an allowance." Never were a pair more delighted than Parson Gregg and his wife when, 2 days later, they took possession of their new home. Half a dozen women had been at work the day before, and everything was in perfect order. To Mrs. Gregg's relief, she found that the old servant had already gone, the Squire having himself informed her that Mrs. Gregg would bring her own maid with her. Mr. Bastow said that he would allow her ½ a crown a week as long as she lived, and the Squire added as much more, and as the woman had saved a good deal during her 20 years' service with the rector, she was perfectly satisfied. "It is a good thing that she should be content," the Squire said to Mr. Bastow. "She has a lot of connections in the village, and if she had gone away with a sense of grievance she might have created a good deal of ill feeling against your successor, and I am very anxious that he should begin well. I like the young fellow, and I like his wife." "We are fortunate indeed, Ernest," Mrs. Gregg said the following morning, as with the children, 2 and 3 years old, they went out into the garden, where the trees were laden with apples, pears, and plums. "What a change from our little rooms in Reigate! I should think that anyone ought to be happy indeed here." "They ought to be, Emma, but you see Mr. Bastow had trouble enough, and it should be a lesson to us, dear, to look very closely after the boys now they are so young, and see they don't make bad acquaintances." "From what we hear of the village, there is little fear of that. The mischief must have begun before Mr. Thorndyke came down, when by all accounts things had altogether gone to the bad here, and of course young Mr. Bastow must have had an exceptionally evil disposition, Ernest." "Yes, no doubt, but his father could not have looked after him properly. I believe, from what I hear, that Bastow was so dispirited at his powerlessness to put a stop to the state of things here, that, except to perform service, he seldom left the house, and the boy no doubt grew up altogether wild. You know that I was in court on the second day of the examination, and the young fellow's insolence and bearing astonished and shocked me. Happily we have the Squire here now to back us up. The village has been completely cleared of all bad characters, and is, by all accounts, quite a model place, and we must do our best to keep it so." The news of the change at the rectory naturally occasioned a great deal of talk. At first there was a general feeling of regret that Mr. Bastow had gone, and yet it was felt that he could not have been expected to stay. The month's experience that they had had of the new parson had cleared the way for him. He and his wife soon made themselves familiar with the villagers, and being bright young people, speedily made themselves liked. The Squire and Mrs. Cunningham called the first afternoon after their arrival. "You must always send up if anything is wanted, Mr. Gregg. Whenever there is any illness in the village, we always keep a stock of soups and jellies, and Mrs. Cunningham is almoner in general. Is there anything that we can do for you? If so, let me know without hesitation." "Indeed there is nothing, Mr. Thorndyke. It is marvellous to us, coming in here and finding everything that we could possibly want. You will want a boy for your garden, and you cannot do better than take young Bill Summers. He was with me for a bit last year, when the boy I have now was laid up with mumps or something of that sort, and he was very favourably reported on as being handy in the garden, able to milk a cow, and so on. By the way, Mrs. Greg, I have taken the liberty of sending down a cow in milk. I expect she is in your meadow now. I have 7 or 8 of them, and if you will send her back when her milk fails, I will send down another." "You are too kind altogether, Mr. Thorndyke," Mrs. Greg exclaimed. "Not at all. I want to see things comfortable here, and you will find it difficult to get on without a cow. I keep 2 or 3 for the special use of the village. I make them pay for it, halfpenny a pint. It is better to do that than to give it. It is invaluable for the children, and I don't think in all England you see rosier and healthier youngsters than those in our schools. You will sometimes find milk useful for puddings and that sort of thing for the sick, and they will appreciate it all the more than if they had to look solely to us for their supply." "How is Mr. Bastow, sir?" "He is better than could be expected. He himself proposed this morning that my boy Mark should begin his studies at once, and indeed now that the worst is over, and he has got rid of the load of care on his shoulders, I hope that we shall have him bright and cheerful again before long." Such was indeed the case. For some little time Mr. Bastow avoided the village, but John Thorndyke got him to go down with him to call upon Mr. Greg, and afterwards to walk through it with him. At first he went timidly and shrinkingly, but the kindly greetings of the women he met, and the children stopping to pull a forelock or bob a curtsy as of old, gradually cheered him up, and he soon got accustomed to the change, and would of an afternoon go down to the village and chat with the women, after he had ascertained that his successor had no objection whatever, and was indeed pleased that he still took an interest in his former parishioners. Mark was at first disappointed at the arrangement, for he had looked forward to going to a public school. His father, however, had no great trouble in reconciling him to it. "Of course, Mark," he said, "there are advantages in a public school. I was never at one myself, but I believe that, though the discipline is pretty strict, there is a great deal of fun and sport, and you may make desirable acquaintances. Upon the other hand, there are drawbacks. In the first place, the majority of the boys are sons of richer men than I am. I don't know that that would matter much, but it would give you expensive habits, and perhaps make you fonder of London life than I should care about. In the next place, you see, you would be at school when the shooting begins, and you are looking forward to carrying a gun next year. The same with hunting. You know I promised that this year you should go to the meets on your pony, and see as much of them as you can, and of course when you were at school you would only be able to indulge in these matters during your holidays, and if a hard frost set in, as is the case 3 times out of 4, just as you came home you would be out of it altogether. I must say I should like you to have a real love of field sports, and to be a good shot and a good rider. A man, however wide his acres may be, is thought but little of in the country if he is not a good sportsman, and, moreover, there is nothing better for developing health and muscles than riding, and tramping over the fields with a gun on your shoulder. And lastly, you must not forget, Mark, that one of my objects in making this arrangement is to keep Mr. Bastow with us. I am sure that unless he thought that he was making himself useful, he would not be content to remain here, and at his age, you know, it would be hard for him to obtain clerical employment." "All right, father. I see that the present plan is the best, and that I should have but little sport if I went away to school. Besides, I like Mr. Bastow very much, and I am quite sure that I shan't get so many whackings from him as I used to from old Holbrook." "I fancy not, Mark," his father said with a smile. "I am not against wholesome discipline, but I think it can be carried too far. At any rate, I hope you will be just as obedient to Mr. Bastow as if he always had a cane on the table beside him." Mark, therefore, went to work in a cheerful spirit, and soon found that he made more progress in a week under Mr. Bastow's gentle tuition than he had done in a month under the vigorous discipline of his former master. Mr. and Mrs. Greg dined regularly at the squire's once a week. "Have you had that Indian servant of yours long, Mr. Thorndyke?" Mrs. Greg asked one day. "He is a strange-looking creature. Of course, in the daytime, when one sees him about in ordinary clothes, one does not notice him so much, but of an evening, in that Eastern costume of his, he looks very strange." "He was the servant of the colonel, my brother," the squire replied. "He brought him over from India with him. The man had been some years in his service, and was very attached to him, and had saved his life more than once, he told me. On one occasion he caught a cobra by the neck as it was about to strike my brother's hand as he sat at table. He carried it out to the compound, as George called it, but which means, he told me, garden, and there let it escape. Another time he caught a thug, which means a sort of robber who kills his victims by strangling before robbing them. They are a sort of sect who regard strangling as a religious action, greatly favored by the bloodthirsty goddess they worship. He was in the act of fastening the twisted handkerchief used for the purpose round my brother's neck when Ramoo cut him down. The closest shave, though, was when George, coming down the country, was pounced upon by a tiger and carried off. Ramoo seized a couple of muskets from the men and rushed into the jungle after him, and coming up with the brute, killed him at the first shot. George escaped with a broken arm and his back laid open by a scratch of the tiger's claws as it first seized him. So at George's death I took Ramoo on, and have found him a most useful fellow. Of course, I was some little time before I became accustomed to his noiseless way of going about, and it used to make me jump when I happened to look round and saw him standing quietly behind me when I thought I was quite alone. However, as soon as I became accustomed to him, I got over all that, and now I would not lose him for anything. He seems to know instinctively what I want. He is excellent as a waiter and valet. I should feel almost lost without him now, and the clumping about of an English manservant would annoy me as much as his noiseless way of going about did at first. He has come to speak English very fairly. Of course, my brother always talked to him in his own tongue. Still, he had picked up enough English for me to get on with. Now he speaks it quite fluently. When I have nothing whatever for him to do, he devotes himself to my little ward. She is very fond of him, and it is quite pretty to see them together in the garden. Altogether, I would not part with him for anything. For some years life passed uneventfully at Crowswood. It was seldom indeed that the squire's authority was needed to set matters right in the village. The substitution of good farmers for shiftless ones in some of the farms, and the better cultivation generally, had given more employment, and, as John Thorndyke preferred keeping 2 or 3 cottages shut up, rather than have them occupied by men for whom no work could be found, it was rare indeed that there were any complaints of scarcity of work, except indeed on the part of the rector, who declared that, what with the healthiness of the village and the absence of want, his occupation, save for the Sunday duty, was a sinecure. Mr. Bastow was more happy and much brighter than he had been for many years. The occupation of teaching suited him, and he was able to make the work pleasant to his pupil as well as to himself. Indeed, it occupied but a small portion of the day, the amount of learning considered necessary at the time not being extensive. A knowledge of Greek was thought quite superfluous for a country gentleman. Science was in its infancy, mathematics a subject only to be taken up by those who wanted to obtain a college fellowship. Latin, however, was considered an essential, and a knack of apt quotation from the Latin poets an accomplishment that every man who was a member of society or aspired to enter Parliament was expected to possess. Thus Mark Thorndyke's lessons lasted but 2 or 3 hours a day, and the school term was a movable period, according to the season of the year and the engagements of the squire and Mark. In winter the evening was the time, so that the boy shot with his father, or rode to the hounds, or, as he got older, joined in shooting parties at the houses of neighbours. In summer the work was done in the morning, but was not unfrequently broken. Mark went off at a very early hour to drive perhaps some 20 miles with his great chum Dick Chetwynd, for a long day's fishing, or to see a main of cocks fought, or a fight between the champions of 2 neighbouring villages, or perhaps some more important battle. When Millicent Conyers was 10 years old she came regularly into the study, sitting curled up in a deep chair, getting up her lessons while Mark did his, and then changing seats with him while he learned his Horace or Ovid by heart. At this time she looked up greatly to him, and was his companion whenever he would allow her to be, fetched and carried for him, and stood almost on a level with his dogs in his estimation. 5 years later, when Mark was 18, these relations changed somewhat. He now liked to have her with him, not only when about the house and garden, but when he took short rides she cantered along on her pony by his side. She was a bright-faced girl, full of life and fun, and rejoicing in a far greater amount of freedom than most girls of her age and time. "It is really time that she should learn to comport herself more staidly, instead of running about like a wild thing," Mrs. Cunningham said one day, as she and the Squire stood after breakfast looking out of the open window at Mark and Millicent. "Time enough, my dear lady, time enough. Let her enjoy life while she can. I am not in favor of making a young kitten behave like an old tabby. Every creature in nature is joyful and frolicsome while it is young. She is as tall and as straight as any of her friends of the same age, and looks more healthy. She will tame down in time, and I dare say walk and look as prim and demure as they do. I was watching them the other day when there was a party of them up here, and I thought the difference was all to her advantage. She looked a natural, healthy girl. They looked like a set of overdressed dolls, afraid to move or to talk aloud, or to stretch their mouths when they smile. Very ladylike and nice, no doubt, but you will see Millicent will throw them into the shade when she is once past the tomboy age. Leave her alone, Mrs. Cunningham. A girl is not like a fruit tree that wants pruning and training from its first year. It will be quite time to get her into shape when she has done growing." John Thorndyke had occasionally made inquiries of Mr. Bastow as to the whereabouts of his son. At the time the sentence was passed, transportation to the American colonies was being discontinued, and until other arrangements could be made, hulks were established as places of confinement and punishment. But a few months later Arthur Bastow was one of the first batch of convicts sent out to the penal settlement formed on the east coast of Australia. This was intended to be fixed at Botany Bay, but it having been found that this bay was open and unsheltered, it was established at Sydney, although for many years the settlement retained in England the name of the original site. As the condition of the prisoners kept in the hulks was deplorable, the Squire had, through the influence of Sir Charles Harris, obtained the inclusion of Bastow's name among the first batch of those who were to sail for Australia. Mr. Bastow obtained permission to see his son before sailing, but returned home much depressed, for he had been assailed with such revolting and blasphemous language by him that he had been forced to retire in horror at the end of a few minutes. "We have done well in getting him sent off," the Squire said, when he heard the result of the interview. "In the first place, the demoralizing effect of these hulks is quite evident, and it may be hoped that in a new country, where there can be no occasion for the convicts to be pent up together, things may be better; for although escapes from the hulks are not frequent, they occasionally take place, and had he gained his liberty, we should have had an anxious time of it until he was rearrested, whereas out there is nowhere to go, no possibility of committing a crime. It is not there as it was in the American colony. Settlements may grow up in time, but at present there are no white men whatever settled in the district, and the natives are, they say, hostile, and were a convict to escape, he would almost certainly be killed and possibly eaten. No doubt by the time your son has served his sentence colonies will be established out there, and he may then be disposed to settle there, either on a piece of land of which he could no doubt take up, or in the service of one of the colonists." End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 5. The scene in the convict yard at Sydney, 5 years after its foundation as a penal settlement, was not a pleasant one to the lover of humanity. Warders, armed to the teeth, were arranging gangs that were to go out to labor on the roads. Many of the convicts had leg irons, but so fastened as to be but slight hindrance to their working powers, but the majority were unironed, These were the better behaved convicts. Not that this would be judged from their faces, for the brutalizing nature of the system and the close association of criminals had placed its mark on all, and it would have been difficult for the most discriminating to have made any choice between the most hardened criminals and those who had been sent out for what would now be considered comparatively trivial offenses. The voyage on board ship had done much to efface distinctions. The convict life had done more, and the chief difference between the chained and unchained prisoners was that the latter were men of more timid disposition than many of their companions, and therefore less disposed to give trouble that would entail heavy punishment. But it was only the comparatively well-conducted men who were placed upon road work. The rest were retained for work inside the jail, or were caged in solitary confinement. Each morning a number, varying from half a dozen to a dozen, were fastened up and flogged, in some cases with merciless severity, but it was seldom that a cry was uttered by these, the most brutal ruffians of the convict herd. This spectacle was just over. It was conducted in public for the edification of the rest, but, judging from the low laughs and brutal jests, uttered below the breath, it signally failed in producing the desired impression. Two of those who had suffered the severest punishment were now putting on their coarse woolen garments over their blood-stained shoulders. Both were comparatively young men. "I shall not stand this much longer," one muttered. "I will brain a warder, and get hung for it. One can die but once, while one can get flogged once a week." "So would I," the other said bitterly. "But I have some scores to settle in England, and I am not going to put my head in a noose until I have wiped them out. The sooner we make arrangements to get back there, the better." "Yes, we have talked of this before," the other said, "and I quite agreed with you that if we all had the pluck of men, we ought to be able to overpower the warders, in spite of their firearms. Of course some of us would get killed, but no one would mind that if there was even the remotest chance of getting away. The question is, what should we do with ourselves when we were once outside the prison? Of course I know that there are 200 or 300 settlers, but there would not be much to be got out of them, and life among those black fellows, even if they were civil to us, which I don't suppose they would not be worth having. We might not have to stay there long. Ships with stores or settlers arrive occasionally, and if a lot of us got away, we might seize one by force, turn pirates for a bit, and when we're all tired of that, sail to some South American port, sell our capture, and make our way home to England. If we were not strong enough to take her, we could hide up on board her. We should be sure to find some fellow who for £1 or 2 would be willing to help us. The thing can be done if we make up our minds to do it, and I for one have made up my mind to try. I haven't chalked out a plan yet, but I am convinced that it is to be done." "I am with you, whatever it is," the other said, "and I think there are 20 or 30 we could rely on. I don't say there are more than that, because there are a lot of white-livered cusses among them, who would inform against us at once so as to get their own freedom as a reward for doing so. Well, we will both think it over, mate, and the sooner the better." The two men who were thus talking together were both by birth above the common herd of convicts, and had gained a considerable ascendancy over the others because of their reckless indifference to punishment and their defiance of authority. Few of the men knew each other's real names. By the officials, they were simply known by numbers, while among themselves, each had a slang name generally gained on board ship. Separation there had, of course, been impossible, and when fastened down below, each had told his story with such embellishments as he chose to give it, and being but little interfered with by their guards, save to ensure the impossibility of a mutiny, there had been fights of a desperate kind. 4 or 5 dead bodies had been found and thrown overboard, but as none would testify as to who had been the assailants, none were punished for it, and so the strongest and most desperate had enforced their authority over the others, as wild beasts might do, and by the time they had reached their destination, all were steeped much deeper in wickedness and brutalism than when they set sail. The 2 men who were speaking together had speedily become chums, and though much younger than the majority of the prisoners, had by their recklessness and ferocity established an ascendancy above the others. This ascendancy had been maintained after their arrival by the constant acts of insubordination, and by their apparent indifference to the punishment awarded them. At night, the convicts were lodged in wooden buildings, where, so long as they were not riotous, they were allowed to talk and converse freely, as indeed was the case when their work for the day was done. As to any attempt at escape, the authorities had but small anxiety, for, until the arrival of the first settlers, 3 years after that of the convicts, there was nowhere a fugitive could go, no food to be obtained, no shelter save among the blacks, who were always ready for a reward of tobacco and spirits to hand them over at once to the authorities. The case had but slightly changed since the settlement began to grow. It was true that by stealing sheep or driving off a few head of cattle, a fugitive might maintain himself for a time. But even if not shot down by the settlers or patrols, he would be sure before long to be brought in by the blacks. The experiment had already been tried of farming our better conducted convicts to the settlers, and indeed it was the prospect of obtaining such cheap labor that had been the main inducement to many of the colonists to establish themselves so far from home, instead of going to America. As a whole, the system worked satisfactorily. The men were as much prisoners as were the inmates of the jail, for they knew well enough that were they to leave the farmers and take to the bush, they would remain free but a short time, being either killed or handed over by the blacks, and in the latter case they would be severely punished and set to prison work in irons, with labor very much more severe than that they were called upon to do on the farms. Some little time after the conversation between the 2 convicts, the prison authorities were congratulating themselves upon the fact that a distinct change had taken or was taking place in the demeanor of many of the men who had hitherto been the most troublesome, and they put it down to the unusually severe floggings that had been inflicted on the 2 most refractory prisoners in the establishment. When in the prison yard or at work, they were more silent than before, and did their tasks doggedly and sullenly. There was no open defiance to the authorities, and, above all, a marked cessation of drunkenness from the spirits that were smuggled into the place. Only the 2 originators were aware of the extent of the plot, for they had agreed that only by keeping every man in ignorance as to who had joined it could they hope to escape treachery. In the first place, they had taken into their confidence a dozen men on whom they could absolutely rely. Beyond this, they had approached the others singly, beginning by hinting that there was a plot for escape, and that a good many were concerned, and telling them that these had bound themselves together by a solemn oath to kill any traitor, even if hanged for it. No one is to know who is in and who is not, the leaders said to each recruit. Every new man will be closely watched by the rest, and if he has any communication privately with a warder or any other official, he will be found strangled the next morning, and no one will know who did it. Even if he succeeded in eluding the vigilance of his comrades at the time, it would soon be known. For if indulgence of any kind was shown towards one man, or he was relieved from his ordinary work, or even freed altogether and suddenly, he would be a dead man in 24 hours. For we have friends outside among the ticket of leave men who have bound themselves to kill at once any man set free. To the question, "What do you intend to do when we get off?" the answer was, "We shall go straight to the bush, so as to avoid a fight with the soldiers in the first place. Then we shall join that night and drive off all the cattle and sheep from the settlements, take possession of every firearm found in the houses, then move off a couple of 100 miles or so into the bush and establish a settlement of our own. Of course, we shall take horses and clothes and any spirits and food we may find. If the soldiers pursue us, we will fight them. But as there are only 3 or 4 companies of them, and we shall be 800 strong, we shall very soon show them that they had better leave us alone. Oh yes, no doubt they will send more soldiers out from England, but it will be over a year before they can get here. And we propose, after we have done with the fellows here, to break up into parties of 20 and 30, dividing the sheep and cattle among us, and each party going where it will. The place is of tremendous size, as big as a dozen Englands, they say, and each party will fix a place it fancies, where there is good water and a river with fish and so on, and we may live all our lives comfortably, with just enough work to raise potatoes and corn, and to watch our stock increasing. Anyhow, we might calculate on having some years of peace and freedom, and even if, in the end, they searched us all out, which would be very unlikely, they could but bring us back, hang a few, and set the rest to work again. But we think that they most likely would leave us alone altogether, quite satisfied with having gotten rid of us. Those who liked it could, no doubt, take wives among the blacks. The convict women who are out on service with the settlers would, you may be sure, join us at once, and an enterprising chap who preferred a white woman to a black one could always make his way down here and persuade one to go off with him to his farm. That is the general plan. If many get tired of the life, they have only to come down to Sydney, hide up near the place on some dark night, and go down to the port, seize a ship, and make off in her, compelling the officers and sailors to take them and land them at any port they fancy, either in Chile, Peru, or Mexico, or, if they like, sail west and make for Rio or Buenos Aires, or one of the West Indian islands. As to when it is going to be done, or how it is going to be done, no one will be told till it is ready to be carried out. We have not settled that ourselves, and thus one who was fool enough to risk certain death could tell the governor no more than that there was a plot on hand, and that the man who had sworn him in was concerned in it. So one by one every man in the prison was sworn by a terrible oath to secrecy, to watch his companions, and to report anything that looked suspicious. Many joined willingly, the prospect of relief, even should it only be temporary, being too fascinating to be resisted. Some joined against their will, fearing that a refusal to do so would be punished by death, and the fact that 2 or 3 men were found strangled in bed had a very great effect in inducing others to join in the plot. These deaths caused some uneasiness to the authorities. Their utmost endeavors failed to discover who were the perpetrators of these murders, and even when everyone in the same hut was flogged to obtain information, not one opened his lips. One night the word was passed round that the time had come. One only in each hut was familiar with the details, and he gave instructions to each man individually as to what he was to do. The date had been determined by the fact that the time which they had been sentenced to wear irons had terminated the day before, and their unusually subdued and quiet demeanor having carried them through the interval without, as usual, fresh punishments being awarded them before the termination of the former one. In the morning, the whole of the convicts were drawn up to witness the flogging of the inmates of one of the huts, where a man had been found strangled the morning before. The first prisoner was taken to the triangle, stripped to the waist, and tied up. There was a dead silence in the ranks of the convicts, but as the first blow fell upon his shoulders, there was a loud yell, and simultaneously the whole ranks broke up, and a number of men sprang upon each of the warders, wrested their muskets from them, and threw them to the ground. Then there was a rush towards the governor and officers, who were assembled in front of the stone house that faced the open end of the square. Firing their pistols, these at once took refuge in the house, 3 or 4 falling under the scattered fire that was opened as soon as the muskets of the warders fell into the hands of the convicts. Directly the doors were closed, the officers appeared at the windows, and opened a rifle fire upon the convicts, as did the guards near the gate. As comparatively few of the convicts had muskets, they began to waver at once, but, headed by the 2 ringleaders, the armed party rushed at the guard, shot them down, and threw open the gate. Then an unexpected thing happened. The soldiers from the barracks happened to be marching down to do target practice on the shore, and were passing the convict prison when the firing broke out. They were at once halted, ordered to load, and as the convicts, with exultant shouts, poured through the gate, they saw a long line of soldiers with leveled muskets facing them. "At them!" one of the soldiers shouted. "It's too late to draw back now. We have got to break through them." Many of the convicts ran back into the yard, but those armed with muskets, the most desperate of the party, followed their leaders. A moment later a heavy volley rang out, and numbers of the convicts fell. Their two leaders, however, and some 20 of their followers, keeping in a close body, rushed at the line of soldiers with clubbed muskets, and with the suddenness and fury of the rush burst their way through the line, and then scattering, fled across the country, pursued by a dropping fire of musketry. The officers in command, seeing that but a fraction had escaped, ordered one company to pursue, and marched the rest into the prison yard. It was already deserted. The convicts had scattered to their huts, those who had arms throwing them away. Dotted here and there over the square were the bodies of 8 or 10 convicts and as many warders, whose skulls had been smashed in by their infuriated assailants as soon as they had obtained possession of their muskets. Close to the gate lay the 6 soldiers who had furnished the guard. These were all dead or mortally wounded. The governor and the officials issued from the house as soon as the soldiers entered the yard. The first step was to turn all the convicts out of the huts and to iron them. No resistance was attempted, the sight of the soldiers completely cowing the mutineers. When the bodies of the convicts that had fallen were counted and the roll of the prisoners called over, it was found that 18 were missing, and of these 6 were during the course of the next hour or two brought in by the soldiers who had gone in pursuit of them. The rest had escaped. The convicts were all questioned separately, and the tales they told agreed so closely that the governor could not doubt that they were speaking the truth. All had been sworn in by one of the 2 men, and knew nothing whatever of what was intended to be done that day, until after they were locked up on the evening previous. Each of these in the huts had received his instructions the night before from the one man. There were 18 huts, each containing 15 convicts. Of the men who had given instructions, 6 had fallen outside the gate, together with 16 others. 5 had been overtaken and brought in. Altogether 12 were still at large. Among these were the 2 leaders. The next day 6 of the prisoners were tried and executed. The rest were punished only by a reduction in their rations. Sentence of death was at the same time passed upon the 12 still at large, so as to save the trouble of a succession of trials as they were caught and brought in. The 2 leaders had kept together after they had broken through the line of soldiers. "Things have gone off well," one said as they ran through. "Those soldiers nearly spoilt it all." "Yes, that was unlucky," the other agreed. "But so far as we are concerned, which is all we care about, I think things have turned out for the best." Nothing more was said until they had far outstripped their pursuers, hampered as these were by their uniforms and belts. "You mean that it is not such a bad thing that they have not all got away?" "Yes, that is what I mean. It is all very well to tell them about driving off the sheep and cattle and horses, and going to start a colony on our own account, but the soldiers would have been up to us before we had gone a day's journey. Most of the fellows would have bolted directly they saw them, and as it is, I fancy only about a dozen have got away. perhaps not as many as that, and they are all men that one can rely on. One can feed a dozen without difficulty. A sheep a day would do it, and by giving a turn to each of the settlers, the animals won't be missed. Besides, we shall want money if we are ever to get out of this cursed country. It would not be difficult to get enough for you and me, but when it comes to a large number, the sack of the whole settlement would not go very far. My own idea is that we had best join the others tonight, kill a few sheep, and go 2 or 3 days' march into the bush, until the heat of the pursuit is over. We are all armed. The blacks would not venture to attack us, and the soldiers would not be likely to pursue us very far. In a week or so, when we can assume that matters have cooled down a bit, we can come down again. We know all the shepherds, and even if they were not disposed to help us, they would not dare to betray us, or to report a sheep or two being missing. Of course, we shall have to be very careful to shift our quarters frequently. Those black trackers are sure to be sent out pretty often. As long as we are hanging about the settlements, there won't be much fear of our being bothered by the blacks. Of course, we shall have to decide later on whether it will be best for us to try and seize a ship, all of us acting together, or for us to get quietly on board one and keep under hatches until she is well away. That's the plan I fancy most. So do I. In the first place, the chances are that in the next 2 or 3 months at least half the fellows will be picked up. To begin with, several of them are sure to get hold of liquor and make attacks upon the settlers, in which case some of them, anyhow, are sure to get killed. In the next place, most of them were brought up as thieves in the slums of London, and will have no more idea of roughing it in a country like this than of behaving themselves if they were transported to a London drawing room. Therefore, I am pretty sure that at the end of 3 months we shall not be able to reckon on half of them. Well, 6 men are not enough to capture a ship, or, if they do capture it, to keep the crew under. One must sleep sometimes, and with only 3 or 4 men on deck, we could not hope to keep a whole ship's crew at bay. Then there is another reason. You and I, when we have got a decent rig out, could pass anywhere without exciting observation, while if we had half a dozen of the others, whatever their good qualities, they would be noticed at once by their villainous faces, and if questions were to be asked, we should be likely to find ourselves in limbo again in a very short time. So I am all for working on our own account, even if the whole of the others were ready to back us. But of course, we must keep on good terms with them all, and breathe no word that we think that each man had better shift for himself. Some of these fellows, if they thought we had any idea of leaving them, would go straight into Sydney and denounce us, although they would know that they themselves would be likely to swing at the same time. As none of the convicts were acquainted with the bush, they had been obliged to select as their rendezvous a hut 2 miles out of the town, where the convict gangs that worked on the road were in the habit of leaving their tools. On the way there, the 2 men killed a couple of sheep from a flock whose position they had noticed before it became dark. These they skinned, cut off the heads, and left them behind, carrying the sheep on their shoulders to the meeting. "Is that you, Captain Wild?" a voice said as they approached. "Yes, Gentleman Dick is with me." "That is a good job. We had begun to think that the soldiers had caught you." "They would not have caught us alive, you may take your oath. How many are there of us here?" "10 of us, Captain. I think that is all there are." "That is enough for our purpose. Has anyone got anything to eat?" There was a deep growl in the negative. "Well, we have brought a couple of sheep with us, and as we have carried them something like a mile, you had better handle them by turns. We will strike off into the bush and put another 3 or 4 miles between us and the jail, and then light a fire and have a meal." 2 of the men came forward and took the sheep. Then they turned off the road, and taking their direction from a star, followed it for an hour. "I think we have got far enough now," the man called Captain Wild said. "You had better cut down the bushes, and we will make a fire." "But how are we to light it?" one of them exclaimed in a tone of consternation. "I don't suppose we have got flint and steel or tinder box among us." "Oh, we can manage that," the captain said. "Get a heap of dried leaves here first, then some wood. We will soon have a blaze." His orders were obeyed. Some of the men had carried off the warders' swords, as well as their muskets, and now used them for chopping wood. As soon as a small pile of dried leaves was gathered, the captain broke a cartridge and sprinkled half of its contents among them, and then dropped the remainder into his musket. He flashed this off among the leaves, and a bright flame at once shot up, and in 5 minutes a fire was burning. One of the sheep was soon cut up, the meat hacked in slices from the bones. A ramrod was thrust through the pieces, and supported by 4 sticks, was laid across the fire. 3 other similarly laden spits were soon placed beside it, and in a short time the meat was ready for eating. Until a hearty meal had been made, there was but little talking. "That is first rate," one of the men said, as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Now one only wants a pipe and bacca, and a glass of grog to feel comfortable. Well, Captain, are you satisfied with the day's work?" "It would have been a grand day had it not been for the soldiers passing just at the time. As it is, Gentleman Dick and I have been agreeing that, as far as we are all concerned, it has not turned out so badly. There would have been a lot of difficulty in finding food if we had all got away, and some of those mealy-mouthed fellows would have been sure to go back and peach on us at the first opportunity. A dozen is better than 100 for the sort of life we are likely to lead for some time. We are strong enough to beat off any attack from the black fellows, and also to break into any of these settlers' houses. We can, when we have a mind to, take a stray sheep now and then, or even a bullock would scarcely be missed, especially if our pals in the settlement will lend us a helping hand, which you may be sure they will do. In fact, they would know better than to refuse. Then a large party could be traced by those black trackers at a run, while a small one would not, especially if, as we certainly will do, we break up into 2s and 3s for a time. First of all, though, we must go well into the bush. At daybreak tomorrow morning we will drive off 20 sheep, and go right away 100 miles, and wait there till matters have settled down. They will never take the troops out that distance after us. Then we can come back again, and hang about the settlement and take what we want. The wild blacks don't come near there, and we shall be safer in pairs than we should be if we kept together. And of course we could meet once a week or so and talk over our plans. We must borrow some whiskey, flour, tea, tobacco, and a few other items from the settlers, but we had better do without them for this trip. I don't want to turn the settlers against us, for they have all got horses and might combine with the troops to give chase, so it would be best to leave them alone, at any rate until we get back again. Another reason for treating them gently is that even if they did not join the troops, they might get into a funk and drive their sheep and horses down into Sydney, and then we should mighty soon get short of food. It will be quite time enough to draw upon them heavily when we make up our minds to get hold of a ship and sail away. Money would be of no use to us here, but we shall want it when we get to a port, wherever that port may be." "That sounds right enough, Captain," one of the convicts said, "and just at present nothing would suit me better than to get so far away from this place that I can lay on my back and take it easy for a spell." There was a general chorus of assent, and there being neither tobacco nor spirits, the party very soon stretched themselves off to sleep around the fire. In the morning they were up before daylight, and half an hour later arrived at one of the farms farthest from Sydney. Here they found a flock of 100 sheep. The shepherd came to the door of his hut on hearing a noise. "You had best lie down and go to sleep for the next hour," the leader of the convicts said sharply. "We don't want to do an old pal any harm, and when you wake up in the morning and find the flock some 20 short, of course you won't have any idea what has come of them." The man nodded and went back into the hut and shut the door, and the convicts started for the interior, driving 20 sheep before them. During the first day's journey they went fast, keeping the sheep at a trot before them, and continuing their journey through the heat of the day. "I tell you what, Captain," one of the men said when they halted at sunset, "if we don't get to a water hole we shall have to give up this idea of going and camping in the bush. My mouth has been like an oven all day, and it is no use getting away from jail to die of thirst out here." There had been similar remarks during the day, and the two leaders agreed together that it would be madness to push further, and that, whatever the risk, they would have to return to the settlements unless they could strike water. As they were sitting moodily round the fire, they were startled by a dozen natives coming forward into the circle of light. These held out their hands to say that their intentions were peaceful. "Don't touch your muskets," Captain Wilde exclaimed sharply, as some of the men were on the point of jumping to their feet. "These men are friendly, and we may be able to get them to guide us to water." The natives, as they came up, grinned and rubbed their stomachs to show that they were hungry. "I understand," the captain said. "You want a sheep. We want water." And he held up his hand to his mouth and lifted his elbow as if he was in the act of drinking. In 2 or 3 minutes the natives understood what he wanted, and beckoned to the men to follow. The tired sheep were got onto their legs again, and half a mile away the party arrived at a pool in what in wet weather was the bed of a river. A sheep was at once handed over to the natives, and when the men had satisfied their thirst, Another sheep was killed for their own use. After a great deal of trouble, the natives were made to understand that the white men wanted one of their party to go with them as a guide, and to take them always to the water holes, and a boy of 15 was handed over to them in exchange for 2 more sheep. And at daybreak the next morning they started again for the interior, feeling much exhilarated by the piece of luck that had befallen them. They traveled for 4 days more, and then, considering that the soldiers had ceased their pursuit long ago, they encamped for 10 days, enjoying to the utmost their recovered freedom and their immunity from work of any kind. Then they returned to the neighborhood of the settlements and broke up, as their leader proposed, into pairs. They had been there but a short time before the depredations committed roused the settlers to band themselves together. Every horse that could be spared was sent to the military, who formed a mounted patrol of 40 men, while parties of infantry, guided by native trackers, were constantly on the scent for the convicts. "This is just what I expected," Captain Wild said to his lieutenant. "It was the choice of 2 evils, and I am not sure that the plan we chose was not the worst. We might have been quite sure that these fellows would not be able, even for a time, to give up their old ways. If they had confined themselves, as we have done, to taking a sheep when they wanted it and behaving civilly when they went to one of the houses and begged for a few pounds of flour or tea, the settlers would have made no great complaint of us. They know what a hard time we have had, and you can see that some of the women were really sorry for us, and gave us more than we actually asked for. But it has not been so with the others. They had been breaking into houses, stealing everything they could lay their hands upon, and in 3 or 4 cases shooting down men on the slightest provocation. The money and watches were no good to them, but the brutes could not help stealing them. So here we are, and the settlement is like a swarm of angry bees, and this plan of handing over most of their horses to the military will end in all of us being hunted down if we stay here. 2 were shot yesterday, and in another week we shall all be either killed or caught. There is nothing for it but to clear out. I am against violence, not on principle, but because in this case it sets people's backs up. But it cannot be helped now. We must get a couple of horses to ride, and a spare one to carry our swag. We must have half a sack of flour and a sheep. It is no use taking more than one, because the meat won't keep, and a good stock of tea and sugar. We must get a good supply of powder if we can, some bullets and shot. We shall have to get our meat by shooting. There is no time to be lost, and tonight we had better go to that settler's place nearest the town. He has got 2 of the best horses out here, at least so Redgrave, that shepherd I was talking to today, told me, and a well-filled store of provisions. If he will let us have them without rumpus, all well and good. If not, it will be the worse for him. My idea is that we should ride 200 or 300 miles along the coast until we get to a river, follow it up till we find a tidy place for a camp, and stop there for 3 or 4 months. Then come back again and keep ourselves quiet until we find out that a ship is going to sail. Then we will do a night among the farmhouses, and clean them out of their watches and money, manage to get them on board, and hide till we are well out to sea. We must get a fresh fit out before we go on board. These clothes are neither handsome nor becoming. We must put on our best manners, and tell them that we are men who have served our full time and want to get back, and that we were obliged to hide because we had not enough to pay our full passage money, but that we have enough to pay the cost of our grub, and are ready to pull at a rope and make ourselves useful in any way. If we are lucky, we ought to get enough before we start to buy horses and set ourselves up well in business at home." "I think that is a very good plan," the other agreed, "and I am quite sure the sooner we make ourselves scarce here, the better." End of chapter 5. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 6 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 6. While arranging for young Bastow being sent out with the first batch of convicts, John Thorndyke had been introduced to several of the officials of the department, and called upon them at intervals to obtain news of the penal colony. 3 years after its establishment, a crown colony had been opened for settlement in its vicinity. As the climate was said to be very fine, and the country fertile, and land could be taken up without payment, the number who went out was considerable, there being the additional attraction that convicts of good character would be allotted to settlers as servants and farm hands. 6 years after Arthur Bastow sailed, the squire learned that there had been a revolt among the convicts. Several had been killed, and the mutiny suppressed, but about a dozen had succeeded in getting away. These had committed several robberies and some murders among the settlers, and a military force and a party of warders from the prison were scouring the country for them. "Of course, Mr. Thorndyke," the official said, "the governor, in his report, does not give us the names of any of those concerned in the matter. He simply says that although the mutiny was general, it was wholly the work of a small number of the worst class of prisoners. By worst class, he means the most troublesome and refractory out there. The prisoners are not classified according to their original crimes. A poacher who has killed a gamekeeper, or a smuggler who has killed a revenue officer, may, in other respects, be a quiet and well-conducted man, while men sentenced for comparatively minor offenses may give an immense deal of trouble. I will, however, get a letter written to the governor, asking him if Arthur Bastow was among those who took part in the revolt, and if so, what has become of him." It was more than a year before the reply came, and then the governor reported that Arthur Bastow, who was believed to have been the leading spirit of the mutiny, was among those who had escaped, and had not yet been recaptured. It was generally believed that he had been killed by the blacks, but of this there was no actual proof. Mr. Bastow was much disturbed when he heard the news. Suppose he comes back here, Mr. Thorndyke?" "I won't suppose anything of the sort," the squire replied. "I don't say that it would be altogether impossible, because now that vessels go from time to time to Sydney, he might, of course, be able to hide up in one of them, and not come on deck until she was well on her way, when, in all probability, he would be allowed to work his passage, and might be put ashore without any information being given to the authorities. I have no doubt that among the sailors there would be a good deal of sympathy felt for the convicts. No doubt they have had a hard time of it, and we know that the gangs working on the roads were always ironed. Still, this is very unlikely, and the chances are all in favor of his being in hiding in the bush. The shepherds and other hands on the farms are chiefly convicts, and would probably give him aid if he required it, and there would be no difficulty in getting a sheep now and then, for, as all reports say, one of the chief troubles out there are the wild dogs, or dingoes, as they are called. Any loss in that way would readily be put down to them. As to money, he would have no occasion for it. If he wanted it, he would get it by robbing the settlers. He would know that if he came back here, he would run the risk of being seized at once on landing, or of being speedily hunted down as an escaped convict. I don't think that there is the slightest occasion for us to trouble ourselves about him." But though the squire spoke so confidently, he felt by no means sure that Arthur Bastow would not turn up again, for his reckless audacity had made a great impression upon him. The proceeds of the robberies in the colony, in which he had no doubt played a part, would have furnished him with money with which he could bribe a sailor to hide him away, and, if necessary, pay his passage money to England when discovered on board, and perhaps maintain him when he got home until he could replenish his purse by some unlawful means. Lastly, the squire argued that the fellow's vindictive nature and longing for revenge would act as an incentive to bring him back to London. He talked the matter over with Mark, who was now a powerful young fellow of 20, who, of course, remembered the incidents attending Bastow's capture and trial. "I cannot help fancying that the fellow will come back, Mark." "Well, if he does, father, we must make it our business to lay him by the heels again. You managed it last time, and if he should turn up, you may be sure I will help you do it again." "Yes, but we may not hear of his having returned until he strikes a blow. At any rate, see that your pistols are loaded and close at hand at night." "They always are, father. There is no saying when a house like this, standing alone, and containing a good deal of plate and valuables, may be broken into." "Well, you might as well carry them always when you go out after dark. I shall speak to Knapp, and request him to let me know if he hears of a suspicious-looking character, any stranger, in fact, being noticed in or about the village, and I shall have a talk with Simeox, the head constable at Reigate, and ask him to do the same. He is not the same man who was head at the time Bastow was up before us, but he was in the force then, and as one of the constables who came up to take the prisoners down to Reigate, he will have all the facts in his mind. He is a sharp fellow, and though Bastow has no doubt changed a good deal since then, he would hardly fail to recognize him if his eye fell upon him. Of course, we may be alarming ourselves unnecessarily, but there are several reasons why I should object strongly to be shot just at the present time." "Or at any other time, I should say, father," the young man said with a laugh. "I shall know him, Squire, safe enough," the head constable replied when John Thorndyke went down to see him on the following day. but I should think that if he does come back to England, he will hardly be fool enough to come down here. He was pretty well known in town before that affair, and everyone who was in the courthouse would be sure to have his face strongly impressed upon their minds. You may forget a man you have seen casually, but you don't forget one that you have watched closely when he is in the dock with 2 others charged with murder. 5 out of my 6 men were constables at that time, and would know him again the minute they saw him. But anyhow, I will tell them to keep a sharp lookout in the tramps' quarters, and especially over the 2 or 3 men still here that Bastow used to consort with. I should say that Reigate is the last place in the world where he would show his face." "I hope so," the squire said. "He has caused trouble enough down here as it is. His father is getting an old man now, and is by no means strong, and fresh troubles of that kind would undoubtedly kill him." A month later the Reigate coach was stopped when a short distance out of the town by 2 highwaymen, and a considerable prize obtained by the robbers. Soon afterwards came news of private carriages being stopped on various commons in the south of London, and of several burglaries taking place among the houses around Clapham, Wandsworth, and Putney. Such events were by no means uncommon, but following each other in such quick succession, they created a strong feeling of alarm among the inhabitants of the neighborhood. John Thorndyke, going to town shortly afterwards, went to the headquarters of the Bow Street runners, and had a talk with their chief in reference especially to the stoppage of the Reigate coach. Mr. Chetwynd had lately died, and John Thorndyke had been unanimously elected by his fellow magistrates as chairman of the bench. "No, Mr. Thorndyke, we have no clue whatever. Our men have been keeping the sharpest watch over the fellows suspected of having a hand in such matters, but they all seem keeping pretty quiet at present, and none of burglaries in the south of London. We are at our wits' end about them. We are flooded with letters of complaint from residents, but though the patrols on the common have been doubled and every effort made, we are as far off as ever. As far as the burglaries are concerned, we have every reason to think that they are the work of 2 or 3 new hands. The jobs are not neatly done, and certainly not with tools usually used by burglars. They seem to rely upon daring rather than skill. However, we don't know where to look for them, and are altogether at sea. Of course, it is as annoying to us as it is to anyone else. More so, because the justices of the peace are sending complaints to the Home Secretary, and he in turn drops on us and wants to know what we are doing. I have a sort of fancy myself the fellows who are stopping the coaches are the same as those concerned in the burglaries. I could not give you my reasons for saying so, except that on no occasion has a coach been stopped and a house broken into on the same night. I fancy that at present we shan't hear much more of them. They have created such alarm that the coaches carry with them 2 men armed with blunderbusses, in addition to the guards, and I should fancy that every householder sleeps with pistols within reach, and has got arms for his servants. At many of the large houses I know a watchman has been engaged to sit in the hall at night, to ring the alarm bell and wake the inmates directly he hears any suspicious sounds. Perhaps the fellows may be quiet for a time, for they must, during the last month, have got a wonderful amount of spoil. Maybe they will go west. The Bath road is always a favorite one with these fellows. Maybe they will work the northern side of the town. I hope we shall lay hands upon them one day, but so far, I may say frankly, We have not the slightest clue." "But they must put their horses up somewhere." "Yes, but unfortunately there are so many small wayside inns that it is next to impossible to trace them. A number of these fellows are in alliance with the highwaymen. Some of them, too, have small farms in addition to their public house businesses, and the horses may be snugly put up there, while we are searching the inn stables in vain. Again, there are rogues even among the farmers themselves. Little men, perhaps, who do not farm more than 30 or 40 acres, either working them themselves or by the aid of a hired man who lives perhaps at a village a mile away. To a man of this kind, the offer of a couple of guineas a week to keep 2 horses in an empty cowshed and to ask no questions is a heavy temptation. We have got 2 clever fellows going about the country inquiring at all the villages whether 2 mounted men have lately been heard going through there late at night or early in the morning, so as to narrow down the area to be searched, but nothing has come of it, although I am pretty sure that they must have 3 or 4 places they use in various directions. My men have picked up stories of horsemen being heard occasionally, but they come from various directions, and nowhere have they been noticed with any regularity. Besides, there are other knights of the road about. We are no nearer than we were on that line of inquiry." A month later, John Thorndyke had occasion to go up again to town. This time Mark accompanied him. Both carried pistols, as did the groom, sitting behind them. The squire himself was but a poor shot, but Mark had practiced a great deal. "'Tis a good thing to be able to shoot straight, Mark," his father had said to him 3 years before. "I abhor dueling, but there is so much of it at present that any gentleman might find himself in a position when he must either go out or submit to be considered a coward. Then, too, the roads are infested by highwaymen. For that reason alone it would be well that a man should be able to shoot straight. You should also practice sometimes at night, setting up some object at a distance so that you can just make out its outline, and taking a dozen shots at it. I know it is very difficult when you cannot see your own pistol, but you can soon learn to trust to your arm to come up to the right height and in the right direction. Of course, you must wait until morning to find out where your bullet has gone." 2 days after they reached town, the squire received a letter from Mrs. Cunningham. "Dear Mr. Thorndyke, Knapp has been up this morning to tell me that a stranger dismounted yesterday at the alehouse, and while his horse was being fed he asked a few questions. Among others, he wished to know if you were at home, saying that he had known you some 15 years ago, when you lived near Hastings, and should like to have a talk with you again. In fact, he had turned off from the main road for the purpose. He seemed disappointed when he heard that you had gone up to town, and hearing that you might not be back for 3 or 4 days, said he should be coming back through Reigate in a week or 10 days, and he dared say he should be able to find time to call again. Knapp did not hear about it until this morning. He asked the landlord about the man, and the landlord said he was about 30, dark, and sparely built. He did not notice his horse particularly, saying that it was such as a small squire or farmer might ride. He carried a brace of pistols in his holsters. The landlord was not prepossessed with his appearance, and it was that that made him speak to Knapp about him. I have told the men to unfasten the dogs every night, and I have asked Knapp to send up 2 trustworthy men to keep watch. It may mean something, and it may not," the squire said, as he handed the letter to Mark. "It is a suspicious-looking circumstance. If the fellow had been honest, he would surely have said something about himself. There is no doubt that these housebreakers generally find out what chance there is of resistance, and, hearing that we were both away, may have decided on making an attempt. I have pretty well finished our business and ordered nearly all the provisions that Mrs. Cunningham requires, but I have to call at my lawyer's, and that is generally a longish business. It is 2:30 now. If we start from here at 5, we shall be down soon after 8, which will be quite soon enough. We shall have a couple of hours' drive in the dark, but that won't matter. We have got the lamps." "I am quite ready to start, father. I am engaged to sup with Reginald Ascot, but I will go over this afternoon and make my excuses." At 5 o'clock they started. "You have got your pistols in order, Mark?" the squire asked, as they drove over the London Bridge. "I have them handy, father, 1 in each pocket." "James, are your pistols charged?" "Yes, sir." At 6 o'clock it was beginning to get dusk, and they stopped while the groom got down and lit the lamps. Then they resumed their journey. They were within 5 miles of Reigate when suddenly 2 horsemen rode out from a side road with a shout of "Stand and deliver." The squire lashed the horses, and a moment later a pistol was fired, and the ball went through his hat. By the light of the lamps Mark saw the other man raise his hand and, leveling his pistol, fired on the instant. Then, as there was no reply to his shot, he discharged the second barrel at the first who had fired, and who had at once drawn another pistol. The 2 reports rang out almost at the same moment, but Mark's was a little the first. There was a sharp exclamation of pain from the highwayman, who wrenched round his horse and galloped down the lane from which he had issued, the groom sending 2 bullets after him. "Where's the other man?" Mark exclaimed, as his father reined in the horses. "Somewhere on the ground there, Mark. I saw him fall from his saddle as we passed him." "Is it any use pursuing the other, father? I am pretty sure I hit him." "I am quite sure you did, but it is no good our following. The side roads are so cut up by ruts that we should break a spring before we had gone 100 yards. No, we will stop and look at this fellow who is unhorsed, Mark." The groom got down, and, taking one of the carriage lamps, proceeded to a spot where the highwayman's horse was standing. The man was already dead, the bullet having hit him a few inches above the heart. "He is dead, father. I think you had better lift him up to the footboard behind. James can ride his horse. We will hand the body over to the constable at Reigate. He may know who he is, or find something upon him that may afford a clue that will lead to the capture of his companion." "No, I don't know him, Squire," the constable said, as they stopped before his house and told him what had happened. "However, he certainly is dead, and I would get one of the men to help me carry him into the shed behind the courthouse. So you say that you think that the other is wounded?" "I am pretty sure he is. I heard him give an exclamation as my son fired." "That is good shooting, Mr. Mark," the constable said. "If every passenger could use his arms as you do, there would soon be an end to stopping coaches. I will see what he has got about him. and will come up and let you know, Squire, the first thing in the morning." "I will send Knapp down," John Thorndyke said, as they drove homewards. "I am rather curious to know if this fellow is the same Mrs. Cunningham wrote about. I will tell him to take Peters along with him." "I hardly see that there can be any connection between the two. Highwaymen don't go in for housebreaking. I think they consider that to be a lower branch of their profession." "Generally they do, no doubt, Mark. But you know, I told you that the chief at Bow Street said that he had a suspicion that the highway robbers and the housebreakers who have been creating so much alarm are the same men. It is curious that they should have happened to light on us, father, if they were intending to break into our house." John Thorndyke made no reply, and in a few minutes drove up to the house. Their return, a couple of days before they were expected, caused great satisfaction to Mrs. Cunningham and Millicent. The former, however, had wisely kept from the girl the manner in which she had written to the Squire, and the suspicion she had herself entertained. "It is very dull without you both," Millicent said. "I was telling Mrs. Cunningham that I thought it would be a good thing when you got back for us two to take a run up to town for a week, just to let you see how dull the place is when two of us are away. You are looking quite serious, uncle. Is anything the matter?" "Happily, nothing is the matter with us, dear, but we have had an adventure, and not a very pleasant one." "What was it?" the girl asked. "If you examine my hat closely, Millicent, it will tell you." The girl took up the hat from a chair on which he had put it, and brought it to the light. "There are 2 holes in it," she said. "Oh, Guardy, have you been shot at?" "It looks like it, dear. 2 gentlemen highwaymen, at least that is what I believe they call themselves, asked us pressingly to stop, and as we would not comply with their request, one fired at me, and, as you see, it was an uncommonly good shot. The other was about to fire when Mark's pistol put a stop to him, and his second barrel stopped the fellow who had fired first. He was hit, for we heard him give an exclamation of pain, but before any more shooting could be done, he turned and rode off down a narrow lane where we could not follow." "And what became of the first?" Millicent asked with open eyes. "He was dead before we could get down to examine him. He will not disturb the king's peace again. It happened about 4 miles from home, so we brought him in and gave him and his horse into the charge of the constable at Reigate." "And you have really killed a man?" Millicent said, looking up with an awestruck expression to Mark. "Well, as the man would have killed us if I hadn't, I cannot say, Millicent, that his death weighs in any way heavily on my mind. If he were as good a shot as the other, my father's life would not have been worth much, for as we were driving fast, he was not above half as far away as the other when he fired. Just the same, I suppose, as it would be in a battle. A man is going to shoot you, and you shoot him first, and I don't suppose it ever troubles you afterwards." "Of course, I don't mean to blame you, Mark, but it does seem shocking." "I don't suppose that you would think that, Millicent, if a burglar who had taken one shot at you and was about to finish you with another was cut short in the operation by a shot from my pistol. I believe that your relief and thankfulness would be so great that the idea that it was a shocking thing for me to do would not so much as enter your head." "I wish you had shot the other man as well as the one you did, Mark," the Squire said, as he walked with his son down to Reigate to attend the inquest the next morning on the man who they had brought in. Mark looked at his father in surprise. "There's no doubt I hit him, father, but I should not think that he will likely be causing us trouble again." "I wish I felt quite sure of that. Do you know that I have a strong suspicion that it was Arthur Bastow?" Mark had, of course, heard of Bastow's escape, but had attached no great importance to it. Crime had taken place nearly 8 years before, and although greatly impressed at the time by the ill doings of the man, the idea that he would ever return and endeavor to avenge himself on his father for the part he had taken had not occurred to him. Beyond mentioning his escape, the squire had never talked to him on the subject. It was he who bade us stand and deliver, and the moment he spoke the voice seemed familiar to me, and thinking it over, I have an impression that it was his. I may be mistaken, for I have had him in my mind ever since I heard that he had escaped, and may therefore have connected the voice with him erroneously, and yet I cannot but think that I was right. You see, there are 2 or 3 suspicious circumstances. In the first place, there was this man down here making inquiries. Knapp went down early this morning with the innkeeper and told me before breakfast that Peters at once recognized the fellow you shot as the man who had made the inquiries. Now, the natural result of making inquiries would have been that the 2 men would the next evening have broken into the house, thinking that during our absence they would meet with no resistance. Instead of doing this, they waylaid us on the road, which looks as if it was me they intended to attack, and not the house. But how could they have known that it was us, father? It is certainly singular that one of the 2 men should have been the fellow who was up at the inn, but it may be only a matter of coincidence. I don't know, Mark. I don't say that the singular coincidences don't occur, but I have not much faith in them. Still, if they were journeying down to attack the house last night, they would hardly have stopped travelers by the way when there was such a rich booty awaiting them, as they evidently believed there was, or that man would not have come down specially to make inquiries. My own impression is that when they heard that we should return in 2 or 3 days, one of them watched us in London, and as soon as they learned that we were to start for home at 5 o'clock, they came down here to stop us. They would hardly have done that merely to get our watches and what money we had in our pockets. No, I should think not, father, for they might be friends of men who have got into trouble at Reigate, and, as you are chairman of the bench, may have had a special grudge against you for their conviction. This is, of course, possible, and I hope that it is so. But even if Arthur Bastow had escaped, father, why should he come back to England, where he would know that he might be arrested again, instead of staying quietly out in Australia? There are 2 reasons. In the first place, the life out there would not be a quiet one. There would be nothing for him but to attack and rob the settlers, and this, as they are sure to be armed, is a pretty dangerous business. Then there are perils from the blacks, and lastly, such a life would be absolutely devoid of comfort, and be that of a hunted dog, living always in a bush, scarcely venturing to sleep lest he should be pounced upon either by the armed constables of the colony or by the blacks. It is not as if the country were extensively populated. There are not a very large number of settlers there yet, and therefore very small scope for robbers. These people would keep very little money with them, and the amount of plunder to be got would be small indeed. Therefore, I take it that the main object of any escaped convict would be to get away from the place. That is one of the reasons why the fellow might come back to England, in spite of the risks. The other is that I believe him to be so diabolically vindictive that he would run almost any peril in order to obtain revenge upon me or his father. Twice he has threatened me, the first time when he captured him, and the second time as he left the court after he had received his sentence. "I am not a coward, as far as I know, Mark, but I am as certain as I stand here that he meant what he said, and that, during those years of imprisonment and toil out there, he has been cherishing the thought of coming home some day and getting even with me. You see, he is said to have been the leader of this convict revolt. There is no doubting his daring, and to my mind the attack upon us last night, when they knew that they could have managed a successful robbery here, points to the fact that it was the result of personal animosity, and strengthens my belief that it was Arthur Bastow who called upon us to stand and deliver." "It is a very unpleasant idea, Father, very unpleasant, and it seems to me that we should, at any rate, spare no pains in hunting the man you wounded down. I will undertake that if you like. I have nothing particular to do, and it would be an excitement. You have a lot to keep you here. I don't fancy that you will find it an excitement, Mark, for of course the detectives will do the hunting, but I should certainly be glad if you would take a letter for me to the head of the detective department, and tell him what I think, and my reasons for thinking so, and say that I offer a reward of £100 for the capture of the man who tried to stop us, and who was, we are certain, wounded by you. Unless he has some marvelously out-of-the-way hiding place, it ought not to be difficult. A wounded man could scarcely lie hidden in the slums of London without it being known to a good many people, to some of whom a reward of the sum of £100 would be an irresistible temptation." By this time they had reached Reigate. The inquest did not last many minutes, and the jury, without hesitation, returned a verdict of justifiable homicide. End of chapter 6. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 7 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 7. The next morning, Mark went up to London. "Of course, Mr. Thorndyke," the chief at Bow Street said, "your father's suspicions as to the man's identity may or may not be justified. That, however, makes no difference to us. Here is a highwayman who has been wounded, and would certainly be a valuable capture. I will set my men to work at once. If he is in London, they will get news of him before many days. My men in any case would do their duty, but your father's offer will certainly stimulate their energy. Where are you stopping?" "At the Bull, in Holborn." "Very well. I will be sure to let you know as soon as we get any clue to the man's identity." Mark remained in London a week, and at the end of that time he received a note from Bow Street saying that the superintendent wished to see him. "I am sorry that I have no news for you, Mr. Thorndyke," the officer said, when he called upon him. "Every place where such a man would be likely to be hiding has been searched, and no clue whatever has been obtained. We shall now circulate notices of the reward throughout the country. If the man was at all severely hit, We may assume that he must be somewhere in the neighborhood of London, whereas, if the wound was a slight one, he might be able to go a long distance, and maybe now in York, for aught we know. However, now that the search in London has terminated, I can really see no use in your staying here any longer. We will let you know directly we have any news." 3 months later, John Thorndyke received a letter from the detective office, asking him to call the next time he came up to town, as, although no news had been obtained that would lead to the man's immediate arrest, news had at any rate been obtained showing that he was alive. It happened that Mark was intending to go up on the following day, and his father asked him to call for him at Bow Street. "Well, Mr. Thorndyke, we have heard about your man, and that after we had quite abandoned the search. I had come to the conclusion that the wound you gave him had been a fatal one, and that he had been quietly buried by some of the people with whom he was connected. The discovery was, as half these discoveries generally are, the result of accident. Last week a gentleman entered the bank and asked for change in gold for a £50 note. The cashier, looking at the number, found that it was one of those that had been stolen from a passenger by one of the south coaches several months ago. The gentleman was at once taken into a private office and questioned as to how he had obtained the note. The account that he gave was that he was a surgeon in practice at Southampton. A gentleman had arrived there on a date which we found to be the day after that on which you were stopped, and was well dressed and had the air of a gentleman. He had come down by coach and was evidently very ill. He told the surgeon that he had been engaged in a duel, that the pistols had been discharged simultaneously, and that he had killed his man, but had himself been severely wounded. He said that the person whom he had killed had influential connections, and that it would be necessary for him to remain in seclusion for a time, and he asked him to take charge of his case, as he had ample means of paying him handsomely. The surgeon examined the wound and found it to be indeed a serious one, and, as he thought, probably fatal. However, having no doubt as to the truth of the story, he had taken the gentleman in, and he remained under his charge until a week before he came up to town. For the first month he had been dangerously ill, but he completely recovered. The surgeon had no reason whatever for doubting his patient being a gentleman. He was fashionably dressed, and had evidently changed his clothes after the duel, as there were no bloodstains upon them. He was, however, glad when he left, as his conversation did not please him from its cynical tone. The bank sent to us directly the man presented the note, which he stated had been given to him in part payment for his medical services and the board and lodging of the patient. The total amount had been £75, and the balance was paid in gold. As he was able to give several good references, and was identified by 3 gentlemen, he was, of course, released. I have no doubt whatever that the fellow he attended was your man. The surgeon said, whoever he was, he must have been a man of iron resolution to have made such a journey in the state he was. No doubt he must have ridden straight to the place he used as his headquarters, where he had his wound roughly bandaged, changed his clothes, and had ridden in the morning to some point that the coach passed on its way to Southampton. Of course, we obtained a minute description from the surgeon of the man's appearance. We found that the people at the coach office had no remembrance of there being anyone answering to that description among the persons who traveled by the coach, but, of course, That would not go for much, for over 3 months had elapsed. When the coachman who had driven the down coach that day came up to town, we saw him, and he remembered perfectly that on or about that day he had picked up a passenger at Kingston, a gentleman who was in very weak health. There were only 3 inside passengers besides himself, and he had to be assisted into the coach. The waybill, on being turned up, showed that an inside passenger had been taken up at Kingston. I have already sent down men to make inquiries at every village in the district between Reigate and Kingston, and I trust that we shall lay hands upon him, especially now we have got an accurate description of him, while before we were working in the dark in that respect." "What is the description, sir? My father is much interested on that point, for, as I believe I told you, he has a strong suspicion that the fellow is the man who was transported more than 8 years ago to Australia, and who made his escape from the prison there." "Yes, I know. At first it appeared to me very improbable, but I am bound to say the description tallies very closely with that given of him. The surgeon took him to be nearly 30, but after what he has gone through he may well look 3 or 4 years older than he is. He had light hair, rather small gray eyes, and a face that wouldn't have been good looking had it not been for its supercilious and sneering expression." "I can remember him," Mark said, "and that answers very closely to him. I should say that it is certainly Bastow, and my father made no mistake when he asserted that he recognized his voice." The officer added a note to the description in his register: "Strongly suspected of being Arthur Bastow, transported for connivance with highwaymen. Was leader of a mutiny in convict jail of Sydney 2 years and a half ago. Made his escape. There is no doubt," he went on, "that he is a desperate character. No doubt he is the man who has been concerned in most of these robberies in the southern suburbs. We must get hold of him if we can, and once we do so there will be an end of his travels, for the mutiny in prison and escape is a hanging business, putting aside the affairs since he got back. Well, sir, I hope he will give you and your father no more trouble." "I am sure I hope so," Mark said. "I suppose that the fellow who was shot was one of the men who escaped with him from the convict prison." "That's likely enough. 2 would get home as easily as 1, and the fact that they were both strangers here would account for the difficulty our men have had in their search for him. You see, we have had nothing whatever to go on. You must not be too sanguine about our catching the man in a short time. He is evidently a clever fellow, and I think it likely that once he got back he lost no time in getting away from this part of the country, and we are more likely to find him in the west or north than we are of laying hands on him here. We will send descriptions all over the country, and as soon as I hear of a series of crimes anywhere, I will send off 2 of my best men to help the local constables." On his return home, Mark told his father what he had done. "I thought that I could not have been mistaken, Mark. We have got that rascal on our hands again. I hope now that they have got a description of him to go by, they will not be long before they catch him. But the way he escaped after being badly wounded shows that he is full of resources, and he may give them some trouble yet, if I am not mistaken. At any rate, I will have a talk with the Reigate constable, and tell him that there is very little doubt that the man who attacked us was Arthur Bastow, who has, as we have heard, escaped from Botany Bay, and that he had best tell his men to keep a sharp lookout for him. For that, owing to his animosity against us for his former capture and conviction, it is likely enough that sooner or later he will be in this neighborhood again. After his determined attempt at my life when pretending to rob us, I shall certainly not feel comfortable until I know that he is under lock and key. "I wish, Guardy, that you would give up this magistrate's business," Millicent said at dinner. "I am sure that it is worrying you, and I can't see why you should go on with it." "It does not worry me, as a rule, Millicent. Indeed, I like the duty. Besides, every landowner of standing ought to take his share in public work. There are only 2 of the magistrates younger than I am, and whatever you may think of me, I feel myself capable of doing what work there is to do. When Mark gets a few years older, I shall resign, and let him take my place on the bench. I own, though, that I should be glad if these highway robberies could be suppressed. Poaching and the ordinary offenses of drunkenness and assaults are disposed of without any trouble, but this stopping of the coaches, accompanied occasionally by the shooting of the coachman or guard, gives a great deal of trouble, and the worst of it is that we are practically powerless to put such crimes down. Nothing short of patrolling the roads in parties of 3 or 4 between sunset and sunrise would put a stop to them, and the funds at our disposal would not support such an expenditure. It is a pity that you cannot get up a corps like the yeomanry and call in the mounted constabulary," said Mark. "There are at least a dozen fellows I know who would, like myself, be glad to join it, and I dare say we could get a score of young farmers or farmers' sons." "It is not a bad idea, Mark, and I dare say that for a time the duty would be zealously performed, but before very long you would tire of it. A few wet nights or winter's cold, and you would cease to see the fun of it, especially as you may be sure that the news that the roads are well patrolled would soon come to the ears of these scoundrels, and they would cease to work in the district." "Perhaps you are right, sir, but I think that a few of us would stick to it." "Perhaps so, Mark, but I should be sorry to wager that the work would be thoroughly done. The first county or hunt ball, or even dinner party, more than half of them would be away. I don't say that you personally might not for some considerable time persist in patrolling the roads, for you have a sort of personal interest in the matter, but I would wager that before 2 months have passed you would find that you were the only one who attended the rendezvous regularly." A fortnight later the party were seated round the fire in the dusk. Mr. Bastow was sitting next to the squire, and was in unusually good spirits. He had heard no word of what the squire had discovered, nor dreamed that his son was again in England, still less that he was suspected of being one of the men who had endeavored to stop the squire and his son on their drive from London. Suddenly there was the crack of a pistol outside, and a ball passed between him and the squire. Without a word, Mark Thorndyke rushed to the door, seized a pistol from his riding coat, and, snatching up a heavy whip, dashed out into the garden. He was just in time to see a figure running at full speed, and he set off in pursuit. Good runner as he was, he gained but slightly at first, but after a time he drew nearer to the fugitive. The latter was but some 60 yards away when he leaped a hedge into a narrow lane. Mark followed without hesitation, but as he leaped into the road, he heard a jeering laugh and the sharp sound of a horse's hoofs, and he knew that the man he was pursuing had gained his horse and made off. Disgusted at his failure, he went slowly back to the house. The shutters had been put up. "I have lost him, father. He went well to begin with, but I was gaining fast on him when he leaped into a narrow lane where he had left his horse, and rode off before I could get up to him. I need hardly say that there was no use attempting to follow on foot. He missed you all, did he not?" "Yes, Mark. It is not so easy to take an accurate aim when it is nearly dark. The bullet passed between myself and Mr. Bastow, and has buried itself in the mantelpiece." "Something ought to be done, Guardy," Millicent Conyers said indignantly. "It is shameful that people cannot sit in their own room without having the risk of being shot at. What can it mean? Surely no one can have an enmity against you." "I hope not, my dear," John Thorndyke said lightly. "Some of the fellows we have sentenced may think that we were rather hard on them, but I do not think that any of them would feel it sufficiently to attempt to murder me. Besides, Mark says that the fellow had a horse waiting for him, and none of our poachers would be likely to be the owner of a horse. It may be that the highwayman Mark shot at and wounded has come down to give us a fright. It is no use worrying about it now. In future we will have the shutters closed at sunset. It is hardly likely that the thing will be attempted again, and Mark's chase must have shown the fellow that the game is hardly worth the risk." "He might have shot you, Mark. You had no right to risk your life in that sort of way," the girl said to him later, as they were seated together in front of the fire, while the Squire was reading the Gazette at the table. Mrs. Cunningham was working, and Mr. Bastow, who had been greatly shaken by the event, had retired to bed. "Do you think he really meant to kill your father?" "I should imagine he did. A man would hardly run the risk of being hung merely for the pleasure of shooting. I would give a good deal if I had caught him, but better still if I had shot him," said Mark. "However, I will make it my business to hunt the fellow down. After this evening's affair, we shall never feel comfortable until he is caught. I have no doubt that he is the fellow we have been hunting for the last 4 months. The people at Bow Street seem no good whatever. I will try if I cannot succeed better." "Don't do anything rash, Mark," said Millicent in a low voice. "You have no right to put yourself in danger." "But our lives are in danger now, Millicent, in much greater danger than mine would be when looking out for him, but there seems no guarding against attacks like this. I mean to hunt him down, and if it takes me a year, I have nothing special to do, and cannot employ my time more usefully." When the ladies went up to bed, the Squire said, "Come into the library, Mark, and we will smoke a pipe and have a talk over this business." He touched the bell. "Have you got a good fire in the library, Ramoo?" "Yes, Sahib, very good." "Then take a bottle of number 1 bin of port there, and a couple of glasses." When they were quietly seated, glasses filled, and the long pipes alight, the squire said, "I want to have a serious talk with you, Mark. What I am going to say will surprise you a good deal. I had not intended to tell you for another 4 years, that is to say, not until Millicent came of age, but after that affair tonight I feel that my life is so uncertain that I ought not to delay letting you know the truth. I suppose you agree with me that it was Bastow who shot at me this evening. I have not the least doubt about that, father." "I will not say that he shot at me," the squire said, "for he may have shot at his father. The villain is quite capable of that. It was his father who brought me upon him, and though I effected his capture 8 years ago, I don't suppose he cares which of us he killed. However, the point is not what he aimed at, but whether it was he, and that I take there is no doubt about. He missed me this time, but his next shot may be more successful. At any rate, I think that it is high time that I told you the story." And, beginning with the arrival of Colonel Thorndyke at his place, he repeated the conversation that he had had with him. Several times in the early portion of his narrative he was interrupted by exclamations of surprise from his son. "Then Millicent is really my uncle's heiress?" exclaimed Mark, when he heard the request the Colonel had made of the squire. "That is so, Mark. She does not know it herself, and it was my brother's urgent wish that she should not know it until she came of age or until she married. I fought against it to the utmost, but it was his dying prayer, and I could not refuse it. My solicitor knows the facts of the matter, and so does Mrs. Cunningham, who brought Millicent over from India when she was only about a year old. I may say that I especially urged that it would not be fair to you to be brought up to consider yourself to be an heir to the property, but he said, 'Putting aside the estate, I have a considerable fortune. In the first place, there are the accumulations of rent from the Reigate place. I have never touched them, and they have been going on for 12 years. In the next place, the shaking of the pagoda tree has gone on merrily, and we all made a comfortable pile. Then I always made a point of carrying about with me 200 or 300 pounds, and after the sacking of some of the palaces I could pick up jewels and things from the troops for a trifle, being able to pay money down. Even without the rents here, I have some 50,000 pounds in money. I should think the jewels would be worth at least as much more, irrespective of a diamond bracelet, which is, I fancy, worth more than the rest put together. It was stolen from the arm of some idol.' He then explained how he got it, and the manner in which he had placed it and the rest of his wealth in a secure position. 'Things stolen from a god are frightfully dangerous,' he said, 'for the Brahmins or priests connected with the temples have been known to follow them up for years, and in 9 cases out of 10 they get possession of them again. Murder in such a case is meritorious, and I would not have them in the house here, were they 10 times the value they are. I know that my clothes, my drawers, and everything belonging to me have been gone through at night a score of times. Nothing has been stolen, but, being a methodical man, I could generally see some displacement in the things that told me they had been disturbed. They gave it up for a time, but I haven't a shadow of a doubt that they have been watching me ever since, and they may be watching me now, for anything I know. Now half of that fortune I have left by my will to your son, half to the girl. I will tell you where the things are, the last thing before I die. Now mind, you must be careful when you get them. When I am dead, you are almost certain to be watched. You don't know what these fellows are. The things must remain where they are until your boy comes of age. Don't let him keep those diamonds an hour in his possession. Let him pass them away privately to some man in whom he has implicit confidence, for him to take them to a jeweler's. Let him double and turn and disguise himself, so as to throw everyone that may be spying on him off his track. If you can manage it, the best way would be to carry them over to Amsterdam and sell them there. I confess it seems absurd, but it is a matter about which he could know a great deal more than I do, and he was convinced that not only was he watched, but that he owed his life simply to the fact that the fellows did not know where the diamonds were hidden, and that by killing him they would have lost every chance of regaining them. So convinced was he of all this that he would not tell me where he had stowed them away. He seemed to think that the very walls would hear us, and that these fellows might be hidden under the sofa, or in a cupboard, or up the chimney, for aught I know. He told me that he would tell me on the secret before he died, but death came so suddenly that he never had an opportunity of doing so. He made a tremendous effort in his last moment, but failed, and I shall never forget the anguish his face expressed when he found himself powerless to speak. However, he pressed his snuff-box into my hand with such a significant look that, being certain it contained some clue to the mystery, and being unable to find a hidden spring or receptacle, I broke it open that night. It contained a false bottom, and here are what I found in it. I stowed them away in a secret drawer in that old cabinet that stands by my bedside. It is in the bottom pigeonhole on the right-hand side. I bought the cabinet at a sale, and found the spring of the secret drawer quite accidentally. I shall put the things back tonight, and you will know where to look for them. You press against the bottom and up against the top simultaneously, and the back then falls forward. The opening behind is very shallow, and will hold but 2 or 3 letters, but, however, it sufficed for this. And he handed Mark the coin and slip of paper. But what are these, father? These are the clues by which we are to obtain the treasure. As Mark examined them carefully, the squire stood up with his back to the fire, and looking round, walked to the door and said, "I thought there was a draught somewhere. Either Ramoo did not shut the door when he went out, or it has come open again. It has done that once or twice before. When I go into town tomorrow, I will tell Tucker to send a man up to take the lock off." "Well, what do you make of that?" "I can make out nothing," Mark replied. "No doubt the coin is something to be given to whoever is in charge of the treasure, and Masulipatam may be the place where it is hidden." "Yes, or it may be a password. It reminds one of the 40 thieves business. You go and knock at the door of a cave. A figure armed to the teeth presents itself. You whisper in his ear, 'Masulipatam.' He replies, 'Madras,' or 'Calcutta,' or something of that sort. You take out the coin and show it to him. He takes out from some hidden repository a similar one, compares the two, and then leads you to an inner cave piled up with jewels." Mark laughed. "Well, it is no laughing matter, Mark," the squire went on seriously. "The little comedy may not be played, just as I have sketched it, but I expect that it is something of the kind. That coin has to be shown, and the word Masulipatam spoken to the guardian, whoever he may be, of your uncle's treasure. But who that guardian may be, or how he is to be found, is a mystery. I myself have never tried to solve it. There was nothing whatever to go upon. The things may be in England, or it may be anywhere in India. To me it looked an absolute hopeless business to set about. I did not see how even a first step was to be taken, and as I had this estate and you and Millicent to look after, and was no longer a young man, I put the matter aside altogether. You are young, you have plenty of energy, and you have your life before you, and it is a matter of the greatest interest to you. Possibly, very improbably, mind, still possibly, when Millicent comes of age and learns who she is, Mrs. Cunningham may be able to help you. I have no idea whether it is so. I have never spoken to her about this treasure of George's, but it is just possible that while he was in town before he came down to me, he may have given her some instructions concerning it. Of course, he intended to give me full particulars, but he hardly could have avoided seeing that, in the end of my death, perhaps suddenly before the time came for seeking the treasure, the secret would be lost altogether. Whether he has told her or his lawyer or not, I cannot say, but I have all along clung to the hope that he took some such natural precaution. Unless that treasure is discovered, the only thing that will come to you is the half of the accumulated rents of this estate during the 10 years between my father's death and George's. These rents were paid to our solicitors, and by them invested. The rentals amount to about £2,500 a year, and of course there is interest to be added, so that I suppose there is now some £25,000, for I had out £2,000 when I came here, to set matters straight. I had a great fight with the lawyers over it, but as I pointed out, they had failed altogether to see that the agent did his duty, and that at least a couple of hundred a year ought to be expended in necessary repairs. I had a right to at least that sum to carry out the work that ought to be done from year to year. In addition to that sum, I laid out about £1,000 a year for the first 3 years I was here, so that practically £5,000 was expended in rebuilding the village and doing repairs on the homesteads. That, however, is not the point now. Altogether, then, there is some £25,000 to be divided between you and Millicent when she becomes mistress of this property. According to the terms of my brother's will, I am still to remain here until she marries. When she does so, I shall, of course, go back to my own little place. The income of that has been accumulating while I have been here, my only expenses having been for clothes. I have taken nothing out of this estate since I came here, and each year have paid to the solicitors all balances remaining after discharging the household expenses, these balances averaging £700 or £800 a year. Of course, the income was absolutely left to me during the time I remained ostensible owner, but I had no wish to make money out of a trust that I assumed greatly against my will. That money is Millicent's. Of course, the house had to be kept up in proper style whether I were here or not. Had she at once come into possession, there must have been horses and carriages and so on. I don't say that I have not had all the expenses of our living saved, that I had no objection to, but I was determined at least not to take a penny out of the estate beyond those expenses. You see, Mark, you will have your £12,500 anyhow, as soon as Millicent comes of age. Not a bad little sum. so that even if you never hear anything more of this mysterious treasure, you will not be penniless, or in any way dependent upon me. At my death, of course, you will come into the Sussex place, with what savings there may be." "I am sure I have no reason to grumble, father," Mark said heartily. "Of course it came upon me at first as a surprise that Millicent was the heiress here, and it flashed through my mind for a moment that the best thing would be to take a commission in the army, or to follow my uncle's example and get a cadetship in the company's service. I have no doubt that I should have enjoyed life either way quite as much or possibly more than if I had gone on a good many years as heir to these estates and afterwards as squire. Of course, now I shall make it my business to see if it is possible to obtain some sort of clue to this treasure, and then follow it up. But the first thing to which I shall give my mind will be to hunt down Bastow. We shall never feel safe here as long as that fellow is alive, and that will be the first thing I shall devote myself to. After that I shall see about the treasure. As to that, Mark, I cannot impress upon you too strongly what your uncle said. It may, of course, be a pure delusion on his part, but if he is right, and some of these Hindu fellows are still on the watch to obtain that bracelet, you must use extraordinary precautions when you get it into your hands. He advised me to take it across to Amsterdam, and either get the stones recut or to sell them separately to different diamond merchants there. He said that my life would not be worth an hour's purchase as long as the stones were in my hands. That rather looks, father, as if things were somewhere in England. Had they been in India, you would have had them some months in your hands before you could get them to Amsterdam." "I did not think of that before, Mark, and it is possible that you are right, but I don't know. He might have thought that it would be impossible for me to dispose of them at Madras or Calcutta, and may have assumed that I should at once deposit them in a bank to be forwarded with other treasure to England, or that I should get them packed away in the treasure safe in the ship I came back by, and that I should not really have them on my person till I landed in England, or until I took them from the bank. Still, I see that your supposition is the most likely, and that they may all this time have been lying somewhere in London until I should present myself with a gold coin and the word Masulipatam." Suddenly Mark sprang to his feet and pulled back the curtains across the window, threw it up, and leaped into the garden, and there stood listening for 2 or 3 minutes with his pistol cocked in his hand. He stepped for a moment into the room again. "You had better put that light out, father, or we may have another shot." "Did you hear anything, Mark?" "I thought I did, father. I may have been mistaken, but I certainly thought I heard a noise, and when I pulled the curtains aside the window was not shut by 3 or 4 inches. I will have a look through the shrubbery. That fellow may have come back again. Pull the curtains to after me." "I will go with you, Mark." "I would rather you didn't, father. It would only make me nervous. I shan't go into the shrubbery and give them a chance of getting first shot. I shall hide up somewhere and listen. It is a still night, and if there is anyone moving I am pretty sure to hear him." The squire turned down the lamp, drew the curtains, and seated himself by the fire. It was 3/4 of an hour before Mark returned. He shut the window and fastened it carefully. "I fancy you must have been mistaken, Mark. I suppose that shot through the window has made me nervous. I certainly did fancy I heard a noise there. It may have been a dead bough snapping, or something of that sort, and of course, the window being partly open, even though only 3 or 4 inches, any little noise would come in more plainly than it otherwise would do. However, Everything has been perfectly quiet since I went out, and it is hardly likely indeed that the fellow would have returned so soon after the hot chase I gave him." "It is very stupid, the window being left open," the Squire said. "I shall question Martha about it in the morning. It was her duty to see that it was shut and fastened before drawing the curtains. Just at present one can scarcely be too careful. I don't mean to deny that whether there was a window open or not, a burglar who wanted to get into the house could do so. Still, there is no use in making their work more easy for them. I know, as a rule, we are careless about such things. There has not been a burglary in this part for years, and until lately the front door has never been locked at night, and anyone could have walked in who wanted to. Of course the servants don't know that there is any reason for being more careful at present than usual. I was thinking the other day of having shutters put to all these downstairs rooms. Some of them have got them, and some have not. Still, even with shutters, burglars can always get in if they want to do so. They have only to cut round the lock of a door, or to make a hole in a panel to give them room to put an arm through and draw back a bolt, and the thing is done. I know that all the silver is locked up every night in the safe, and Ramoo sees to that, and I have never known him neglect anything under his charge. Well, Mark, I don't know that it is any use sitting up longer. We have plenty of time to talk the matter over. It is 4 years yet before Millicent comes of age, though, of course, there is nothing to prevent your setting out in quest of the treasure as soon as you like. Still, there is no hurry about it." "None whatever, father. But I don't mean to lose a day before I try to get out on the track of that villain Bastow." End of chapter 7. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 8 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 8. Mark was some hours before he went to sleep. The news that he had heard that evening was strange and startling. Full of health and strength, the fact that he was not, as he had always supposed, the heir to the estate troubled him not at all. The fact that in 4 years he would come in for some £12,000 was sufficient to prevent his feeling any uneasiness as to his future, and indeed in some respects it was not an unpleasant idea that, instead of being tied down to the estate, he should be able to wander at will, visit foreign countries, and make his own life. In one respect he was sorry. His father had in the last year hinted more than once that it would be a very nice arrangement if he were to make up a match with his ward. He had laughed, and said that there would be plenty of time for that yet, but the idea had been an agreeable one. He was very fond of Millicent, fond perhaps in a cousinly way at present, but at any rate he liked her far better than any of the sisters of his friends. Of course, she was only 17 yet, and there was plenty of time to think of marriage in another 3 years. Still, the thought occurred to him several times that she was budding out into a young woman, and every month added to her attractions. It was but the day before that he had said to himself that there was no reason to wait as long as 3 years, especially as his father seemed anxious, and would evidently be glad were the match to take place. Now, of course, he said to himself, that was at an end. He had never given her any reason to suppose that he had cared for her, and now that she was the heiress and he was comparatively poor, she would naturally think that it was for the estate and not for herself that she was wooed. Then there was the question of this curiously lost treasure, with the mysterious clue that led to nothing. How on earth was he to set about the quest? He puzzled for a long time over this, till at last he fell asleep. He was roused by Ramoo entering the room. "What is it, Ramoo?" "Me not know, Sahib. Massa Thorndyke's door shut. Me no able to make him hear." "That is curious, Ramoo," Mark said, jumping hastily out of bed. "I will be with you in a minute." He slipped on his trousers, coat, and his slippers, and then accompanied Ramoo to his father's door. He knocked again and again, and each time more loudly, his face growing paler as he did so. Then he threw himself against the door, but it was solid and heavy. "Fetch me an axe, Ramoo," he said. "There is something wrong here." Ramoo returned in a short time with 2 men servants and with the axe in his hands. Mark took it, and with a few mighty blows split the woodwork, and then hurling himself against the door, it yielded. As he entered the room, a cry broke from his lips. Within a pace or 2 of the bed the squire lay on the ground, on his face, and a deep stain on the carpet at once showed that his death had been a violent one. Mark knelt by his side now and touched him. The body was stiff and cold. The squire must have been dead for some hours. "Murdered!" he said in a low voice. He remained in horror-struck silence for a minute or 2. Then he slowly rose to his feet. "Let us lay him on the bed," he said, and with the assistance of the 3 men he lifted and laid him there. "He has been stabbed," he murmured, pointing to a small cut in the middle of the deep stain, just over the heart. Ramoo, after helping to lift the squire onto the bed, had slid down to the floor and crouched there, sobbing convulsively. The 2 servants stood helpless and aghast. Mark looked round the room. The window was open. He walked to it. A garden ladder stood outside, showing how the assassin had obtained entrance. Mark stood rigid and silent, his hands tightly clenched, his breath coming slowly and heavily. At last he roused himself. "Leave things just as they are," he said to the men in a tone of unnatural calmness, "and fasten the door up again, and turn a table or something of that sort against it on the outside, so that no one can come in. John, you tell one of the grooms to saddle a horse and ride down into the town. Let him tell the head constable to come up at once, and also Dr. Holloway. Then he is to go on to Sir Charles Harris. Tell him what has happened, and beg him to ride over at once. Come, Ramoo," he said in a softer voice. "You can do no good here, poor fellow, and the room must be closed. It is a heavy loss to you too." The Hindu rose slowly, the tears streaming down his face. "He was a good master," he said, "and I loved him just as I loved the Colonel, Sahib. Ramoo would have given his life for him." With his hand upon Ramoo's shoulder, Mark left the room. He passed a group of women huddled together with blanched faces at a short distance down the passage. The news that the squire's door could not be opened, and the sounds made by its being broken in, having called them together. Mark could not speak. He silently shook his head and passed on. As he reached his room, he heard shrieks and cries behind him, as the men informed them of what had taken place. On reaching his door, the one opposite opened, and Mrs. Cunningham, in a dressing gown, came out. "What is the matter, Mark, and what are those cries about?" "A dreadful thing has happened, Mrs. Cunningham. My father has been murdered in the night. Please tell Millicent." Then he closed the door behind him, threw himself on his bed, and burst into a passion of tears. The squire had been a good father to him, and had made him his friend and companion, a treatment rare indeed at a time when few sons would think of sitting down in their father's presence until told to do so. Since he had left school 8 years before, they had been very much together. For the last 2 or 3 years Mark had been a good deal out, but in this his father had encouraged him. "I like to see you make your own friends, Mark, and go your own way," he used to say. "It is as bad for a lad to be tied to his father's coat tail as it is his mother's apron string. Get fresh ideas and form your own opinions. It will do for you what a public school would have done, make you self-reliant and independent." Still, of course, a great portion of his time had been with his father, and they often would ride round the estate together and talk to the tenants, or walk in the gardens and forcing houses. Generally, Mark would be driven by his father to the meet if it took place within reasonable distance, his horse being sent on beforehand by a groom, while of an evening they would sit in the library, smoke their long pipes, and talk over politics or the American and French wars. All this was over. There was but one thing now that he could do for his father, and that was to revenge his death, and at the thought he rose from his bed impatiently and paced up and down the room. He must wait for a week, wait till the funeral was over, and then he would be on Bastow's track. If all other plans failed, he would spend his time in coaches until at last the villain should try to stop one. But there must be other ways. Could he find no other, he would apply for employment as a Bow Street runner, serve for a year to find out their methods, and acquaint himself with the places where criminals were harbored. It would be the one object of his life, until he succeeded in laying his hand on Bastow's shoulder. He would not shoot him if he could help it. He should prefer to see him in the dock, to hear the sentence passed on him, and to see it carried out. As to the treasure, it was not worth a thought till the first duty was discharged. Presently a servant brought him a cup of tea. He drank it mechanically, and then proceeded to dress himself. Sir Charles Harris would be here soon, and the others. Indeed, he had scarcely finished when he was told that the doctor from Reigate had just arrived, and that the constable had come up half an hour before. He at once went down to the library, into which the doctor had been shown. "You have heard what has happened," he said, as he shook hands silently. "I expect Sir Charles Harris here in half an hour. I suppose you will not go up till then?" No, I think it will be best that no one should go in until he comes. I have been speaking to Simeox. He was going in, but I told him I thought it was better to wait. I may as well take the opportunity of going upstairs to see Mr. Bastow. I hear that he fainted when he heard the news, and that he is completely prostrate. Two such shocks may well prove fatal to him, Mark said. He has been weak and ailing for some time. Two shocks, the doctor repeated interrogatively. Ah, I forgot you had not heard about the affair yesterday evening. A man fired at us through the window when we were sitting round the fire, before the candles were lit. The ball passed between my father's head and Mr. Bastow's. Both had a narrow escape. The bullet is embedded in the mantelpiece. I will have it cut out. It may be a useful item of evidence some day. But what could have been the man's motive? Your father was universally popular. Except with ill-doers, Mark said. I ran out and chased the fellow for half a mile, and should have caught him if he had not had a horse waiting for him in a lane, and he got off by the skin of his teeth. I hope that next time I meet him he will not be so lucky. Mr. Bastow was very much shaken, and went to bed soon afterwards. I am not surprised that this second shock should be too much for him. Will you go up and see him? I will speak to Simeox. The constable was out in the garden. This is a terrible business, Mr. Thorndyke. I suppose, after what you told me, you have your suspicions? They are not suspicions at all. They are certainties. Did you hear that he tried to shoot my father yesterday evening? No, sir. I have heard nothing about it. Mark repeated the story of the attempt and pursuit. Could you swear to him, Mr. Thorndyke? No, there was not that much light left. Besides, as I have not seen him for the last 8 years, I should certainly not be able to recognize him unless I had time to take a good look at him. Had it only been last night's affair, it might have been anyone, but the shooting through the window was not the act of a thief, but of an assassin, who could only have been influenced by private enmity. I quite see that at present I have no legal evidence against Bastow. I am not even in a position to prove that he is in the country, for it cannot be said that my father's belief that he recognized the voice of the man who said, "Stand and deliver," is proof. I doubt if anyone could swear that, when he only heard 3 words, he was absolutely sure that it was the voice of a man he had not seen for some years. However, fortunately, that will make no difference. The man is, as I told you, wanted for his heading the mutiny in the convict prison at Sydney, which will be quite sufficient to hang him without this business. But I own that I should prefer that he were hung for my father's murder if we could secure sufficient evidence. Moreover, there is the attack upon us 3 or 4 months ago, and with the evidence of the surgeon who attended him as to his wound, that would be enough to hang him. But we have first got to catch him, and that I mean to make my business, however long the search may take me. Was anything taken last night, sir? I don't know. I did not look. We shall see to that when we go upstairs. We may as well go indoors now. Sir Charles may be here in a few minutes, and I want to hear Dr. Holloway's report as to Mr. Bastow. He does not suspect, I hope, sir? No, thank God. My father never mentioned to him anything he heard about his son, or his suspicions. Therefore, he has no reason to believe that the fellow is not still in the convict prison at Sydney. We shall keep it from him now, whatever happens, but it would, for his sake, be best that this shock should prove too much for him. He has had a very hard time of it altogether. He is terribly prostrate, the doctor reported when Mark joined him. I don't think that he will get over it. He's scarcely conscious now. You see, he's an old man and has no reserve of strength to fall back upon. Your father has been such a good friend to him that it is not surprising the news should have been too much for him. I examined him at the squire's request some months ago as to his heart's action, which was so weak that I told the squire that he might go off at any time, and I rather wondered that he recovered even temporarily from the shock. In a few minutes Sir Charles Harris drove up. "This is terrible news, my dear Mark," he said, as he leaped from his gig and wrung Mark's hand. "Terrible. I don't know when I have had such a shock. He was a noble fellow in all respects, a warm friend, an excellent magistrate, a kind landlord, good all around. I can scarcely believe it yet. A burglar, of course. I suppose he entered the house for the purpose of robbery. When your father awoke and jumped out of bed, there was a tussle, and the scoundrel killed him. At least, that's what I gather from the story that the groom told me." "That is near it, Sir Charles, but I firmly believe that robbery was not the object, but murder, for murder was attempted yesterday evening, and he informed the magistrate of the shot fired through the window." "Bless me, you don't say so!" the magistrate exclaimed. "That alters the case altogether, and certainly would seem to make the act one of premeditated murder. And yet, surely, the squire could not have had an enemy. Some of the men whom we have sentenced may have felt a grudge against him, but surely not sufficient to lead them to a crime like this." "I will talk of it with you afterwards, Sir Charles. I have the very strongest suspicions, although no absolute proofs. Now, will you first come upstairs? Dr. Holloway is here, and Simeox, but no one has entered the room since I left it. I thought it better that it should be left undisturbed until you came." "Quite so. We will go up at once." An examination of the room showed nothing whatever that would afford the slightest clue. The squire's watch was still in the watch pocket at the head of the bed. His purse was on a small table beside him. Apparently nothing had been touched in the room. "If robbery was the object," Sir Charles said gravely, "it had evidently not been carried out, and it is probable that Mr. Thorndyke was partly woke by the opening of the window, and that he was not thoroughly aroused until the man was close to his bed. Then he leapt out and seized him. Probably the stab was, as Dr. Holloway assures us, instantly fatal, and he may have fallen so heavily that the man, fearing that the house would be alarmed at the sound, at once fled, without even waiting to snatch up the purse. The whole thing is so clear that it is scarcely necessary to ask any further questions. Of course, there must be an inquest tomorrow. I should like when I go down to ask the gardener where he left the ladder yesterday. Have you examined the ground for footmarks?" "Yes, Sir Charles, but you see it was a pretty hard frost last night, and I can't find any marks at all. The ground must have been like iron about the time when the ladder was placed there." The gardener, on being called in, said that the ladder was always hung up outside the shed at the back of the house. There was a chain round it, and he had found that morning that one of the links had been filed through. The squire was most particular about its being locked, as Mr. Mark knows, so that it could not be used by any ill-disposed chaps who might come along at night. The key of the padlock was always hung on a nail round the other side of the shed. The squire knew of it, and so did Mr. Mark and me, so that while it was out of the way of the eyes of a thief, any of us could run and get it and undo the padlock in a minute in case of fire or anything of that sort. I have not used the ladder, maybe, for a fortnight, but I know that it was hanging in its place yesterday afternoon." "I expect the fellow was prowling about here for some time," Mark said. "I was chatting with my father in the library when I thought I heard a noise, and I threw open the window, which had by some carelessness been left a little open, and went out and listened for nearly an hour, but I could hear nothing, and put it down to the fact that I was nervous owing to what had happened early in the evening, and that the noise was simply fancy, or that the frost had caused a dry branch or one of the shrubs to crack." "How was it you did not notice the window was open as you went in?" "The curtains were drawn, sir. I glanced at that when I went into the room with my father. After being shot at once from outside, it was possible that we might be again, though I own that I did not for a moment think that the fellow would return after the hot chase that I gave him. I suppose after I went in he looked about and found the ladder. It is likely enough that he would have had a file with him in case he had any bars to cut through to get into the house, but to my mind it is more likely that he knew where to find the ladder without any looking for it. It has hung there as long as I can remember." "Yes, sir," the gardener said. "I have worked for the squire ever since he came here, and the ladder was bought the week or two after he took me on, and the squire settled where it should be hung, so that it might be handy either in case of fire or if wanted for a painting job. This ain't the first ladder. We got a new one 4 years ago." "It is singular that the man should have known which was the window of your father's room." "Very singular," Mark said. Shortly after the doctor left, and Mark had a long talk with the magistrate in the library, and told him his reasons for suspecting that the murderer was Arthur Bastow. "It certainly looks like it," the magistrate said thoughtfully, after he had heard Mark's story, "though, of course, it is only a case of strong suspicion, and not of legal proof. Your father's recognition of the voice could have scarcely been accepted as final when he heard but 3 words. Still, the whole thing hangs together. The fellow was, I should say, capable of anything. I don't know that I ever had a prisoner before me whose demeanor was so offensive and insolent, and if it can be proved that Bastow is in England, I should certainly accept your view of the case. He would probably have known both where the ladder was to be found and which was the window of your father's bedroom." "I should certainly think that he would know it, sir. The bedroom was the same that my grandfather used to sleep in, and probably during the years before we came here young Bastow would have often been over the house. The first year or 2 after we came he was often up here with his father, but I know that my father took such an objection to him, his manner and language were so offensive, that he would not have me, boy as I was only about 11 when he came here, associate with him in the smallest degree. But during those 2 years he may very well have noticed where the ladder was." "Do you intend to say anything about all this tomorrow at the inquest, Mark?" "I don't think I shall do so," Mark said moodily. "I am certain of it myself, but I don't think any man would convict him without stronger evidence than I could give. However, that business in Australia will be sufficient to hang him." "I think you are right, Mark. Of course, if you do light upon any evidence, we can bring this matter up in another court. If not, there will be no occasion for you to appear in it at all. But leave it altogether for the authorities to prove the Sydney case against him. It will only be necessary for the constables who got up the other case against him to prove his sentence, and for the reports of the governor of the jail to be read. There will be no getting over that, and he will be hung as a matter of course. It will be a terrible thing for his unhappy father." "I do not think that he is likely to come to know it, sir. The shock of the affair yesterday and that of this morning have completely prostrated him, and Dr. Holloway, who was up with him before you arrived, thinks that there is very little chance of his recovery." When the magistrate had left, Mark sent a request to Mrs. Cunningham that she would come down for a few minutes. She joined him in the drawing room. "Thank you for coming down," he said quietly. "I want to ask you how you were, and how Millicent is." "She is terribly upset. You see, the Squire was the only father she had ever known, and had he been really so, he could not have been kinder. It is a grievous loss to me also, after 10 years of happiness here, but I have had but little time to think of my own loss yet. I have been too occupied in soothing the poor girl." "How are you feeling yourself, Mark?" "I don't understand myself," he said. "I don't think that anyone could have loved his father better than I have done, but since I broke down when I first went to my room, I seem to have no inclination to give way to sorrow. I feel frozen up. My voice does not sound to me as if it were my own. I am able to discuss matters as calmly as if I were speaking of a stranger. The one thing that I feel passionately anxious about is to set out on the track of the assassin." "There is nothing unusual in your state of feeling, Mark. Such a thing as this is like a wound in battle. The shock is so great that for a time it numbs all pain. I have heard my husband say that a soldier who has had his arm carried off by a cannonball will fall from the shock, and when he recovers consciousness will be ignorant where he has been hit. It is so with you. Probably the sense of pain and loss will increase every day as you take it in more and more. As for what you say about the murderer, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for you to have something to employ your thoughts and engage all your faculties as soon as this is all over. Is there anything that I can do?" "No, thank you. The inquest will be held tomorrow. I have sent down to Chatterton to come up this afternoon to make the necessary preparations for the funeral. Let me see, today is Wednesday, is it not? I seem to have lost all account of time. Yes, Wednesday. Then I suppose the funeral will be on Monday or Tuesday. If there is any message that you want sent down to the town, one of the grooms will carry it wherever you wish." "Thank you. It is not worth sending particularly. Any time will do, but I shall want to send a note to Mrs. Wilson presently, asking her to come up the first thing tomorrow morning." "He can take it whenever you like, Mrs. Cunningham. I have nothing to send down for, as far as I know. I suppose you have heard that the doctor thinks very badly of Mr. Bastow?" "Yes, Ramoo is sitting with him now." "Then I think if you will write your note at once, Mrs. Cunningham, I will send one down to Dr. Holloway, asking him to send an experienced nurse. He said he should call again this afternoon, but the sooner a nurse comes, the better." That afternoon Mark wrote a letter to the family solicitors, telling them of what had taken place, and stating that the funeral would be on the following Tuesday, and asking them to send down a clerk with his father's will, or, if one of the partners could manage to come down, he should greatly prefer it, in view of the explanations that would be necessary. He had already sent off a letter to the head of the detective department, asking him to send one of his best men as soon as possible. Then he went out into the garden and walked backwards and forwards for about 2 hours, and then returned to what he thought would be a solitary meal. Mrs. Cunningham, however, came down. She had thoughtfully had the large dining table pushed on one side and a small one placed near the fire. "I thought it would be more comfortable," she said, "as there are only our two selves, just to sit here." He thanked her with a look. It was a nice little dinner, and Mark, to his surprise, ate it with an appetite. Except a cup of tea that he had taken in the morning and a glass of wine at midday, he had touched nothing. Mrs. Cunningham was a woman of great tact, and by making him talk of the steps that he intended to take to hunt down the assassin, kept him from thinking. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Cunningham," he said when the dinner was over. "I feel very much better." "I have brought down my work," she said, "and will sit here while you drink your wine and smoke a pipe. Millicent has gone to bed, completely worn out, and it will be pleasanter for us both to sit here than to be alone." Mark gladly agreed to the proposal. She turned the conversation now to India, and talked of her life there. "I was not out there very long," she said. "I was engaged to my husband when he first went out, and 6 years afterward joined him there, and we were married. Your uncle, who was a major of his regiment, gave me away. My husband got his company 6 months afterwards, and was killed 3 years later. My pension as his widow was not a large one, and when your uncle offered me the charge of his daughter, I was very glad to accept it. He gave some idea of his plans for her. I thought they were very foolish, but when I saw that his mind was thoroughly made up, I did not attempt to dissuade him. He said that when he came home to England, and he had no idea when that would be, he should have me here as head of his establishment, and it would be given out that the child was his ward. I hoped that he would alter his mind later on, but, as you know, he never did." "Well, of course, she will have to be told now," Mark said. "Do you think so? It seems to me that it were better that she would go as she is, at any rate, until she is 21. "That would be quite impossible," Mark said decidedly. "How could I assume the position of master here? And even if I could, it would be a strange thing indeed for me to be here with a girl the age of my cousin, even with you as chaperone. You must see yourself that it would be quite impossible." "But how could she live here by herself?" "I don't think she could live here by herself," Mark said, "especially after what has happened. Of course, it has all got to be talked over, but my idea is that the place had better be shut up, and that you should take in your own name a house in London. I suppose she will want masters for the harp, and so on. For a time, at any rate, that would be the best plan, unless you would prefer some other place to London. We have done our best to carry out my uncle's wishes, but circumstances have been too strong for us, and it cannot be kept up any longer. But there is no reason, if you and she prefer it, why she should not be known, until you return here, by her present name. Of course, the affair will create a great deal of talk down here, but in London no one will know that Millicent is an heiress, and though it is hardly likely that you will make many acquaintances for a time." "Have you known it long, Mark? I thought that you were kept in ignorance of it." "I only heard it yesterday evening, Mrs. Cunningham. After that shot through the window my father thought I ought to know all about it, for the attempt might be repeated more successfully. He told me all about her, and about the treasure." "What treasure?" Mrs. Cunningham said. "I don't know what you mean." He then told her of the story his uncle had related, and how he had been prevented from giving full instructions for its discovery, the only clue being a gold coin and the word Masulipatam, and that this treasure had been left equally divided between him and Millicent by his will. "He told me that he should provide for you," Mrs. Cunningham remarked, "when I said that it would be unfair that you should be brought up believing yourself the heir. I never heard any more about it, but I am glad that it is so." "I fancy the chance of its coming to either of us very small," Mark said. "A coin and a word are not much to go upon. I have not the most remote idea what they mean, and whether the treasure is in England or in India, heaven only knows. Possibly, when he made the will, he may have told the solicitors where it was, and instructed them to keep it secret until the time that Millicent came into possession of the estate." "It is just possible he did so, Mrs. Cunningham, but the efforts he made to speak at the last moment would almost seem to show that he had not told them, for if he had, the matter would have been of no vital importance one way or the other. Will Millicent be well enough to come down in the morning?" "I hope so." "I hope so too, but at any rate, keep her up in her room till the afternoon. The inquest will be at 11 o'clock, and it is better that she should not come down until everyone has gone away." End of chapter 8. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire. Chapter 9 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 9. Directly after breakfast was over the next morning, the rector came in. "I would not come in yesterday, Mark," he said. "I knew that you would be best alone, and, indeed, I was myself so terribly upset by the news that I did not feel equal to it. I need not say how deeply I and my wife sympathize with you. Never did a kinder heart beat than your father's. Never have I seen people so universally grieved as they are in the village. I doubt whether a man went to work yesterday, and as for the women, had it been a father they had lost, they could not be more affected." "Yes, he will be greatly missed," Mark said unsteadily, "and between ourselves, but this must go no further, I have a suspicion, amounting almost to a certainty, the hand that dealt this blow is the same that caused the vacancy that brought you here." "Do you mean Arthur Bastow?" Mr. Gregg said in amazement. "Why, I thought that he was transported for 15 years. Then Mark told the rector the inner history of the past 6 months, and of the report they had had from the doctor at Bow Street of the personal appearance of the wounded man. "Other things are in favor of it," he went on. "My father's watch and purse were untouched, and a stranger on a dark night would be hardly likely to have discovered the latter, or to have had a file in his pocket with which to cut through a link, though that might have been part of the apparatus of any burglar. Then again, an ordinary man would hardly have known which was my father's bedroom, except, indeed, that he saw the light there after those in the ladies' rooms were extinguished. But, at any rate, He could not have told which was my father's and which was mine. But all this is, as I said, Mr. Gregg, quite between ourselves. I had a long talk yesterday with Sir Charles Harris, and, as he said, there is no legal proof whatever, strong as the suspicion is. So I am going to say nothing on the subject at the inquest. The scoundrel's poor father is dying, happily in ignorance of all this. Dr. Holloway was up with him all night, and told me this morning before he drove off that it is very unlikely that he will get through the day. It is all very terrible, Mark, but I cannot deny that everything points to the man. Surely no one else could have cut short so useful a life, for certainly no ordinary degree of hatred would drive a man, whatever brutal his nature, to commit such a crime, and to run the risk of hanging for it. Let us take a brisk walk in the garden for an hour. That will be the best thing for you. I will stop with you until the inquest is over, and then you had better come over and have lunch with us." "Thank you, I cannot do so," Mark said, "though I should like to. In the first place, Millicent will come downstairs this afternoon, and I should like to be in to meet her. Had it not been for her, I might have come, as I can walk across the fields to the rectory without passing through the village. There is another reason. I sent up yesterday by the coach a letter to be delivered at once by hand, and I expect a detective down here by 1 o'clock. I don't know that he will do any good, but at the same time it will give me something to do, and at present there is nothing I dread so much as sitting alone. Fortunately, yesterday evening Millicent went to bed at 5 o'clock, and Mrs. Cunningham sat with me all evening, and her talk did me a great deal of good. The inquest occupied a very short time, the only point on which many questions were asked being as to the firing through the window. Mark stated that it was already so dark that although he was within 50 yards of the man when he mounted and rode off, he could not give any very distinct description of his figure. It struck him as being that of a man of medium height. "You have made out the bullet was intended for your father?" "I cannot say that, sir. It went between his head and that of Mr. Bastow, but it might have been meant for either." "Was your father impressed with the idea that it was an attempt to murder him?" "He naturally thought so. Mr. Bastow can assuredly have no enemies, while my father, as a magistrate, may have made some. He certainly thought it was an attempt to murder him, and was impressed by the fact that when we went to the library later on, he went into certain family matters with me that he had never communicated before, and which, had it not been for this, he would not have entered into for some years to come." "He had his opinion, then, as to who was the assailant?" "He had, sir, but as it was but an opinion, although there were several facts that seemed to justify the conviction, there was no proof whatever, and therefore I do not think myself justified in saying what that opinion was." "Do you entertain the same opinion yourself?" "I do," Mark said emphatically, "but until I can obtain some evidence in support of what is really but a matter of opinion, and because, were I to give the name, it would lessen my chance of obtaining such evidence, I decline to mention their name." "You have no doubt that the author of the second attempt is the same as that of the first?" "Personally, I have no doubt whatever. It stands to reason that it is barely possible that two men could have, unknown to each other, made up their minds to murder my father on the same evening." The constable's evidence added nothing to that given by Mark. He had been down to the lane where the man pursued had mounted. The reins of the horse had apparently been thrown over a gatepost, and he thought it had been standing there for some little time, for there were marks where it had scraped the ground repeatedly. He had followed the marks of the hoofs for some distance. It had gone at a gallop for about half a mile, and then the pace had slackened into a trot. It continued until the lane fell into the main road, but beyond this he had been unable to distinguish it from the marks of the traffic in general. You found no footprints whatever near the foot of the ladder, or anywhere else round the house? None whatever, sir. There were no signs of any other window or door, save that of Mr. Thorndyke's room, being attempted? None at all, sir. There were but a short consultation between the jurors, who at once returned a verdict of willful murder by some person or persons unknown. Dr. Holloway had, after giving evidence, returned at once to Mr. Bastow's room. The only point of importance in his evidence was the statement that the wound must have been fatal at once, the heart itself having been penetrated. It had been inflicted by a dagger or a narrow-bladed knife. Do you mean it was an unusually small dagger, Dr. Holloway? I should say it was a very fine dagger, not the sort of weapon that you would expect to find a highwayman carry, if he carried one at all, but rather a weapon of Spanish or Italian manufacture. Not the sort of wound that a rapier would make? Yes, the wound itself might have been very well made by a light rapier, but there was a slight bruise on the flesh on each side of the wound, such a mark as might be made by the handle or guard of a dagger, and sufficiently plain to leave no doubt in my mind that it was so made. Had the wound a downward course, or was it straight thrust? A straight thrust, the doctor replied. My idea is that the two men were grappling together, and that as Mr. Thorndyke was a very powerful man, his assailant, who probably was approaching the bed with the dagger in his hand, plunged it into him. Had he struck at him, I should certainly have expected the course of the wound to be downward, as I fancy a man very seldom thrusts straight with a dagger, as he would do with a rapier. When the inquest was over, Mark, going out into the hall, found the doctor waiting there for him. Mr. Bastow breathed his last some 10 minutes ago. I saw when I went up to him just before I gave my evidence that it was likely that he would die before I returned to the room. I'm very sorry, Mark said, although I expected nothing else from what you told me. He was a very kind-hearted man. No one could have had a kinder or more patient tutor than he was to me, while my father regarded him as a very dear and valued friend. I am expecting the undertaker here in a few minutes, and they can both be buried at the same time. It was late in the afternoon before Millicent came down with Mrs. Cunningham. The news of Mr. Bastow's death had set her tears flowing afresh. She had been very fond of him, and that he and the squire should have been taken at once seemed almost beyond belief. She had, however, nerved herself to some degree of composure before she went down to meet Mark, but although she returned the pressure of his hand, she was unable for some time to speak. Mrs. Cunningham thought it best to speak first on the minor grief. "So Mr. Bastow has gone, Mark?" "Yes, Dr. Holloway thought very badly of him yesterday, and said that he had but very faint hope of his rallying. I cannot help thinking that it was best so. Of course, he was not a very old man, but he has for some years been a very feeble one. and now that Millicent and I have both given up our studies with him, I think that he would have felt that his work was done, and would have gone downhill very fast." "I think so too," Mrs. Cunningham agreed. "I am sure that even had the squire's death come quietly, in the course of nature, it would have been a terrible blow to him. He was fond of you and Millicent, but his affection for your father was a passion. His face always lit up when he spoke to him. I used to think sometimes that it was like an old dog with his master. It was quite touching to see them together. I think, Mark, with you, that it is best that it should be as it is." Gradually the conversation turned to other matters. Millicent was, however, unable to take any part in it, and half an hour later she held out her hand silently to Mark and left the room hurriedly. The next day she was better, and was able to walk for a time with Mark in the garden and talk more calmly about their mutual loss, for to her, no less than to Mark, the squire had been a father. "'Tis strange to think that you are the squire now, Mark," she said as they sat together in the dining room on the evening before the funeral. "You will think it stranger still, Millicent," he said, "when I tell you that I am not the squire, and never shall be." She looked up at his face with wonder. "What do you mean, Mark?" "Well, dear, you will know tomorrow, as Mr. Prendergast, one of the family solicitors, is coming down. But I think it is as well to tell you beforehand. It has been a curious position all along. I never knew it myself till my father told me when he went into the library after the shot was fired. The news did not affect me one way or the other, although it surprised me a great deal. Like yourself, I have always supposed that you were my father's ward, the daughter of an old comrade of his brother's. Well, it is a curious story, Millicent, but there is no occasion for you to look frightened. The fact is, you are my uncle's daughter and my cousin." "Oh, that is not very dreadful," she exclaimed in a tone of relief. "Not dreadful at all," Mark said. "But you see, it involves the fact that you are mistress of this estate, and not I." Millicent stood up suddenly with a little cry. "No, no, Mark, it cannot be. It would be dreadful, and I won't have it. Nothing could make me have it. What, to take the estate away from you, when you have all along supposed it to be yours? How could I?" "But you see, it never has been mine, my dear. Father might have lived another 25 years, and God knows I have never looked forward to succeeding him. Sit down and let me tell you the story. It was not my father's fault that he reigned here so long as master. It was the result of a whim of your father's, and although my father fought against it, he could not resist the dying prayer of my uncle." He then related the whole circumstances under which the girl had been brought up as Millicent Conyers instead of Millicent Conyers Thorndyke, and how the estate had been left by Colonel Thorndyke's will to his brother until such time as Millicent should come of age or marry, and how he had ordered that when that event took place the rest of his property in money and jewels was to be divided equally between Mark and herself. "It must not be, Mark," she said firmly. "You must take the estate, and we can divide the rest between us. What is the rest?" "To begin with," Mark said cheerfully, "there are £25,000, the accumulations of the rents of the estate after the death of my grandfather up to the time when the colonel returned from India, and there are, besides, a few thousands, though I don't know exactly how many, that my father paid over to the solicitors as a surplus of the rents of the estates after paying all expenses of keeping up the house. He very properly considered that although he had accepted the situation at your father's earnest wish, he ought not to take money by doing so. If we put it down at £30,000 altogether, you see there is £15,000 for each of us. A very nice sum for a young man to start a life with, especially as I shall have my father's estate near Hastings, which brings in £500 a year. And as the rents of this have been accumulating for the last 10 years, my share will be raised from £15,000 to £20,000. Besides this, there is the main bulk of the Colonel's fortune made in India. That seems to be worth about £100,000, but I must own that the chance of getting it seems very small. How is that, Mark? Mark told her the whole story. I mean to make it my business to follow the matter up, he said. I think that the chance of ever finding it is very small. Still, it will give me an object to begin life with. Oh, I hope that you will never find it, she exclaimed. From what you say, it will be a terrible danger if you do get it. Mark smiled. I hardly think so, Millicent. I cannot believe that people would be following up this thing after 15 years. For it was many years before the Colonel came home that he got possession of these diamonds. Even Hindus would, I think, have got sick of such a hopeless affair long before this. But as they may ever, since your father's death, have been watching us, although it hardly seems possible, I shall follow out the Colonel's instructions and get rid of these particular diamonds at once. I shall only keep them about me long enough to take them to Amsterdam and sell them there. The Colonel said they were the finest diamonds that he ever saw, and that he really had no idea of what they were worth. However, that is for the future. Mrs. Cunningham has known this all along, Mark? Not about the money affairs, but of course she knew you were my cousin. She brought you from India, you see, and has known all along that the Colonel was your father. She knows it, and the family solicitors know it, but I believe no one else, except perhaps Rameau. I am not sure whether he was in Uncle's service when you were sent over to Mrs. Cunningham's charge. He may know it or he may not, but certainly no one else does, except, as I say, the solicitors and myself. Possibly some other of the Colonel's old comrades knew that there was a child born, but if they were in England and happened to hear that my father had succeeded to the estate, they would, of course, suppose that the child had died. Then, Millicent said, in a tone of relief, there can be no reason why anyone else should know anything about it. I will see Mr. Prendergast when he comes down tomorrow, and beg him to say nothing about it. £15,000 is quite enough for any girl, and besides, you say that my father's greatest wish was that I not to be married for money, and after all the pains that have been taken, his wish will not be carried out if I am to be made owner of the estate. You won't be able to persuade Mr. Prendergast to do that, Mark said, smiling. It is his duty simply to carry out the provisions of your father's will, and to place you in possession of the estate. And if he would keep silence, which he certainly won't, you don't suppose that I would? Then I shall hate you, Mark. I don't think you will, Millicent, and I would rather that you did that than that you should despise me. At the present moment, you may think that this estate would be only a burden to you, but some day when you marry, you may see the matter in a different light. The girl looked at him reproachfully. I should never think so, she burst out. What would you have me do? Live here in this great house with only Mrs. Cunningham?
While you were going about the world seeking for this treasure? Never. No, I don't think that it would be nice for you to do that, Millicent, Mark said. Mrs. Cunningham and I have been talking it over. We thought that the best plan would be for her to take a house in London and go there with you. You would have the advantages of good masters. Then you were saying only a short time since that you would like to learn the harp and take lessons in painting. There would be time enough to think about what you would do with respect to this house afterward. It is all horrible, Millicent said, bursting into tears, and I shall always feel that I have robbed you. But I don't feel so in the least, Mark urged. I was not in the smallest degree put out when my father told me about it. I have always had a fancy for wandering about the world as my uncle did, and doing something to distinguish myself, instead of settling down for life to be a country magistrate and a squire. Of course it came as a surprise, but I can assure you that it was not an altogether unpleasant one. What can a man want more than a nice little estate of £500 a year and £20,000 in money? It is all very well to say that, but as you said to me just now, you may see it in a different light some day. Then she sat thinking for some time. At any rate, she went on at last, I don't see why anyone should know about it now. If the house is to be shut up and you are going away, why need anyone know anything about it? My father's wish was that I should not have people making love to me just because I was an heiress. After all, that has been done. It would be wicked to go against his wishes. I suppose the interest of this £15,000 would be enough for Mrs. Cunningham and I to live comfortably on in London. Yes, Mark said, it will, at 5%, bring in £750 a year. Then I shall remain Millicent Conyers to the world. There is nothing to prevent that, is there? She said most defiantly. No, he replied thoughtfully. The rents of this estate might accumulate. I suppose the solicitors would see after that, and as I shall be away it will, of course, make no difference to me. Were I to stay in the neighborhood, I could not consent to live as my father did in a false position, but even then I might give out that the property had only been left to my father during his lifetime, and that it had now gone elsewhere, without saying whom it had gone to. However, as I shall be away, there will be no occasion even for that. When the will is read, there will be no one present but ourselves, and I don't see why its contents should not be kept a secret for a time. At any rate, we can ask Mr. Prendergast's opinion upon that subject. At this moment, Mrs. Cunningham, coming into the room, Millicent ran to her and threw her arms around her neck. He has made me most miserable, she said. I thought I could not have been more miserable than I was before he told me all about it. I knew that he was going to do so, and I was quite sure that you would not be pleased at the news. I have all along thought that it was a mistake on the part of your father, but as it was his decision and not mine, I only had to carry out his wishes. It is cruel, Millicent sobbed. I don't mean it is cruel of my father, of course. He could not have known, and he thought he was doing the best thing for my happiness, but it has turned out all wrong. For the present you may think so, dear, but you must remember that up to the present time it has turned out well. I know that your uncle did not like it at first, but I think that he passed 10 happy years here. It gave him a great power for doing good, and he worthily availed himself of it. We have all spent a happy time. He was universally liked and respected. I think all of us have benefited by it. It would not have been half as pleasant if it had been known that you, my child, were the real owner of the estate, and he was acting merely as your guardian. Let us hope that everything will turn out as well in the future. Colonel Thorndyke told me that he had left a considerable sum in addition to the estates, and that this was to be divided between you and Mark, so you see your cousin will not go out into the world a beggar." "It is most of it lost," Millicent said with a hysterical laugh. "It is all hidden away, and no one could find it. Everything has gone wrong together. Well, I think, dear, that you had better go up to bed. I will go with you. At the present time this, of course, has come upon you as an additional shock. I would gladly have shielded you from it for a time if I could have done so, but you must have learned it tomorrow, and I quite agree with Mark that it was better that he should tell you this evening. I sent down to the town today to the doctor's and asked him to send me up a soothing draught, thinking that you might be upset by the news. I hope by the morning you will be able to look at matters more calmly." Some time later, Mrs. Cunningham came down again. "She has cried herself to sleep," she said. "She is much grieved about this money being lost. It is annoying, but I cannot help thinking that the Colonel must have taken some such precaution to prevent the treasure from being lost." "One would certainly think so," Mrs. Cunningham agreed. "The Colonel seemed to me a methodical man. I know that he had the reputation of being one of the most particular men in the service as to all petty details. His instructions to me before I left him were all very minute, and he gave me a sealed packet which he told me contained instructions and a copy of the register of his marriage and of Millicent's birth, and he said that in case of his death I was to take it to your father. He said that there was a letter enclosed in it to him, and also a copy of his will. The letter was directed to your father and not to me. I handed it over to him when he asked me to come here. He told me afterwards that the letter contained the request that his brother lived to make personally to him, that the child should be brought up as his ward, and that he had handed the certificates to a lawyer, who had, however, received copies of them from the Colonel himself before he went down to see your father. So, as he took those precautions to ensure his wishes being carried out in the event of his sudden death, I should think that he must have done something of the sort with regard to this treasure." "I should think that extremely likely, Mrs. Cunningham. I certainly had not thought of that before, and I hope that for Millicent's sake and my own it may turn out to be so. I can get on extremely well without it, but at the same time I don't pretend that £50,000 are to be despised." The next morning Mr. Prendergast, who had arrived at Reigate late the evening before, had put up at the inn and came up to the house an hour before the time named for the funeral. He learned from Mark that he had already acquainted Millicent with her change of circumstances. A few minutes after he arrived, a servant told him that Miss Conyers would be glad if he would see her alone for a few minutes in the drawing room. Mark had already prepared him for her request. "Mark has told you that he told me about this hateful thing last night, I suppose, Mr. Prendergast?" "He has," the old lawyer said kindly, "and he tells me also that you are not at all pleased at the news." "Pleased? I should think not, Mr. Prendergast," she said indignantly. "I am not going to rob my cousin of what he has always been taught to think as his inheritance. It is abominable, I call it, and most unnatural." "But, my dear young lady, it is yours and not his. I do not wish to discuss whether the arrangement was altogether a wise one, but I think that so far it has turned out well for all parties. Your estate has profited greatly by the management of your uncle. The tenants and all connected with it have benefited greatly. He himself has had active employment afforded him, of which he was fond. Your cousin has, I believe, enjoyed the advantages of his position, and has become acquainted with the best people in this part of the country, and will now obtain the benefit of something like £15,000, a comfortable little sum, especially as he inherits, I believe, his father's property in Sussex. You yourself will have obtained what I cannot but consider the advantage of having been brought up without knowing that you were an heiress, and therefore without being spoiled, which is, in my opinion, the case with many young ladies in such a condition. Therefore, I cannot but think that, if unwise in its conception, the matter has so far worked out well. I am bound to say that Mr. Mark Thorndyke has been speaking to me very handsomely on this subject, and that he appears in no way disappointed at finding that you are the heiress of the estate, and is really concerned only at your unwillingness to accept the situation. I wanted to know, Mr. Prendergast, she said, but in a tone that showed she was convinced by his manner that her request would be refused, if you could arrange so that things would not be disturbed, and he should come into possession as his father's heir in a natural way. But you see, he is not his father's heir, Miss Thorndyke. His father only had the use, as we call it, of the property, until you came of age or marriage, and it was not necessary for it to come to you or your coming of age, but only, as your father explained to me, in the event of your marriage. That is to say, it was not to become public that you were entitled to this estate until your marriage. If you married before you were 21, the property was then to come to you. If you did not, you were to be informed of the circumstances or not, as Mr. Thorndyke might decide was best, but you were not to come into the property until you married. Your cousin was also to be informed when you came to the age of 21, and as at that time he was to take his half share of the remainder of the property, he would then be able to arrange his life as he liked. If your uncle died, as unfortunately he has done, before you reached the age of 21, you would then be placed in your proper position. But your father desired us to say to you that it was his wish that, if it could be arranged, your having succeeded to the ownership should not be publicly known until you divulged it to your husband after marriage. The other portions of the will must be carried out. This being only a request, you are at liberty to follow it or not, as you may choose. Certainly I should choose, the girl said. After all this trouble to prevent my being run after as an heiress, it would be wicked to upset it all and to fly in the face of his wishes by setting up as mistress of this estate. Still, you understand, Mr. Prendergast, that I don't mean to take it. The lawyer smiled indulgently. There is one way in which it might be managed, he said. Perhaps you can guess what it is. A flush of color rose over the girl's face. Don't say it, I beg of you, Mr. Prendergast. Mrs. Cunningham hinted at it this morning, and I told her that my own wish entirely agreed with that of my father, and that I was determined not to be married for money, and I am quite sure that Mark would be as unwilling as I am that the estate should change hands in that way. No, Mr. Prendergast, you must find some other way of doing it than that. Surely an estate cannot be forced upon anyone who is determined not to take it. Well, we must think it over, Mr. Prendergast said quietly. And now, I think that it's time for me to join the others. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire.
Chapter 10 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 10. The funeral of Squire Thorndyke and Mr. Bastow was over, and all agreed they had never seen a more affecting spectacle than that at the churchyard when the two coffins were brought in. The distance was short, and the tenants had requested leave to carry the squire's bier, while that of Mr. Bastow was borne by the villagers who had known and loved him. Behind followed all the magistrates and a great number of the gentry from miles around. The church was crowded by every man, woman, and child in the village, and the women, as well as many of the men, wept unrestrainedly as the coffins passed by. Besides these, a large number of people from Reigate and the surrounding villages were present, attracted rather by the crime that had caused the death than by the loss of the squire himself. The church was crowded, and it was with difficulty that Mr. Gregg read the service. The squire was laid by the side of his father, Mr. Bastow in the spot where many of his predecessors had slept before him. Mark had been greatly affected not only by his own loss, but by the sight of the general grief among those for whom the squire had done so much. Even Mr. Prendergast, who had taken part in many such functions over departed clients, was much moved by the scene. "I have been at many funerals," he said to Mark as they walked back to the hall, "but I have never been at one that so affected me. No monument ever raised, sir, did such credit to him who was laid beneath it as the tears of those simple villagers." Mark did not reply. His heart was altogether too full to speak. As they entered the house, he said: "The ladies will have their lunch upstairs, Mr. Prendergast. We may as well have ours at once, and then you can call them down if there is any business to be done." "That will not take long," the lawyer said. "I have brought down the wills of both your uncle the colonel and your father, and I think that it would be as well for me to read them both. That of your father is a very short and simple document, extending, indeed, over only a few lines. Your uncle's is longer and more complicated, but as you are well aware of the gist of it, it will take us but a short time to get through it." Mark took his meal in a perfunctory manner. For himself, he would have eaten nothing, but he made an effort to do so in order to keep his guest company. When it was over, he said: "We may as well go into the library at once, and I will send up for the ladies. It is as well to lose no time, for I know that you want to catch the afternoon coach up to town." Mrs. Cunningham and Millicent joined them in a minute or two, the girl looking very pale in her deep mourning. "I am about," Mr. Prendergast said quietly, "to read the wills of Colonel Thorndyke and Mr. John Thorndyke, and I will ask you, if there is any phrase that you do not understand, to stop me, and I will explain to you its purport." The three persons present were acquainted with the main provisions of the colonel's will. It began by stating that, being determined that his daughter, Millicent Conyers Thorndyke, should not be married for her money, he hereby bequeathed to his brother, John Thorndyke, his estate in the parish of Crowswood, to be held by him until his daughter Millicent came to the age of 21 or was married. If that marriage did not take place until she was over the age of 21, so long was it to continue in John Thorndyke's possession, save and except that she was, on attaining the age of 21, to receive from it an income of £250 a year for her private use and disposal. To Jane Cunningham, the widow of the late Captain Charles Cunningham of the 10th Madras Native Infantry, should she remain with my daughter until the marriage of the latter, I bequeath an annuity of £150 per annum, chargeable on the estate, and to commence at my daughter's marriage. All of my other property, in moneys, investments, jewels, and chattels of all sorts, is to be divided in equal portions between my daughter, Millicent Conyers Thorndyke, and my nephew, Mark Thorndyke. Should, however, my daughter die before marriage, I bequeath the said estate in the parish of Crowswood to my brother, John Thorndyke, for his life, and after him to his son Mark, and to the latter the whole of my other property of all kinds, this to take effect on the death of my daughter. Should my brother predecease the marriage or coming of age of my daughter, she is at once to come into possession of the said estate of Crowswood, in which case my nephew Mark and Mr. James Prendergast of the firm of Hopwood and Prendergast, my solicitors, are to act as her trustees, and Mrs. Jane Cunningham and the said James Prendergast as her guardians. All this was, of course, expressed in the usual legal language, but the purport was clear to those previously acquainted with its bearing, the only item that was new to them being the legacy to Mrs. Cunningham. John Thorndyke's testament was a short one. He left all his property to his son Mark, with the exception of £100 to his niece to buy a mourning ring or brooch or other ornament in memory of him, and £50 to Mrs. Cunningham for a similar purpose, as a token of his great esteem for her character, and £200 to Ramoo for his faithful services to his brother and himself. When the lawyer had folded up the wills, Millicent said, "On my part, I have to say that I absolutely renounce the legacy of the estate in favor of my cousin Mark, who has always believed that it would be his." "And I as absolutely refuse to accept the sacrifice," Mark said. "My dear young lady," Mr. Prendergast said quietly, "at present, at any rate, you have no power whatever to take any action in the matter. You are, in the eye of the law, an infant, and until you come of age you have no power to execute any legal document whatever. Therefore, you must perforce remain mistress of the estate until you attain the age of 21. Many things may happen before that time. For example, you might marry, and in that case your husband would have a voice in the matter. You might die, in which case Mr. Mark Thorndyke would, without any effort on your part, come into possession of the estate. But at any rate, until you reach the age of 21, your trustees will collect the rents of the estate on your behalf, and will hold the monies in trust for you, making, of course, such payments for your support and maintenance as are fit and proper for your condition." The tears came into Millicent's eyes as she resumed the seat from which she had risen, and she did not utter another word until Mr. Prendergast rose to leave. "I shall doubtless learn your wishes as to the future, Miss Thorndyke, from your cousin," he said. "I hope that you will not cherish any malice against me, and that when you think it over you will come to the conclusion that second thoughts are sometimes the wisest, and also that you should have some consideration for your father's wishes in a matter of this kind. He worked hard and risked his life to build up the fortune that he has left. He evidently thought greatly of your welfare, and was, above all things, anxious to ensure your happiness. I am sure that on thinking it over, you will see that you should not thwart his wishes. "My dear boy," he said to Mark, as they stood on the doorstep waiting for the carriage to come round, "the best plan by far in this business would be for the interests of your cousin and yourself to be identical. She is a very charming young lady, a little headstrong in this matter perhaps, but I do not think that is altogether unnatural." "That might have come about if it had not been for the property, Mr. Prendergast," Mark said, "but it cannot be now. If she and I had been engaged before all this happened, the case would have been different. But you see yourself that now my lips are sealed, for it would seem as if I had not cared for her until she turned out to be an heiress." "You are a silly young couple," the lawyer said. "I can only hope that as you grow older you will grow wiser. Well, you had better come up and have a talk with me about the assets your uncle mentions in his will." "Then you don't know anything about them, sir?" "Nothing at all, except as to the accumulations in his absence. He mentioned vaguely that he was a wealthy man. I thought that, as a matter of course, he had told his brother all about it." "It is a curious business, sir, and I doubt if there will ever be anything besides the accumulations you speak of." "Bless me, you don't say so. Well, I always thought that it was the most foolish business that I had ever heard of. However, you shall tell me all about it when you come up. I shall miss my coach unless I start." So saying, he shook Mark's hand, took his place in the gig, and was driven away. Millicent did not come downstairs again that day. "She is thoroughly upset," Mrs. Cunningham said, "and it would be best to let her have her own way for a while. I think the sooner I can get her away from here the better. The house is full of sad memories, and I myself feel shaken and in need of a change." "I can quite understand her feeling and yours, Mrs. Cunningham. I do hope you will be able to disabuse her mind of the idea that I have any shadow of feeling of regret that she instead of I has the estate, and please try to work upon her on the ground of her father's wishes. I could see that her face changed when Mr. Prendergast put the matter in that light, which I did not think had occurred to her before. I am thinking of going up to town in a couple of days. I was thinking of doing so tomorrow, but a day or so will make no difference. I propose that you both go with me, and then I will help you look for a house. Even if you don't get one at once, a week in London will be a change, and you can then, if you like, go somewhere for a time. Of course Bath would be too gay at present, but you might go to Tunbridge Wells, or, if she would like a seaside place, as she has never been near the sea since she was a baby, that would be the greatest change for her. You might go down for a month or two to Dover or Hastings. There is no occasion for you to settle down in London for a time. There is Weymouth, too, if you would like it better. I believe that is a cheerful place without being too fashionable." "I think that will be an excellent plan," Mrs. Cunningham said. "If you like I will drive you up to town, and the luggage can go by the carrier. It is much more pleasant than being shut up in a coach. Much more cheerful, of course. You will, of course, leave many of your things here, and the packing them up will give her something to do, and prevent her from brooding." "I think that is an excellent idea, Mark." Late in the afternoon Ramoo came in his usual silent manner. The man had said but little during the past few days, but it was evident that he was grieving deeply, and he looked years older than he had done before the fatal night. "Of course, Ramoo, you will stay with me for the present. I hardly know what I shall be doing for a time, but I am sure that until I settle down, Miss Conyers will be very glad to have you with her." "No, Sahib. Ramoo will return home to India. Ramoo is getting old. He was 30 when he entered the service of the Colonel Sahib. He is 50 now. He will go home to end his days. He has saved enough to live in comfort, and with what the lawyer Sahib told him your father has left him, he will be a rich man among his own people. But you will find things changed, Ramoo, since you left. While here, you know, we all regard you as a friend rather than as a servant." "You are all very kind and good, Sahib. Ramoo knows that he will meet no friends like those he has here, but he longs for the bright sun and the blue sky of India, and though it will well nigh break his heart to leave the young Missy and you, he feels that he must go." "All right, Ramoo. We shall all be very sorry to lose you, but I understand your longing to go home, and I know that you always feel our cold winters very trying. Therefore I will not oppose your wishes. I shall be going up to town in 2 or 3 days, and will arrange to pay your legacy at once, and will inquire what vessels are sailing." Millicent was unfeignedly sorry when she heard of Ramoo's determination. She was very fond of him, for when as a child she first arrived at Crowswood, he had been her companion whenever the squire did not require his services, and would accompany her about the garden and grounds, listening to her prattle, carrying her on his shoulder, and obeying her behests. No doubt he knew that she was the daughter of his former master, and had to a certain extent transferred his allegiance from the Sahib, whose life he had several times saved, to his little daughter. Still, she agreed with Mark that it was perhaps best that he should go. She and Mrs. Cunningham would find but little occasion for his services when established in London, and his swarthy complexion and semi-Eastern costume would attract attention, and perhaps trouble, when he went abroad, the population being less accustomed to Orientals then than at present, but still less would they know what to do with him were they for a time to wander about. Mark said at once that so long as he himself was engaged in the task that he had set himself, he could not take Ramoo with him, and as for his staying alone in the house when it was only in charge of a caretaker, it was not to be thought of. Although not inclined at the present time to agree with Mark in anything, Millicent could not but acknowledge that it were best that Ramoo should not be urged further to reconsider his determination, and she also fell in with his proposal that they should go up to London for a week, and then go down to Weymouth for a time, after which they would be guided by circumstances. Accordingly, 2 days later, Mark drove Millicent and Mrs. Cunningham up to London. A groom accompanied them on Mark's favorite horse. This was to be left in town for his use, and the groom was to drive the carriage back again. Comfortable rooms were obtained in a quiet inn for the ladies, while Mark put up at the Bull, saying that he would come every day to take them out. "Why did not Mark stay here, Mrs. Cunningham?" Millicent asked pettishly. "I suppose he thought it better that he should not do so, and I own that I think he was right. When we were, as we supposed, no relation to each other," Millicent said, "we could be like brother and sister. Now that we find that we are cousins, we are going to be stiff and ceremonious." "Not necessarily because you are cousins, Millicent. Before, you were his father's ward, and under his father's care. Now you are a young lady on your own account. You must see that the position is changed greatly, and that what was quite right and proper before would not be at all right and proper now." Millicent shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, if Mark wishes to be distant and stiff, he can certainly do so if he likes it. It makes no matter to me." "That is not at all fair, Millicent, and very unlike yourself. Had not Mark suggested his going to another inn, I should have suggested it myself." "Oh, yes, no doubt it is better," Millicent said carelessly. "He has several friends in town, and of course we cannot expect him to be devoting himself to us." Mrs. Cunningham raised her eyebrows slightly, but made no answer. Millicent was seldom wayward, but at present things had gone very hardly with her, and her friend felt that it would be better to leave her entirely to herself until her humor changed. In the morning, when Mark came round, Millicent announced that she felt tired with the drive of the previous day, and would prefer staying indoors. Mark looked a little surprised, more at the tone than at the substance of the words, for the manner in which she spoke showed that the excuse she had given was not her only reason for not going out. "Of course, I shall stay at home too," Mrs. Cunningham said quietly, as he glanced toward her inquiringly. "Millicent is unnerved and shaken, and perhaps it is just as well for her to have a day's complete rest." "Very well, Mrs. Cunningham, then I will, as I cannot be of any use to you, set about my own business for the day. I have already been round to the lawyers, and have got a check for Ramoo's legacy. He will be up this afternoon, and I will go round to Leadenhall Street and find out what ships are sailing and when they start. I will come in this evening for a chat." Millicent sat without speaking for some minutes after he had left the room. Mrs. Cunningham, whose hands were always busy, took some work out of a bag and set to work at it industriously. Presently the girl said, "What business is this that Mark is going to occupy himself in?" "I do not know much about it," she replied, "but from a few words which he let drop I believe that he intends to devote himself to discovering and hunting down your uncle's murderer." The listless expression faded out at once of Millicent's face. "But surely, Mrs. Cunningham, that would be very dangerous work." "No doubt it will be dangerous work, but I don't think that is likely to hinder Mark. The man, whoever he may be, is of course a desperate character, and not likely to be captured without making a fierce struggle for it." "Then he ought to put the matter in the hands of the proper authorities," Millicent said decidedly. "Of course such men are dangerous. Very likely this man may have accomplices, and it is not against one only that Mark will have to fight. He has no right to risk his life in so desperate an adventure." Mrs. Cunningham smiled quietly over her work. The Squire had often confided to her how glad he would be if these two should some day come together. In that case the disclosure after marriage of the real facts of the case would cause no disturbance or difficulty. The estate would be theirs, and it would not matter which had brought it into the partnership. She had thoroughly agreed with him, but so far nothing had occurred to give any ground for the belief that their hopes would be fulfilled. Till within the last year Millicent had been little more than a child. She had looked up to Mark as she might have done to a big brother, as something most admirable, as one whose dictum was law. During the last year there had been some slight change, but more perhaps on Mark's part than on hers. He had consulted her wishes more, had asked instead of ordered, and had begun to treat her as if conscious that she was fast growing up into womanhood. Millicent herself scarcely seemed to have noticed this change. She was little more inclined to assert herself than before, but was ready to accompany him whenever he wished her to do so, or to see him go away without complaint when it so pleased him. but the last week had made a rapid change in their position. Millicent had sprung almost at a bound into a young woman. She had come to think and resolve for herself. She was becoming wayward and fanciful. She no longer deferred to Mark's opinion, but held her own, and was capable of being vexed at his decisions. At any rate, her relations with Mark had changed rapidly, and Mrs. Cunningham considered this little outburst of pettishness to be a good omen for her hopes, and very much better than if they had continued on their old footing of affectionate cousins. Mark went back again to the lawyers, and had a long talk with Mr. Prendergast over the lost treasure. The old lawyer scoffed at the idea that there could be any danger associated with the bracelet. "Men in India, I suppose, get fanciful," he said, "and imbibe some of the native superstitions. The soldier who got them from the man who stole them was stabbed. He might have been stabbed for 1,000 reasons, but he had the bracelet on his mind. He was forever hiding it, digging it up, and fancying that someone was on his track, and he put down the attack as being made by someone connected with it. His manner impressed your uncle. He concealed the diamonds or sent them off somewhere instantly. He never had any further trouble about them, but like many men who have a craze, fancied that he was being perpetually watched and followed. The unfortunate result of all this is that these jewels and the money that he accumulated during his service at India seem to be lost. A more stupid affair I never heard of. Now, as to the clue, any reasonable man would have given full instructions as to how the treasure was to be found, or if he did not do that, would at least, instead of carrying about an absurd coin and a scrap of paper with a name upon it, have written his instructions and put them in that ridiculous hiding place, or, more wisely still, would have instructed his solicitor fully on the subject. The amount of trouble given by men, otherwise perfectly sane, by cranks and fancies is astonishing. Here is something like 100,000 pounds lost owing to a superstitious whim. As to your chance of finding the treasure, I regard it as small indeed. The things are hidden in India, in some old tomb or other rubbishing place. Your uncle may have committed them to the charge of a native. He may have sent them to a banker at one of the great towns. He may have shipped them to England. He may have sent them to the North Pole for anything I know. How can one begin to search the universe? I thought, sir, that perhaps he might have sent them to some London bank or agent, with instructions to hold them until claimed by him, and that perhaps an inquiry among such houses would lead to the discovery that they hold certain property forwarded by him. Well, there is some sense in that suggestion, Prendergast grumbled, and I suppose the first thing to be done will be to carry that out. If you wish, we will do it for you. They would be more likely to give the information, if they possess it, to a well-known firm of solicitors like ourselves than to any private individual. Besides, if you were to go yourself, they would in each case want you to be identified before they would answer any question, whereas I should write a note to them in the firm's name, with our compliments, saying that we should be glad to know if the late Colonel Thorndyke, of whose will we are the executors, had any account at their firm or has deposited any property in their hands. There are not above 5 or 6 banks doing business with India, and as many agents in a large way of business. And if he did such a foolish thing, he would be certain to do it with some houses of good standing, if, indeed, anything can be taken as certain in the case of a gentleman with such extraordinary fancies and plans as his. "Thank you, Mr. Prendergast," Mark said, with a slight smile at the lawyer's irritability. "That will be clearing the ground to a certain extent. If that does not succeed, I think I shall go to India myself, and shall there make similar inquiries at all the principal establishments in Calcutta and Madras. Should I fail there, it seems to me that the only remaining plan will be to find out from the military authorities the place where my uncle's regiment was encamped on that day. We have the date on which the jewels were given to him, and to institute a minute search of all the old ruins within such a distance as he might have reached within a day's ride. But you have no certainty that it was a ruin. He might have dug a hole under his tent and have buried the things there. He might have taken a shovel and buried them in a clump of bushes a quarter of a mile away. The thing is more and more ridiculous the more you look at it. I see it as very difficult, sir, but one might narrow it down somewhat if one discovered the spot. Probably there are still native officers in the regiment who were there at the time. If so, they might possibly know who was my uncle's servant at the time. The man may be a pensioner, and in that case I might discover his address through the military authorities, and I could find out from him whether my uncle often rode out at night, what were his habits, and possibly where the tent stood, and so on. Well, Mr. Prendergast said, if you like to undertake a wild goose chase of this sort, it is your business and not mine, but I consider the idea is the most utopian that I ever heard of. As to where the tent stood, is it likely that a man would remember to within 100 yards where a tent stood 14 years ago? Why, you might dig up acres and acres of ground and not be sure then that you had hit upon the right place. There is one other circumstance, Mr. Prendergast, Mark said quietly, that has to be taken into consideration, and which renders it improbable that these diamonds were hidden anywhere by my uncle himself at that time. He certainly spoke of the whole of the treasure collectively. It is morally certain that he would not carry all those jewels that he had been collecting about with him, and certainly not his treasure in money. He must, therefore, have sent these diamonds to the person, whoever he may be, who had the keeping of his other jewels and of his money. This certainly points to a bank. There is some sensible conjecture, yes, there is something in that. He certainly could not have carried about him 50,000 pounds in gold and as much in jewelry. It would have been the act of a madman, and Colonel Thorndyke, although eccentric and cranky, was not mad. But, on the other hand, he may have carried about a banker's passbook, or what is equivalent to it, for the amount that had been deposited with a native banker or agent, together with a receipt for the box containing the jewels, and this he may have hidden with the diamonds. I don't think that he would have done that. There could have been no object for his putting the power of demanding his money and valuables out of his possession. Well, well, the lawyer said testily, it is of no use arguing now what he might or might not have done. A man who would have taken the trouble that he did to prevent his daughter knowing that she was an heiress, and fancied that he was followed about by blackfellows, might do anything, reasonable or unreasonable, under the sun. At any rate, Mr. Thorndyke, I will carry out your instructions as to inquiries in London, and will duly inform you of the result. Beyond that, I must really decline to give any advice or opinion upon the matter, which is altogether beyond me." On leaving the lawyers, Mark went to Bow Street, and related to the chief the circumstances attending his father's murder. "I have heard them from the man I sent down at your request, Mr. Thorndyke, and taking the attempt early in the evening and the subsequent murder, there can be no doubt that the affair was one of revenge and not of robbery. Had the second attempt stood alone, robbery might have been the object. The mere fact that nothing was stolen in no way alters the case. Men are often seized with a certain panic after committing a murder, and fly at once without attempting to carry out their original purpose. Your father, no doubt, fell heavily, and the man might well have feared that the fall would be heard. But the previous attempt precludes the supposition that robbery was at the bottom of it. It points to a case of revenge, and certainly goes a long way to support the theory that we talked over when I last saw you, that the highwayman who endeavored to stop you on the road, whom you wounded, and who afterwards went down to Southampton, was the escaped convict, Bastow. Since that time I have had a man making inquiries along the roads between Reigate and Kingston, but altogether without success. I should be glad to follow up any other line that you might suggest, and that might offer any reasonable possibility of success. But I must own that at present we are entirely off the scent. I am thinking of devoting myself entirely to the quest. I have no occupation at present. I have an income amply sufficient for my wants and for all expenses that I may incur, and I intend to devote, if necessary, some years of my life to hunting this man down. As your men have searched without success in the country, I think for the present my best plan will be to devote myself to learning something of the ways and haunts of the criminal classes of London, and it is with that object that I have come to you now. I should like, for some time at any rate, to enter the detective force as an enrolled member. I should, of course, require no pay, and should be prepared to obey all orders and to do any work required as any other member of the corps would do. I am strong, active, and I have, I hope, a fair share of intelligence. I should not mind risking my life in carrying out any duty that you might assign to me. I presume that I need not always be on duty, and could, when not required, employ my time as I liked, and keep up my acquaintances in town. Should it be otherwise, however, I am perfectly ready to submit myself in all respects to your rule. I have a first-rate horse, and should be available for country duty, wherever you might think it fit to send me. I should not desire any distinction to be made between me and the paid officers. Your proposal is an altogether novel one, Mr. Thorndyke, but it is worthy of consideration. I have no doubt that you would make a very useful officer. The work is certainly interesting, though not without serious hazards. However, I will think the matter over, and if you will call in tomorrow you shall have my answer. We are always glad to have a new hand in the force, for the faces of our men are so well known among the criminal class that they are liable to be detected even under the cleverest disguises. There is work, too, upon which it is absolutely necessary that a gentleman should be employed, and in the event of your joining us, I should wish you to keep the matter strictly from all your acquaintances, and it would certainly be advantageous that you should, when disengaged, continue to mix with your friends, and to mingle in society of all kinds as freely as possible. There is crime among the upper classes as well as among the lower, though of a different type, and as Mr. Thorndyke of Crowswood, you would have far better opportunities of investigating some of these cases than any of my men would have. You would not object to take up these cases? Not at all, sir. That is, if it could be arranged that I should not do the actual work of making an arrest, or have to appear in court as a witness. That could be managed, the chief said. When you have got to a certain point, the matter of the final arrest could always be handed over to someone else. But as a rule, we keep our officers in the background as much as possible, because at every trial the court is half full of men of the criminal class, and the faces of our men would soon be known to every one of them. Well, if you will call about 10 o'clock tomorrow, you shall have my answer, but I should advise you to think the matter well over before you see me again. The responsibilities as well as the dangers are great, and indeed in some of the work you would literally have to carry your life in your hand, and I can assure you that the task you would undertake is by no means a light one. End of chapter 10. Recording by Nick Bulka, New Boston, New Hampshire.
Chapter 11 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gertrude, Durette. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henry. Chapter 11. Mark called that evening, as he had promised, upon Mrs. Cunningham. "I hope that you feel all the better for your day's rest, Millicent," he said. The girl looked quickly at him to see if there was any sarcasm in the question, but it was evident that the inquiry was made in earnest. "Yes, I feel better now," she said. "I have dozed a good deal today. I did not feel up to anything. Mrs. Cunningham's work has progressed wonderfully. I should say that she has done more today than she ordinarily finds time to do in a week. What have you been doing with yourself?" "I have been having a long talk with Mr. Pendergast about the lost treasure." "And of course he said that you would never find it, Mark?" "Well, yes, he distinctly expressed that opinion." "And afterwards?" "Afterwards I went to Bow Street and had a long talk also with the chief officer there. I don't like the idea of your searching for this man, Mark. In the first place, I don't see why you should hope to succeed when the men whose business it is to do such work have failed. In the next place, I think that you may get into serious danger." "That I must risk, Millicent. I have already proved a better shot than he is, and I am quite ready to take my chance if I can but come upon him. That is the difficult part of the matter. I know that I shall need patience, but I have plenty of time before me, and have great hopes that I shall run him to earth at last." "But you would not know him if you saw him." "I think I should," Mark said quietly. "At least, if he is the man that I suspect." "Then you do suspect someone?" Mrs. Cunningham said, laying down her work. "Yes, I know of no reason why you should not know it now. I feel morally certain that the man who murdered my father was Arthur Bastow." An exclamation of surprise broke from both his hearers, and they listened with horror while he detailed the various grounds that he had for his suspicions. They were silent for some time after he had brought his narrative to a conclusion. Then Mrs. Cunningham said, "What a merciful release for Mr. Bastow that he should have died before this terrible thing came out. For after what you have told us, I can hardly doubt that you are right, and that it is this wicked man who is guilty." "Yes, it was indeed providential," Mark said, "though I think that, feeble as he has been for some months, it might have been kept from him. Still, a word from a chance visitor who did not associate Bastow, the murderer, with our dear old friend, might have enlightened him, and the blow would have been a terrible one indeed. It is true that, as it was, he died from the shock, but he did not know the hand that struck the blow. "Now that you have told me this," Millicent said, "I cannot blame you, Mark, for determining to hunt the man down. It seems even worse than it did before. It is awful to think that anyone could cherish revenge like that. Now tell me how you are going to set about it." "I have promised the chief officer that I will tell absolutely no one," he said. "I have a plan, and I believe that in time it must be successful. I know well enough that I could tell you both of it without any fear of its going further. But he asked me to promise, and I did so without reservation. Moreover, I think that for some reasons it is as well that even you should not know it. As it is, you are aware that I am going to try, and that is all. If I were to tell you how, you might be picturing all sorts of imaginary dangers and worrying yourself over it. So I think that it will be much the best that you should remain in ignorance, at any rate for a time. I can say this, that I shall, for the present, remain principally in London, and I think that I am more likely to come upon a clue here than elsewhere." Millicent pouted, but Mrs. Cunningham said, "I think perhaps that you are right, Mark, and it is better that we should know nothing about it. We shall know that you are looking for a clue, but of course no danger can arise until you obtain it and attempt to arrest him. I feel sure that you will do nothing rash, especially as if any harm befell you he might escape unpunished, and therefore that when the time comes to seize him, you will obtain such help as may be necessary, and will, if possible, arrest him at a moment when resistance is impossible." "Thank you, Mrs. Cunningham. I shall certainly spare no efforts in taking him that way, but would far rather he met his fate on a gibbet rather than by a bullet from my pistol." "I agree with you, Mark," Millicent said. "Even hanging is too good for such a wicked man. When are you going to set about it?" "I hope to be able to begin tomorrow," he said. "I am impatient to be at work, even though I know perfectly well that it may be months before I can get on his track. I hope to get a good deal of information as to the habits of men of his kind from the Bow Street runners, and I have an appointment tomorrow morning to see their chief, who will give me every assistance in his power." "Then you will not be able to take us out," Millicent said. "I trust to do so later on, but I cannot say how long I shall be engaged. However, I hope to get away so as to go out with you after lunch, and may possibly be able to postpone my getting regularly to work until after you have gone, so as to be able to devote myself to your service." "But what sort of work? I cannot make out how you are going to begin." "I can tell you this much, that to begin with I shall go in company with a constable to various places where such a man is likely to be found. It will take some time to acquaint myself with all those localities. The next step will be to find out, if possible, if anyone at all answering to his description is in the habit of coming there occasionally, and whom he visits. Another thing will be to find out the places where receivers of stolen goods do their business, and to watch those with whom highwaymen are suspected of having dealings. All this, you see, will entail a lot of work and require a very large amount of patience. Of course, If nothing whatever comes of such inquiries, I shall have to try quiet places in the suburbs. You must remember that this fellow, during his time as a convict, must have had opportunities of getting a vast amount of information likely to be useful to him, such as the addresses of men holding positions of apparent respectability, and yet in alliance with thieves. You may be sure that when he returned, he took every imaginable pains to obtain a safe place of concealment before he began his work. My own opinion is that I am more likely to find him living quietly in a suburban cottage than in a London slum." Millicent was now thoroughly interested in the search. "It seems a great business, Mark, but going into it as thoroughly as you are doing, I feel sure that you will succeed. I only wish that I could help you, but I could not do that, could I?" she asked wistfully. He saw that she was in earnest, and suppressed all semblance of a smile. "I am afraid, dear, that you would be a much greater source of embarrassment than of assistance to me," he said gravely. "This is essentially not a woman's work. I believe that women are sometimes employed in the detection of what we may call domestic crimes, but this is a different matter altogether." "I suppose so," she sighed, "but it will be very hard to be taking our ease down at Weymouth while we know that you are, day after day, wearing yourself out in tramping about, making inquiries. It will be no more fatiguing than tramping through the stubble round Crowswood after partridges, which I should probably be doing now if I were down there. By the way, before you go, we shall have to talk over the question of shutting up the house. We had too much to think of to go into that before we came away, and I suppose I shall have to run down there and arrange it all, if you have quite made up your mind that you don't mean to return for a year or two." "Decidedly, our present idea is to have a few weeks at Weymouth, and then, when we feel braced up, to come back here and look for a house. Where are you likely to be, Mark?" Mrs. Cunningham asked. "I shall consult with Dick Chetwynd. He knows the town thoroughly, and is up here more than he is down in the country. He will recommend me to some lodging in a street that, without being the height of fashion, is at least passable. I have not the least wish to become a regular man about town, but I should like to go into good society. One cannot be at work incessantly." The next morning the chief of the detective department told Mark that he had decided to accept his offer. "As you will receive no pay," he said, "I shall regard you as a sort of volunteer. For the first 2 or 3 months you will spend your time in going about with one or other of my men on his work. They will be able to put you up to disguises. When you have once learned to know all the thieves' quarters and the most notorious receivers of stolen goods, you will be able to go about your work on your own account. All that I require is that you shall report yourself here twice a day. Should I have on hand any business for which you may appear to me particularly well suited, I shall request you to at once undertake it, and from time to time, when there is a good deal of business on hand, I may get you to aid one of my men who may require an assistant in the job on which he is engaged." "I am sure I am very much obliged to you, sir," Mark said, "and will, I can assure you, do my best in every way to assist your men in any business in which they may be engaged. When will you begin?" "It is Saturday to-day, sir. I think I will postpone setting to until Monday week. My cousin and the lady in whose charge she is came up with me on Thursday and will be leaving town the end of next week, and I should wish to escort them about while here. I will come on Monday morning ready for work. How had I better be dressed? I should say as a countryman. A convenient character for you to begin with will be that of a man who, having gotten into a poaching fray and hurt a gamekeeper, has made for London as the best hiding place. You are quite uncertain about your future movements, but you are thinking of enlisting. Very well, sir. I will get the constable at Reigate, who knows me well, to send me a suit. I might find it difficult to get all the things I want here. Accordingly, for the next week, Mark devoted himself to the ladies. Millicent, in her interest in the work that he was about to undertake, had now quite got over her fit of ill temper, and the old cordial relations were renewed. On the Friday he saw them into the Weymouth coach, then sauntered off to his friend Chetwynd's lodgings. Ramoo had already sailed. On his arrival in town he had said that he should, if possible, arrange to go out as a steward. Many men of my color who have come over here with their masters go back in that way, he said, in answer to Mark's remonstrances. It is much more comfortable that way than as a passenger. If you go third class, rough fellows laugh and mock. If you go second class, men look as much as to say, "What is that colored fellow doing here? This is no place for him." Much better to go as steward. Not very hard work, very comfortable, plenty to eat, no one laugh or make fun. Well, perhaps that would be best, when one comes to think of it, Ramoo. But I would gladly pay your passage in any class you like. Ramoo go his own way, Sahib, he said. No pay passage money. Me go to docks where boats are sailing. Go on board and see head steward. Head steward glad enough to take good servant who is willing to work his way out and ask for no wages. Head steward draw wages for him and put wages in his own pocket. He very well satisfied. On Wednesday he came and told Mark that he had arranged to sail in the Nabob and was to go on board early the next morning. He seemed a great deal affected, and Mark and Millicent were equally sorry to part with the faithful fellow. "Well, old man," Dick Chetwynd said, when Mark entered the room, where he was still at breakfast, "I was beginning to wonder whether you had gone to Reigate. Why, when I saw you last Friday, you told me that you would look me up in a day or two." "I have been busy showing London to Mrs. Cunningham and Miss Conyers," he replied, for Millicent had insisted on keeping her former name, at any rate for the present, and Mark was somewhat glad that there had been no necessity for entering into any explanations. It was agreed that when he went down to discharge some of the servants and called upon his friends, he should say nothing of the change in his position, but should assign as a motive that he intended to travel about for a long time, and that he felt he could not settle down in the lonely house, at any rate for 2 or 3 years, and therefore intended to diminish the establishment. "You will have some breakfast, Mark?" "No, thank you. I have breakfasted 2 hours ago." "Then you will still keep to your intention to stay in London for a while?" "Yes, I don't feel that I could bear the house alone," Mark replied. "You see, Mrs. Cunningham and my uncle's ward could not very well remain in a bachelor's home, and naturally, after what has happened, they would not like to do so, even if they could. They have gone down to Weymouth for a few weeks for a complete change, and Mrs. Cunningham talks of taking a house in town for a time. I am going to look for lodgings, and I want your advice as to the quarter likely to suit me. Why not take up your abode here for a time? There is a vacant room, and I should be very glad to have you with me." "Thank you very much, Dick, but I should prefer being alone. You will have friends dropping in to see you, and at present I should be poor company. It will be some little time before I shall feel equal to society." "Of course, Mark. I always speak first and think afterwards, as you know pretty well by this time. Well, what sort of lodgings do you want?" "I want them to be in a good but not in a thoroughly fashionable street. In time, no doubt, I shall like a little society, and shall get you to introduce me to some of the quieter of your friends, and so gradually feel my way. I will do all that sort of thing for you, Mark. As you know, I am not one of those who see much fun in gambling or drinking, though one must play a little to be in the fashion. Still, I never go heavily into it. I risk a few guineas and then leave it. My own inclinations lie rather towards sport, and in this I can indulge without being out of the fashion. All the tip-top people now patronize the ring, and I do so in my small way too. I am on good terms with all the principal prize fighters, and put on the gloves with one or other of them pretty nearly every day. I have taken courses of lessons regularly from 4 or 5 of them, and I can tell you that I can hold my own with most of the Corinthians. It is a grand sport, and I don't know how I should get on without it, after the hard exercise I was accustomed to go down in the country. It keeps one's muscles in splendid order, and I can tell you that if one happens to get into a fight in the streets, it is no light thing to be able to polish off an antagonist in a round or two without getting a mark on your face that would keep you a prisoner in your room for a week or more. Yes, I should like very much to take lessons too, Dick. It is one of the things that I have always wished to do. I suppose one can do it of an evening or at any time you like?" "Yes, any hour suits those fellows. You ought to get either a heavy middleweight or a light heavyweight. You will be a heavyweight yourself by the time you have filled out. Let me think. What is your height? 6 feet 1, if I remember rightly." "Yes, that is about it." "Well, with your shoulders and long reach and activity, you ought to be something out of the way if you take pains, Mark. You see, I am barely 5 feet 10, and am something like 2 stone lighter than you are. I suppose you are not much under 12 stone and a half." "That is just about my weight. I weighed at the miller's only a fortnight ago." "Good. I will make some inquiries and see who would be the best man to take you in hand to begin with. And now about lodgings. Well, I should say Essex Street, or any of those streets running down from the Strand, would suit you. The rooms in Essex Street are bigger than those in Buckingham Street, and you will find anything between the two in some of the others. I may as well saunter round there with you. Of course, money is no object to you?" "No," Mark agreed, "but I don't want big rooms. I think a small one, when you are sitting by yourself, is more cozy and comfortable." Finally, 2 rooms were taken in Villiers Street. They were of moderate size and handsomely furnished. The last tenant had fitted them out for himself, but had lived to enjoy them only 3 months, having at the end of that time been killed in a duel over a quarrel at cards. "Well, I think you're in luck, Mark. You might look through a good many streets before you would find rooms so handsomely furnished as these. I see he went in for driving. That is evident from these engravings on the walls." "They are common, gaudy-looking things," Mark said, "and quite out of character with the furniture." "Not at all. As times go, Mark, it is quite the thing for a man to have prints showing his tastes, riding or driving, shooting or coaching, or the ring. If you don't like them, you can take them down, or, what will be better, take them out of their frames and put some of the champions, past and present, up there instead." "I will see about it," Mark said with a laugh. "I may turn out a complete failure." "There is no fear of that, Mark. And as the ring is all the fashion now, I can assure you it would be considered in good taste. Though I own that in point of art, most of these things leave a good deal to be desired. Now that that important thing is settled, suppose you come and lunch with me in Covent Garden. I don't belong to a club yet, though I have got my name down at a couple of them, but as far as I can see, they are slow sort of places unless you know a lot of people. The coffee houses are much more amusing. You see people of all sorts there. Fellows like myself, who have no clubs to go to, country gentlemen up for a week, a few writers, who, by the way, are not the best customers of these places, men whom nobody knows, and men whom everybody knows. Of course, the best time to see them is of an evening." "Yes, I have generally been in of an evening when I have been up in towns, Dick, and I have always been amused. However, I am quite ready to lunch there now, for I breakfasted early." "I have to make some calls this afternoon, Mark. At 7 this evening I will look in at your lodgings, and you shall go along with me to Ingleston's in St. Giles. It is one of the headquarters of the fancy, and Dick Needham, who taught me, is safe to be there, and he will tell me who he thinks is best for you to begin with." Accordingly, after taking luncheon, they separated, and Mark went to his inn. Ingleston's was at that time regarded as the headquarters of the fancy. At the back of the house was a large room, with benches rising behind each other to accommodate the spectators. Here, on the evenings when it was known that leading men would put on the gloves, peers of the realm would sit side by side with sporting butchers, and men of fashion backed their opinion on a coming prize fight with ex-pugilists and publicans. A number of men were assembled in the bar. Among those was Jack Needham. "Good evening, Mr. Chetwynd," the man said as they came up to him. "It's going to be a good night. Tring and Bob Pratt are going to have a round or two together, and Gibbons will put on the gloves with anyone who likes to take him on. This gentleman is Mr. Thorndyke, a squire, Jack, whose place is near mine at Railgate. He has come up to town for a few months, and wants to learn how to use his mawleys. I told him that you would advise him as to who would be the best man for him to go to." "I can tell you better when I have seen him stripped, sir. There is no one in the big room at present. It won't be open for half an hour. Ingleston keeps it shut as long as he can, so as to give everyone a fair chance of a good place. If the gentleman will come in there with me, I will have a look at him." Mark expressed his willingness to be looked at, and the man, having gone and got the key of the room from Ingleston, went in with them and locked the door behind. "Now, sir, if you will strip to the waist, I shall be better able to say who you should have as your teacher than I can now." Mark stripped, and the man walked round and round him, examining him critically. "He's a big 'un," he said to Dick when he had completed his examination. "He has got plenty of muscle and frame, and ought to be a tremendous hitter. He is about the figure of Gibbons, and if he goes in for it really, ought to make well nigh as good a man, if not quite. I don't think Bill would take care of taking him up till he knows a bit about it. I tell you what, sir, you will be too big altogether for me by the time you get to be quick on your legs and to use your strength. But if you like, I will take you on for a month or so, say 2 months. By that time I think you will be good enough to go to Gibbons. I will just call him in, if you don't mind. He came in just before you." In a couple of minutes he came in with a man of similar height and somewhat similar figure to Mark. "This is Gibbons, sir, ex-champion, and like enough he might be champion now if he chose. As fine a boxer as ever stripped, but he is ring-maker now to the P.C., and it suits him better to do that and to teach than to have a chance of getting a battle once a year or so." "Have you a great many pupils, Gibbons?" The man shook his head. "I am too big, sir. Gentlemen like to learn from someone about their own weight, or perhaps a bit lighter, and there are not many of them who would care to stand up against a man who has been champion, and so I have plenty of time on my hands. I am a hard hitter, too, even with the gloves. That is one reason why Jack had best take you on until you get a little handy with your fists. I do more in the dog fancier line than I do with boxing, but there is nothing I like better than getting the gloves on with an amateur who is likely to be a credit to me. That is my card, sir. You will find me in pretty nearly any time of day, and I have got a place behind the house where I do teaching when I get a chance. It is handy in one way because you can drop in and take a lesson any time you like." "That would suit me exceedingly well," Mark said, "and when I have had a couple of months with Needham I will come to you." Mark now put on his clothes again, and they went out together, and re-entered a few minutes later when the door was open. The benches were soon crowded. Mark had been to several prize fights with Dick Chetwynd, had often boxed with him and other lads, and had had lessons from an ex-prize fighter at Reigate, and was therefore able to appreciate the science shown by the various men who confronted each other. The event of the evening was the contest between Trigg and Bob Pratt. Both were very powerful men, who were about to go into strict training for matches that had been made for them against two West countrymen, who were thought very highly of by their friends, and who were regarded as possible candidates for the championship. Bob Pratt was a stone heavier than his opponent, but far less active, and owed his position more to his ability to take punishment and to hard-hitting powers than to his science. In the 2 rounds that were fought, Tring had the advantage, but the general opinion was that in the long run the other would wear him down. Both fought with good temper, and were warmly applauded as they shook hands at the finish. "I think I should back Tring in a fight," Mark said, as the meeting broke up, "but it is difficult to say, for he is in better condition than the other, and it may be that when both are thoroughly fit, the heavy man might show more improvement than he would do." The hat was passed around at the conclusion. Every man dropped in his guinea, some more, it being understood that the collection was divided between the 2 men to pay the expenses of their training. End of chapter 11. Recording by Gertrude Durette.
Chapter 12 of Colonel Thorndyke's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Colonel Thorndyke's Secret by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 12. The next morning Mark commenced work in earnest, and for 2 months visited all the worst slums of London, in company with one of the Bow Street men. Both were generally in disguise, but Mark's companion sometimes went openly to some of the houses inhabited by men well known as criminals. On such occasions Mark remained within call, ready to go in if assistance should be required. But there was small fear of this. The men who were visited were all personally known to the officer, and generally greeted him with, "You ain't wanting me, are you?" "Not at all. What I am wanting is a little information for which I shall be quite willing to pay the first man who enables us to lay hands on the gentleman I want to find." Then he would describe Bastow's appearance. "He has taken to the road, I fancy, and has given us a good deal of trouble. If it is the man I think he is, he has been away from London for some years, and came back 8 or 10 months ago." The reply was always to the same effect. "I don't know of such a man, and never heard of him. For my part I would not split on a pal, not for anything, but I should not mind earning 5 guineas to put you on a cove who is not one of us. Besides, it ain't only the money. You know you might do me a good turn some day." "Quite so. Well, I can tell you it is a good deal more than 5 guineas that would be earned if you could put me in the way of laying my hand on his shoulder. I don't think that he is living in town. I expect he is some quiet neighbourhood. Still, if he is on the road, he must have a horse somewhere. You might ask among the stables, and find out whether anyone keeps a horse there who is in the habit of going out in the afternoon and not coming back until the next day. You have plenty of time on your hands, and it would pay you well if you could bring me the information I want." The officer said to Mark at the end of 2 months, "These knights of the road don't often mix themselves up with the London housebreakers. The most likely men to be able to tell you about the doings of such a fellow would be receivers of stolen goods. But it would be dangerous to question any of them. They would be sure to put him on his guard. I will give you a list of some of them, and I should say that your best way would be to watch their places of an evening, from the time it gets dark till 10 or 11. Of course, it is just a chance. You may watch one place for a month, and he may happen to go there the very day you have gone off to watch another crib. Still, there is just a chance, and I don't see that there is any other way." During this time Mark had been taking a lesson every evening with Needham, and had surprised his teacher with the rapidity of his progress. He had said, the very evening before, when Mark had countered him with a blow that knocked him for 2 or 3 minutes senseless, "We have had enough of this, governor. You have got quite beyond me altogether, and I don't want another blow like that. You had better take on Gibbons now. You are too big altogether for me, and yet you don't fight like a heavyweight, for you are as quick on your pins as I am." Well pleased at having the day to himself, and having got clear of his work in the thieves' rookeries, Mark went the next morning to Gibbons's shop. His entry was hailed by a chorus of barking from dogs of all sorts and sizes, from the bulldog down to the ratting terrier. "Glad to see you, Mr. Thorndyke," Gibbons said, when he had silenced the barking. "I saw Jack last week, and he told me that he should hand you over to me pretty soon, for that you were getting beyond him altogether, and he thought that if you stuck to it, you would give me all my work to do in another 6 months. I finished with him last night, Gibbons, and I shall be ready to come for a lesson to you every morning, somewhere about this hour. I have brought my bag with my togs." "All right, sir. I am ready at once. The place is clear now behind. I have just been making it tidy, for we had a little ratting last night, one of my dogs against Sir James Colette's, 50 rats each. My dog beat him by 3/4 of a minute. You will never see me here at one of those businesses. I have no objections to stand up to a man my own size, and give and take until we have had enough. But to see rats slaughtered, when they have not a chance of making a fight of it, is altogether out of my line." "Well, sir, I do not care about it myself. There are lots who do like it, and are ready to wager their money on it, and as it helps to sell my dogs, besides what I can win out of the event, It was a wager of 20 guineas last night. It ain't for me to set myself up against it." Calling a boy to look after the shop, Gibbons went away into a wooden building in the back yard. It was about 25 feet square, and there were holes in the floor for stakes, when a regular ring was made. The floor was strewn with clean sawdust. A number of boxing gloves hung by the wall. "There is the dressing room," Gibbons said, pointing to a door at the other end. When both were ready, he looked Mark over. "Your muscles have thickened out a good bit, sir, since I saw you strip. Before another 4 years, if you keep on at it, you will be as big a man as I am. I am about 8 years too old, and you are 4 years too young. You will improve every day, and I shan't. Now, sir, let us see what you can do. Jack tells me that you are wonderfully quick on your feet. There is the advantage you have of me. I am as strong as ever I was, I think, but I find that I cannot get about as I used to." He stood somewhat carelessly at first, but as they sparred for an opening he became more careful, and presently hit out sharply. Mark leaped back, and then, springing forward, struck out with his left. Gibbons only just stopped it, and then countered, but Mark was out of reach again. "That is good enough," Gibbons said. "I can see Jack has taught you pretty nearly all there is to know. We will just take those hits again. You were right to get away from the first, but the second time you should have guarded with your left, and hit at my chin with your right. That jumping back game is first rate for avoiding punishment, but you have got to come in again to hit. You took me by surprise that time, and nearly got home, but you would not do it twice." And so the lesson went on for 3/4 of an hour. "That will do for to-day, sir. I am getting blown if you are not. Well, well, I can tell you I have never had a more promising pupil, and I have brought forward 2 or 3 of the best men in the ring. No wonder that Jack cannot do much with you. Give me 6 months every day, and you should have a turn occasionally with other men, and I would back you for £100 against any man now in the ring." 3 or 4 days later Mark received a message that the chief wanted to speak with him that afternoon, and he accordingly went down. "I've got a job for you, Mr. Thorndyke. It is just the sort of thing that will suit you. There is a house in Buckingham Street that we have had our eye on for some time. It is a gambling house, but with that we have nothing to do unless complaints are made. But we have had several complaints of late. It is a well got up place, and there are a good many men of title frequent it, but men of title are not always more honest than other people. Anyhow, there are some rooks there, and several young fellows of means have been pigeoned and ruined. They are mighty particular who they let in, and there will be very little chance of getting my regular men in there. Now, you are a stranger in London, but you have friends here, and no doubt you could get introduced. We want to know if the play is fair. If it isn't, we will break the place up altogether. We know enough to do it now, but none of the poor beggars who have been ruined will come forward, and indeed haven't any idea, I think, that they have lost their money in anything but a run of bad luck. One young fellow blew his brains out last week, and his father came here with a list of what are called debts of honour, which he found in his room. There they are, and the names of the men they are owed to. Of course, some of them have been fairly won, but I have a strong suspicion that those I have marked with a cross have not been. For instance, there is Sir James Flash, a fellow who was turned out of White's 2 years ago for sharp practice with cards. There is John Emerson. He is a man of good family, but all his friends have given him up long ago, and he has been living by his wits for the last 5 years. The others marked are all of the same sort. Now, what I want you to do is to become a frequenter of this place. Of course, you will have to play a little, and as you are a stranger, I expect that they will let you win for a bit. But if not, the old gentleman has placed £200 in my hands for the expenses." "I could play with my own money," Mark said rather warmly. "You forget, Mr. Thorndyke," the chief said firmly, "that at the present moment you are a member of my force, and that you go to this place in that capacity, and not as Squire of Crowswood. Therefore you must, if you please, do as I instruct you. The gentleman will be ready to pay that sum, As you see, the accounts entered here total up to nearly £10,000. He said that it will ruin him to pay that sum, but that he must do so rather than his son should be branded as a defaulter. I have advised him to write to all these people, saying that it will take him some time to raise the money, but that he will see that nobody shall be a loser by his son's debts. I have told him, in the meantime, that I will endeavour to get proof that the play was not fair, and in that case he would, of course, refuse to pay any of the claims on that ground. And you may be sure that if unfair play was proved, none of those concerned would dare to press their claims." "Then my function would be simply to watch?" "Yes, to watch, and to bring me word of anything you may observe. You see, without making a public scandal, if it could be found that a man was discovered cheating, and the way in which he was doing it, one would be able to put so strong a pressure on him that not only might he be forced to abstain from going to any club, but he would be frightened into giving up any IOUs he might hold." "I shall be glad to do the best I can, sir, but frankly I know next to nothing of cards, and should have but little chance of detecting anything that might be going on, when it must be done so cleverly that experienced gamblers, watching a man closely, fail to see anything wrong." "I quite understand that, but one of my men has made the study of the various methods employed by gamblers to cheat, and although it would take you years to learn how to do it yourself, a few hours' instruction from him would at least put you up to some of their methods, and enable you to know where to look for cheating. The man is now waiting in the next room, and if you will take 2 or 3 hours daily with him, say for a week, you ought to be able to detect the doings of these fellows when to others everything seems right and above board. You may have no inclination for cards, but knowledge of that sort is useful to anyone in society, here or anywhere else, and it may enable him either to save his own pocket or to do service to a friend." Mark was greatly interested in the tricks the man showed him. At first it seemed to him almost magical. After he himself had shuffled the cards and cut them, the dealer invariably turned up a king. Even admitting he might have various places of concealment, pockets in the lining of the sleeve, in the inside of the coat, and in various other parts of the dress, in which cards could be concealed and drawn out by silken threads, it did not seem possible that this could be done with such quickness as to be unobserved. It was only when his teacher showed him, at first in the slowest manner, and then gradually increasing his speed, that he perceived that what seemed impossible was easy enough when the necessary practice and skill had been attained. The man was indeed an adept at a great variety of tricks by which the unsuspecting could be taken in. "I ought to know," he said. "I was for 3 years in a gambling house in Paris, where every other man was a sharper. I have been in places of the same sort in Belgium, Holland, Germany, and Italy. At first I was only a boy waiter, and as until evening there was nothing doing at these places, men would sometimes amuse themselves by teaching me tricks, easy ones to begin with, and when they saw I was sharp and quick-handed they went on. After a time I began to work as a confederate, and at last on my own account, but I got disgusted with it at last. A young fellow shot himself at the table of the gambling house at Rome, and at another place I was nearly killed by a man who had lost heavily. Do you see, it has left a broad scar right across my forehead. So I gave it up. I was in the French police for a time, and used to watch some of the lower hells. I was nearly killed there once or twice, and at last I came back here. My French chief gave me a letter to the chief, and I was taken on at once, for, talking as I do 6 languages, and being acquainted with most of the swell mobsmen of Paris, I was just the man who happened to be wanted here at the time. Since I came over I have done a good deal in the way of breaking up hells where sailors and others are plundered. But you see I cannot be of use for the higher class of work. My nose has been broken, and I have 6 scars on my face. I hate the sight of cards now. I have seen so much of the ruin they do, and have, I am sorry to say, taken a hand so often in doing it, that save showing someone who would use the knowledge in the right way how the tricks are done, nothing would persuade me to touch them again. However, as a protection, the knowledge is as useful as it is dangerous when used the other way. It would take you 10 years to learn to do these tricks yourself so well as to defy detection, but in a very short time, by learning where to keep your eyes, you would get to detect almost any of them. You see, there are 3 methods of cheating: the first by hidden cards, the second by marked cards, the third simply by sleight of hand, this being generally used in connection with marked cards. These tricks require great skill and extreme delicacy of touch, for the marks, which are generally at the edge of the cards, are so slight as to be altogether imperceptible save to a trained hand. There are also marks on the back of the cards. These are done in printing, and are so light that, unless attention were attracted to them, no one would dream of their existence. In the course of a week's practice, Mark learned where to look for cheating. He could not indeed follow the fingers of his instructor, for even when he knew what was going to be done, the movements were so rapid that his eye could not follow them, and in 9 cases out of 10 he was unable to say whether the coup had been accomplished or not. But he could see that there was a slight movement of the fingers that could only mean that something was being done. "It would be a good thing," he said one day, "if every young fellow, before going out into the world, were to have a course of such instruction as you are giving me. He would learn, at least, the absolute folly of sitting down to play cards with strangers. He would see that he could be robbed in 50 different ways, and would be at the absolute mercy of any sharper. I never had any inclination for gambling, but if I had been inclined that way, you would have cured me of the passion for life." The week's instruction was lengthened to a fortnight, and at the end of that time Mark went to Dick Chetwynd. "Do you know, Dick," he said, "a gambling place in Buckingham Street?" "I know that there is a hell there, Mark, but I have never been in it. Why do you ask?" "I have rather a fancy to go there," he replied. "I hear that, although a good many men of fashion haunt the place, the crowd is rather a mixed one." "It has a bad name, Mark. I have heard some queer reports about it." "Yes, so have I. I should think that it is a very likely place for a man like Bastow to go, if he has any liking for play. Of course he would get up as a gentleman. At any rate, I have been making what inquiries I can in some of the thieves' quarters, and have come to the conclusion that he is not likely to have taken up his abode there, and I don't think I can do better than make a round of some of these doubtful houses. I should like to begin with this, and then work downwards." "Well, I daresay I could manage it, Mark. I know half a dozen men who play there. They say there is more fun and excitement to be got than at White's or Crockford's, or any of those places. Some men, of course, play high, but a good many who go there only risk a few guineas. Some go because it is the proper thing at present for a man about town either to play or to bet on horses or cockfights, or to patronize the ring, and, after all, it is easier to stroll for an hour or two of an evening into comfortable rooms, where you will meet a lively set, and there is champagne always going, than it is to attend races or prize-fights. Very few days passed that Mark did not go in for half an hour's chat with his friend, and 2 days after this conversation Dick said, "By the way, Mark, I have arranged for us to go to that hell to-night. Young Boldero, who is a member of my club, told me some time ago that he played there sometimes. I met him yesterday evening, and said that I had a fancy to go and have a look at it, and that a friend of mine from the country also wanted to go. He said at once that he could take us there." "I should advise you not to play much, Chetwynd," he said. "Sometimes they play uncommonly high, and there are some fellows who have wonderful luck. Of course, on ordinary occasions, when the play is low, you could stake a few guineas there as well as elsewhere, but when really high play is on, we small fish always stand out. All I can say is that I have never seen anything that savours of foul play in the smallest degree, but you understand how it is. If one man happens to have a big run of luck, there are always fellows who go about hinting that there is something wrong in it. However, it is a jolly place to drop into, and, of course, there is no occasion to play always, and if one loses, one is likely to win on the next race or on the next fight." Accordingly, that evening Mark met Boldero, whom he had once or twice before seen in Dick's company, and the three went together to the house in Buckingham Street. Boldero nodded to the doorkeeper as he went in, and then they proceeded upstairs and entered a handsome room with comfortable sofas and chairs, on which a dozen men were seated, for the most part smoking. Several champagne bottles stood on the tables, and all who liked helped themselves. Boldero was known to several of those present, while 2 or 3 were also known to Dick. Boldero introduced them both to his friends. One of these was the Honourable John Emerson, a man of some 35, with a languid air and a slight drawl. "Glad to make your acquaintance, sir," he said to Mark. "Have you been long in town?" "2 or 3 months only," Mark replied. "Is this your first visit here?" "Yes, this is my first visit to any place of the sort, but I thought I should like to go the rounds before I went home again." "Quite so. Going to punt a few guineas, I suppose?" "Yes, I suppose that is the right thing to do." "Well, everyone who comes is expected to do a little that way. There is no occasion to play high." "Oh, I should not like to do that," Mark said innocently. "Indeed, I know very little about cards." "Oh, that is quite immaterial, so long as you only play games of chance. In fact, you don't want to know anything about them. You see others staking their money, some on one side of the table and some on the other. You place your money whichever side you like, and take your chance. There is no skill in it. Some people play what they call a system, but there is nothing in it. You have just as much chance if you put your money down blindfolded. If luck is with you, you win. If luck is against you, you lose." After chatting for a few minutes, Mark went with his 2 companions upstairs. The room they now entered was furnished as a drawing-room, except that in the middle was a table, round which some 15 people were seated, while as many more looked on. Round the room were several small tables, on which were packs of cards. These were for those who preferred to play piquet or écarté, 2 or 3 couples being so engaged. Mark knew enough of cards to know the hazard was being played at the large table. There was an inner room, and Mark strolled across and looked in. It was at present untenanted. It contained a centre table capable of holding 4, and 2 or 3 small ones, with 2 chairs set in readiness to each. "That is where the heavy play goes on," Boldero said. "None of your 4 or 5 guineas wagers there. 50s and 100s are nearer the mark, and I have seen 1,000 wagered many a time. It is exciting work even looking on, I can tell you. What it must be for the players I cannot say, but I should think it must be frightful." Mark took up his stand at the hazard table, and after looking on for some little time began to play. Beginning with guineas, he gradually, as luck favoured him, played 5 guineas, and after half an hour's play won 50. Then luck turned, and in a few minutes he had lost all he won. "You ought to have stopped, Mark," Dick said reproachfully, as he stepped back from his place, which was at once filled by one who had been standing behind him. The play in the inner room had now begun, and Mark went in and joined those who were looking on. In half an hour one of the players had had enough, and a young man said to Emerson, who was standing at the other side of the table, "Now, Mr. Emerson, will you give me my revenge?" "I would really rather not, Mr. Cotter. The luck has been so one-sided lately that I would rather leave it alone." "But it may turn to-night," the other said. "At any rate, I will try it, if you have no objection." There was a certain eagerness in the young man's voice that caused Mark to watch him closely. He was a good-looking young fellow, but his face was not a strong one, and although he evidently tried to assume an appearance of indifference as he sat down, there was a nervous movement of his fingers. Mark took his place behind him as play began. The game was écarté, and for a time Emerson lost. "I think the luck has changed, Mr. Cotter, but as we generally raise the stakes after playing for a bit, I am ready to do so. Shall we make it £50 again?" "With pleasure," the young man said. He won the next 2 games. Then, for some time, they won alternately. "Shall we say 100 again?" he said. "As you like," Emerson replied. "We don't seem to get much forwarder either way at present." A considerable number of lookers-on had now gathered round. So far Mark, although watching the fingers of the opposite player intently, had seen no sign whatever of unfair play. He now redoubled his attention. Cotter won the first game, his adversary the next 3. Mark noticed now that after looking at his hand Emerson looked abstractedly, as if meditating before taking the next step. There was no expression in his face, but Mark fancied that his eyes rested for a moment on the man standing next to himself. He looked at his watch, and then, as if finding the hour later than he had expected, moved away from his place and presently joined Dick, who was standing with Boldero on the other side of the table. "Who is that man playing with Emerson?" he asked in a whisper. "He is the son of Cotter, the head of Cotter's Bank in Lombard Street." As the men were standing 2 or 3 deep round the table, Mark could not see the table itself, but this mattered little, for his attention was entirely directed towards the man standing behind Cotter's chair. He saw that after glancing down at the young man's hand, he looked across as if seeing what Emerson was going to do. Sometimes his eyes dropped for an instant. At other times there was no such movement, and after noticing this 4 or 5 times, and noticing the course Emerson took, he had no doubt whatever in his own mind that the movement of the man's eyes was an imitation to Emerson of the nature of Cotter's hand. The young man had lost 4 games in succession. He had grown very pale, but showed no other signs of agitation. Presently he said, "You have your usual luck again. I will only play 1 more game to-night, but we may as well make it worth playing. Shall we say 500? "At your service," Emerson replied. This time the face of the man standing behind Cotter's chair was immovable, and Mark, placing himself behind a short man and straining his head forward, saw that Cotter scored 4. The next time there was still no sign. Emerson showed a king and scored it, and then won every trick and the game. "That makes 900 points," the young man said quietly, writing an IOU for that amount and handing it to Emerson. There was a general movement of the spectators, and 2 fresh players took the seats vacated by the late antagonists. "Who was the man standing behind Cotter's chair?" Mark asked Boldero. "That is Sir James Flash. He is just going to play, you see. It is sure to be another hot game, and an interesting one." "Well, I think I will go," Mark said. "The heat of the room has given me a bit of a headache. I will see you to-morrow, Dick." "Good night, old man," Chetwynd said, and, shaking hands with Boldero, Mark went downstairs immediately after Cotter. The latter went into the room below, drank off a tumbler of champagne, and then went down, took his hat, and went out. Mark followed him for a short distance, and joined him as soon as he got up into the Strand. "Mr. Cotter," he said, "I have not the pleasure of knowing you personally, and I must introduce myself. My name is Mark Thorndyke, and I am the owner of an estate close to Reigate. Would you mind my exchanging a few words with you?" Cotter looked up, and was about to give a flat refusal, but the expression of Mark's face was so friendly and pleasant that he changed his mind and said in a hard voice, "I really do not know what you can have to say to me, Mr. Thorndyke, but of course I can hardly refuse to hear you." They walked across the road and turned up a quiet street. "For certain reasons it is not necessary for me to explain," Mark said, "I went to that place for the first time to-night, and I watched the play between you and Mr. Emerson." "It does not matter, sir. I lost, and I am not going there again." "I hope, on the contrary, that you will go there again, Mr. Cotter. If I mistake not, from what I heard, you have lost considerable sums to that man." "I imagine, sir, that is no business of a stranger." "In no way personally," Mark replied, not heeding the angry ring in the voice, "but as an honest man it does concern me. I am absolutely convinced, sir, that that money has not been won from you fairly." The young man gave a start. "Impossible," he said shortly. "Mr. Emerson is a man of good family and a gentleman." "He is a man of good family, I admit, but certainly not a gentleman. His antecedents are notorious." "I have never heard a word against him. He is an intimate with Sir James Flash and other gentlemen of position." "I am not surprised that you have not heard of it. It was probably in the interest of several persons that you should not do so. Nor do I suppose that you are aware that Sir James Flash was himself expelled from White's for cheating at cards." "Impossible!" Mr. Cotter replied. "I can assure you of the fact," Mark said quietly. "Probably you have among your acquaintances some members of White's. I am sure if you ask them they will confirm the fact. Now, sir, I can assure you that I have no interest in this matter, save to prevent a gentleman from being ruined by blacklegs. May I ask how much you owe to Mr. Emerson and Sir James Flash?" The young man hesitated. "I believe you, sir," he said at last. "They hold my IOUs for £29,000. I need hardly say it is absolute ruin. My intention is to make a clean breast to my father about it to morrow morning. My father will give me the money, in the first place because he loves me and would save my name from disgrace, and in the second place because were I posted as a defaulter it would strike a severe blow at the credit of the bank. So he will give me the money, but he will bid me leave his house for ever. That will matter little, for I shall pay the money, and tomorrow night I shall blow out my brains." "Well, sir, if you will follow my advice you will neither pay the money nor blow out your brains. I saw enough tonight to feel absolutely certain that you have been cheated. Sir James Flash stood behind you, and was, I am sure, signalling your hand to Emerson. I believe that Emerson played fair otherwise, until the last game, but I am convinced that he then cheated. You had good hands, but he had better, and although I did not see him cheat, for I was on the other side of the table, I am convinced that he did so. Now, sir, I advise you to go in as usual tomorrow evening, and to play, raising your stakes as you did tonight. When the time comes I will expose him. Should I not be able to detect him, we must try another night. I am so much convinced that this is the case, and that I shall succeed, that whether you play one night or three, I will guarantee that you shall be no loser, but will, on the honour of a gentleman, place in your hands the amount of your losses, so that you will not have to ask your father for a cheque larger than you would do if you confessed to him tomorrow morning. I only ask in return that you, on your part, will give me your word of honour that you will never touch a card again after you rise from the table." "I cannot accept so generous an offer from a stranger," Cotter said in a low tone. "I do not think that it is generous," Mark replied quietly, "because I am perfectly convinced that I shall not have to pay at all. Have you any other IOUs out?" "I have given them for about £5,000, but that is not in addition to the £29,000. Emerson told me that as he knew that I should have difficulty in paying them at the present moment, he had taken them up, and held them with his own." "Will you give me the names of the persons to whom you gave them in the first place?" "Certainly," and he mentioned 3 names, all of which stood with a black cross against them on Mark's list. "Thank you. Then you will go tomorrow night again?" "Yes, and I swear to you that I will never touch a card afterwards." "I don't think that you need fear," Mark said. "I have not been long in London, but I happen to have been shown a good many of the tricks that these blacklegs play on greenhorns, which will account for my having noticed what has never been observed by the honest portion of the men who frequent the place. Now I will say good night, sir. I shall be behind your chair, or his, tomorrow night." "I don't know what to say," Cotter said hesitatingly. "There is no occasion to say anything. It is the duty of every honest man to interfere if he sees another honest man being robbed, and that is my sole object in this matter. Good night," and turning round, he walked rapidly away. Chapter 13